Chapter 1399, Crash. Amidst the gloating spectators, rocks went flying and Wuxia jumped out of the crater, then landed on the ground. He was covered in mud but still looked quite natural without any signs of injury. The crowd basking in schadenfreude immediately closed their mouths and didn't dare to talk. After all, Wuxia's notoriety was still there. Wuxia smiled and said, "A bit surprising. My leading the forbidden power here actually helped you in understanding its mysteries. Your talents aren't bad for being able to channel this power. It was only by chance. I have only touched the surface of that majestic power, it's not enough to reach the apex." Zhentian calmly replied without showing any signs of complacency. "Okay, warm-up is over. Let's make this quick." Wuxia laughed and clenched his fists. Pop! The fists emitted a golden light as if they were made from gold. "Eat another punch." In a split second, he leaped up and unleashed a fist that stole the light from the celestials and myriad realms. The diamond, soaring, hell-suppressing, sky-destroyer, furious immortal, void imperfection, and sacred spring fists all combined to create an unimaginable power. The world collapsed before its coming, the six Tao were destroyed, and the reincarnation cycle ended. All attacks were useless against it, any defense would be circumvented, and sealing techniques were meaningless. This was the embodiment of boundless weight, power, and speed. All of this culminated into an incredibly destructive force. However, the scariest part about this ordeal was the furious immortal fist's outbreak. The trifecta of speed, weight, and power was frantically amplified by several thousand times. One would be mistaken if they thought that this was the end of this move. No, with the sacred spring fist, it allowed for the trifecta to reach an infinite level due to its empowerment. This fist had the best possible conditions. The spring continued to power this fist, allowing it to reach its ultimate state. The sky was instantly blown apart. The fist was blinding as if countless suns appeared up above. Stars turned to ashes and a galaxy collapsed. Even the most powerful existence would tremble before this attack. The astonished Profound believed that this was the most terrifying fist he had ever seen. Pure Sun put on a solemn demeanor as well. As for the other people, they were scared out of their wits and dropped to the ground, nearly soiling their pants. Boom! 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 Zhentian took 3 steps forward and formed the Tao. A darkness materialized in his palm and turned into a superb power. He slightly raised his right hand and sealed the entire area with worldly laws. It encompassed the power of nature as well as darkness while meeting Wuxia's fist with an overbearing momentum. Zhentian was indeed powerful. Just this move alone could instantly kill an apex god king. Bang! The two moves finally collided. However, before this punch, the worldly power, laws, and the dark judgment were all useless. Nothing could avoid destruction from a direct impact, not even Meng Zhentian could seal this punch. The combination of the 7 fists meant that it was invincible. Bang! Wuxia's destructive fist instantly pierced through Zhentian's chest. A horrifying hole appeared on his chest. Even though this was only an avatar, it was still quite creepy to the spectators. His immortal light dimmed right away. The strands of radiance in the air withered as if they had lost their life force. The crowd gasped again from witnessing this astonishing scene. For a short time afterward, many eyes were wide open. The charming spirits clenched their fists and were speechless. Earlier, those who were mocking Wuxia with great excitement turned pale. Not even in their wildest dreams would they imagine Wuxia's powerful fist actually piercing through Zhentian's chest. "I can't understand it." Pure Sun gently sighed. That fist was beyond his scope of comprehension. This was clearly not an immortal emperor merit law, but its power was above one. How could anyone believe this? Pure Sun began to wonder if Wuxia were to obtain the heavens will after proving his Tao, wouldn't his imperial Tao suppress all the other emperors? Clank, the sound of laws intertwining came about. The hole in Jintian's chest slowly closed and his body lit up once again. Boom! Boundless immortal light soared to the sky as his aura assaulted the world. His prestige could still crush the heavens and awe the gods. Good, very good. Many charming spirits raised their fists in celebration while heaving sighs of relief. Jintian's appearance showed that he wasn't defeated just yet and still had the ability to fight. If Meng Jintian lost to Li Qie, it would be a merciless slap to the charming spirits, something completely detrimental to their prestige. Your strength is beyond my imagination. I'm afraid you will be my lifelong enemy. Jintian spoke with a tinge of emotions. Li Qie casually smiled in response, you are indeed someone who can accept the heaven's will. Alas, you're just a bit lacking. This answer was distasteful in the minds of the spectators, especially the charming spirits. Jintian praised him as a rival, a great honor. Anyone else would be exchanging courteous words right away, but to the chagrin of the charming spirits, Li Qie didn't care at all. It looks like we'll have to go to the death today. Without going all out, one can't show real techniques. Jintian laughed without taking Li Qie's attitude to heart. Though their words were relatively polite, their actions were anything but that. These types of duels would often end in death. Regardless of their attitude and self-restraint, their enmity has been determined. Courteous words were one thing, but there would be no holding back in the fight. Come, show me the killer move you're hiding up your sleeve. Li Qie smiled freely. Be careful then, fellow Daoist. Jintian was polite, but his intention was to deliver a fatal blow with this next move. Have another punch. Li Qie jumped to the sky and unleashed another seven fists combination. Crash! Jintian summoned a monstrous wave and sent it forward. A vast ocean appeared with great turbidity and aimed to drown Li Qie. The Bonicia's water. Someone screamed after seeing this. This water was something everyone here was all too familiar with. They found it completely unbelievable. Many didn't even dare to touch this water, let alone try to control it. In fact, this was impossible for pretty much anyone, but Meng Jintian was able to do it. Alas, this wasn't very surprising considering that he had understood some of the mysteries of the Forbidden Zone. This allowed him to control this water for a short period of time. Of course, its full power was unattainable for him. Not even immortal emperors could do something like that. Chapter 1400, Bang! Li Qie was instantly drowned by the vast sea while punching it. Strangely enough, ordinary water would have been dried up instantly and turned into vapor by Li Qie's destructive blow. However, this expanse simply quaked once after receiving the combination fist. This world-destroying punch simply couldn't shatter this mass of water. Bang! 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 Li Qie unleashed several more punches of this magnitude in quick succession, yet this still failed to break this bizarre expanse. The scarier part was that it seemed to be eroding Li Qie's power. After several blows, his successive fists seemed to start losing strength. People took deep breaths after seeing this. They had witnessed the power of his fist earlier. It was truly magnificent, not even a god king could stop it, and it even pierced Jintian's chest. But now, not only was this expanse able to withstand it, it looked like it could drown him as well. This gave everyone a deeper understanding of the Bonicia's water. No wonder people said it could drown god kings, the current situation proved the notion. His punches grew weaker and his actions slowed down. If this went on, he would drown in this sea. Yes. Many felt very excited while the charming spirits applauded without restraint. A big shot from this race clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Drown him to death." In the past, no one cared about Li Qie trying to compete against Meng Jintian whom they considered to be unbeatable. However, Li Qie's display today has suffocated the masses. The cultivators here understood that he would be a dangerous rival to Jintian in the future. The sects that were optimistic about Jintian felt uncomfortable due to Li Qiye's existence. He was like a thorn in their hearts, so it would be great news if he were to drown at this moment. Daoistly, I'm about to take action, watch yourself. Jintian smiled after seeing the water corroding both his speed and power. He immediately unleashed the dark judgment without any mercy in order to slay Li Qiye, contrary to his polite words. Boom! 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 In a split second, a dark judgment came down like a mountain into the dark expanse in order to suppress Li Qiye. Meanwhile, the same form of judgment emerged from below the sea, trapping him from all sides. These separate judgments worked together well and carried a god-slaying power that was directed towards Li Qiye. Under the duress and corrosion of this water, Li Qiye appeared to be unable to withstand this destruction. Jianshi and Ruyan's hearts were hanging by a thread. They broke out in cold sweat from worrying about him. Even Profound, who disliked him, was a little worried. This type of death would be a great shame. This was someone who could fight against Jintian, so he shouldn't die here due to the suppression of the Bonicia's water. Some of the spectators happily thought to themselves, yes, just like that, end him. If this is all you know, then it is just average at best. Li Qiye was still smiling in the face of imminent demise. Buzz! His body lit up as laws appeared all around him. The death chapter showed itself among these laws. Boom! A seal imprinted itself into the earth before disappearing from sight. Rumble! The unbelievable happened. A blinding primordial light engulfed this entire continent. A primordial chaos spanned as far as the eyes could see. Everyone saw an illusion that they were located in an unopened world, and this was its genesis. With a loud explosion, the entire continent trembled. Next, all of the chaos was frantically swallowed and disappeared without a trace. A Kunpeng emerged before everyone with the sky behind its back and stars rotating around it. It was as large as a huge landmass. The sea-water drowning Li Qiye was casually swept away by this beast back to the Bone Sea, true to the many tales of this beast's gigantic sweeping motion. This vast expanse seemed to be a puddle of water when met with this tail, completely trivial. With another tail whip, the dark judgment that seemed to be able to deal with Li Qiye were instantly annihilated. Everyone was stunned to see this huge beast in the sky. Both the girls' cherry lips were wide open. They didn't dare to believe their own eyes. Both of them knew that this continent was the corpse of a Kunpeng, but they never expected to actually see one right now. A Kunpeng? Even some famous big shots shuddered as their knees grew weak. They couldn't stand straight any longer. Grand Primordial Tao. The Kunpeng opened its mouth with Li Qiye's voice coming out from it. He was basking in this power, the force of the beginning. This was the innate gift of this monster. Back in the octagonal tower, Li Qiye had researched this particular gift. At this moment, he didn't summon a dead Kunpeng with his death chapter, he was using his own knowledge to replicate the Tao. Since he has understood its innate gift, it was an easy task for him to borrow its power. The Kunpeng spoke, "You're not the only one who can borrow power in this place." Boom! With that, it casually attacked Jintian. Just this nonchalant strike made everything turn gray and feeble. All was incredibly fragile before this behemoth. Die! Jintian was alarmed to see this incoming attack. He roared and his Tao turned into myriad laws to seal this area again. One had to admit that Jintian was quite formidable. He could borrow the power of the gods up above and control the devils from hell below. His simple gestures could shatter the stars and slay galaxies. Plucking the moon and refining myriad realms was a piece of cake to him. Alas, regardless of his efforts and might, it was all futile. If his true body was here, it could be something worth watching. Otherwise, his avatar alone simply couldn't bear the Kunpeng's attack. Rumble! His seals broke down layer by layer while his laws and grand Tao shattered to pieces. Keep in mind that according to the rumors, a living Kunpeng had the same power as an immortal emperor. Thus, Wuxia, borrowing its innate gift, the grand primordial Tao, carried an unfathomable force. Bang! Everything became bleak in the end. The crushing blow extinguished Jintian's immortal light around his body like extinguishing a candle. The laws that intertwined to form his avatar body broke inch by inch and turned to ashes. Someone couldn't help but scream, "No!" This miserable and shrill scream didn't come from the avatar but from another charming spirit. The avatar became ashes and disappeared among the winds and clouds as if it had never existed in the first place. A Kunpeng hovered in the sky. This was an ancient divine beast, its very being was unreachable and distant. All existences were beneath it, weak and not worth mentioning. Chapter 1401. This time around, even Pure Sun was shocked like the rest of the spectators. No one could regain their wits for a long time. Some charming spirits eventually calmed down but were still clearly distraught and murmured, "Impossible, impossible." Prior to this, Wuxia had used the benevolent saber to kill a sea god's intent outside of the Dongting Lake. Back at the War Cliff, he easily annihilated the Regal Valley. Both of these matters left the sea demons in despair. Today, the same has been done to the charming spirits. Countless charming spirits placed their hopes on Jintian, their pride. In their minds, Jintian represented invincibility. Alas, he had been rendered to ashes by Wuxia. Even though it was only an avatar, it was still enough to shatter many's dreams. The legend of his invincibility has been broken. Those who held him in such high esteem couldn't handle this cruel truth. Some charming spirits turned pale while others dropped to the ground, unable to handle this blow. Some sea demons empathized with the charming spirits after remembering their own situation. They became dejected and had forlorn expressions. Swoosh! The Kunpeng shook its body and changed into an unimaginably large bird. When it spread its wings, the entire sky was covered. In this form, a terrifying primordial aura poured down like a waterfall. Under this ancient aura, even the most powerful would become timid. One could easily imagine that back in its era, a Kunpeng would be incredibly terrorizing and mighty. Even god-kings were speechless and awestruck before the sight of this heavenly bird. The weaker people couldn't even lift a finger under this pressure. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the depths of the sky only to suddenly reappear above everyone. This great bird was only inches above them. Feeling the aura of a divine beast up close horrified the crowd. This ancient aura instilled an instinctive fear in them. One splash to create a boundless tsunami, another flap to soar towards endless heights. Wuxia emotionally commented while enjoying the beast's innate ability. People didn't dare to breathe loudly below this Kunpeng. Just one claw attack could crush everyone here to death. In the end, this gigantic bird disappeared and only Wuxia was left in the sky. He stood there nonchalantly and naturally. His insipid demeanor left everyone in fear. What were the right words to say at this moment? Who would dare to claim that he wasn't qualified to compete against Meng Jintian? The truth was apparent to everyone. Their rivalry has been determined. Even though many charming spirits didn't want to accept this fact, they had already acknowledged it in their minds. Pure Sun eventually sighed, who can stop him in this generation? Profound had no choice but to admit that this unlikable fella might be the most qualified candidate for the throne. He found that not attacking Wuxia to get revenge for his concubine might have been the wisest decision of his life. Wuxia stood there and told the Crimson Flame ancestor with an indifferent tone, "Go back and tell Jintian that if he stands in my way again, I'll cut down his true body." This statement would sound outrageous in the past, but a general sense of acceptance pervaded the crowd at this moment. No one dared to laugh or mock him. This casual declaration was very oppressive for the crowd. He made it sound as if Xintian was a random nobody that could be killed whenever he wished. Crimson Flame was grievously wounded and pale. If someone else told him this in the past, he would scold or even kill the person, but at this moment, he didn't even dare to let out a fart. Even if he was 10 times more courageous, he wouldn't dare to retort against Wuxia. Even his master had been crushed, so what could a mere driver like him do? That's the pride and glory of our human race. The few human cultivators here felt their blood boil and their eyes tear up. The scene turned quiet because people felt suffocated in Wuxia's presence even when he didn't have an aura that ravaged the sky. Wuxia ignored everyone and returned to his ship before smiling. "Okay ladies, you have gotten what you wanted and looked at the sceneries too, it's time to leave now." Ruyan and Jianshi both got on the ship along with Pure Sun. Profound, who didn't like him, left as well. Someone murmured while the group was departing, "If it was me, I would stand with Wuxia too." No wonder Void Imperfection and the 4 branches are supporting him. It looks like that group is much more far-sighted than us. In the past, many didn't understand why they chose to side with Wuxia. Some charming spirits were extremely unhappy with their decision as well. But today, Wuxia's easy dispatch of Xintian's avatar made everyone realize that he was exceedingly more powerful than what they imagined. Thus, Jianshi and the others' keen insight was finally appreciated. Another human excitedly blurted, "In this generation, we humans will have an immortal emperor." His excitement was understandable. Humans have been weak and oppressed by the 3 great races in heaven spirit. If they could have an emperor in this generation, they could finally walk with their heads held high. A spirit unhappily said, "It's not time for the competition yet, so who can determine who can laugh at the very end? We'll see when the time comes." Of course, he didn't speak with great conviction. "Oh, I will bet on Wuxia to be the one smiling at the end. He killed Xintian's avatar, so he can definitely do the same to Xintian's true body." This human was emboldened. Humph, he might be strong, but that was only an avatar he defeated. When the true body comes out, Xintian will beat him instantly. Another charming spirit disciple stood up for his race. "That's right, an avatar is only 10% as strong as the true body, so Xintian's actual presence will be unstoppable." Another spirit chimed in. "He still killed Xintian." The human sneered. "It was only an avatar." "An avatar. Only 1/10 of the real deal." The spirit didn't accept this statement and corrected him. "He killed Xintian." The human repeated this simple statement. In the end, the charming spirits got tired of this sentence and decided to stop speaking. Arguing any further would only bring up this humiliating event again. In fact, most charming spirits were quite downtrodden at this moment. Crimson Flame didn't say anything either. He quietly picked up the fragments of the carriage and left. From start to finish, he was unwilling to say anything else unless he received his master's instructions. His sad departure only increased the pressure on the charming spirit experts. Just imagine, he was imperious and glorious despite only being a driver, others still treated him with respect. In their eyes, becoming a driver for an immortal emperor was not a disgrace but the greatest of honors. Alas, he was no longer proud and imperious. It was as if he had fallen from his pedestal. The event today had shattered Xintian's myth of invincibility. Despite still having an opportunity, a real rival has come out of nowhere as a substantial threat. The rest of the people here didn't want to admit it, but they understood that Xintian could no longer influence or order the world like before. People would cease to treat him with the same reverence and admiration. The defeat of his avatar has seriously damaged his illustrious prestige. Chapter 1402, After leaving the Bone Sea, Pure Sun wanted to leave as well. He looked over to Wuxia and cupped his fists with a smile. "Brotherly, I'm ready to return to ancient spirit. I wonder if we will meet again after this?" Wuxia smiled and replied, "If it is meant to be." The Taoist forced a smile. I'm afraid it will be a very long time until then. After coming along with you, I was deeply touched and had a great harvest, so I want to go into a death cultivation. Who knows when I will be able to come out? These words came from the heart. He indeed benefited greatly from this trip, but not in the form of treasures. It was about a new Tao enlightenment. In the past, he already knew that he had a ways to go before catching up to Meng Zhentian. However, after seeing the man in action, he understood the true disparity between them. Li Qiye's mighty display opened a new door for him. Cultivation could be trained in this manner while merit laws could always be improved. Outside of longevity laws, fate laws, and techniques, many other things could be polished. Even though Li Qiye didn't teach him half a technique, Pure Sun gained a different perspective after seeing Li Qiye in action. What appeared before him might be an unprecedented door that no one has entered before. Because of this, he felt the urge to go into closed cultivation. Due to his great talents, it wasn't out of arrogance that he thought even the older generation wasn't a match for his current skills. Alas, after this experience, his yearning for the Tao burned even hotter than before. He understood that he still had an incomparably long road to go. He used to have a particular idea about cultivation due to his lack of ambition. It was that with his talents, he could eventually reach the peak just by taking it easy, thus he never took it seriously. However, after seeing Zhentian's strength and Li Qiye's miracles, he was looking forward to the colorful path that awaited him. Strike the iron while it's hot, cultivate when you are still young. Someone with your talents should indeed boldly move forward. Even if you don't become emperor, you will find that there are many surprises ahead while you are traveling at the apex. Li Qiye understood Pure Sun and smiled. I'll keep your advice in my heart, brotherly. Pure Sun cupped his fists again. Li Qiye continued, go now. If fate allows it, we will meet again in a future full of surprises. He actually enjoyed the Taoist very much. Even if the Taoist didn't want to compete for the heaven's will, Li Qiye would still be happy to give him some pointers since he was aiming for the Tao. Well, hopefully we can meet again. No matter what, our 4 branches will always open our doors to you. Feel free to come any time. Even if I'm not there, my junior brother will represent our sect to take good care of you, right? I'll receive him. Profound coldly stared at Li Qiye and nodded his head. It didn't matter how powerful Li Qiye might be, Profound still hated him all the same and didn't wish to be his friend. Alas, Profound was an interesting person. Despite not seeing eye to eye, he wouldn't act rude to Li Qiye. Moreover, out of respect for his senior brother, he would follow all of his commands, so if Li Qiye actually visited the 4 branches, he would still play the role of a good host in his brother's stead. It was the least he could do. Li Qiye smiled at Profound's attitude. Pure Sun didn't worry either because he was confident in his junior brother being sensible. Brotherly, schoolmasters, farewell. Pure Sun eventually said goodbye to the group. Profound also said goodbye to the 2 schoolmasters but ignored Li Qiye. Pure Sun only took several steps before Li Qiye called for him, Pure Sun. He turned back and asked, is there something else, brotherly? Li Qiye smiled and told him, from a man to another, it will be very disappointing if you don't finish your business with your martial aunt, an affront to your innate blessings. Pure Sun was somewhat embarrassed after hearing this. He let out a hollow laugh and didn't know what to say. He can handle this. Profound patted his shoulder as encouragement. Eventually, the 2 brothers floated away and disappeared into the vast sea. After they left, Li Qiye returned inside and sat in front of a coffin. Fairy was still peacefully sleeping inside. She had a gentle smile as if she was having a nice dream. Her sleeping posture was so beautiful that even women like Jianshi and Ruyan felt their hearts thump while watching her. Li Qiye reached out and gently caressed her wondrous face and then sentimentally sighed. This was the most perfect work of art in this world. In the end, He held her right hand and their fingers intertwined before he closed his eyes to fall asleep as well. The two girls breathed slower as if afraid of waking these two up. Just like that, Wuxia rested next to Fairy. In the beginning, Ruyan and Jianshi didn't notice anything. However, they heard a heartbeat after a while. They thought they were just hearing things, but after paying more attention, there were two separate heartbeats coming from Wuxia and Fairy in complete harmony. This heartbeats made the world sound quiet and seemed to be slowing down all of a sudden. They thought they were now in a whole different world. This was a magnificent world with a surging momentum, a colorful place as if it was a land of immortals. A boundless aura existed alongside an exceedingly pure and vast primordial atmosphere. This breath left others extremely energetic and feeling much younger. Moreover, they would feel their bodies being filled with power as if they had rose several levels. In a split second, all of this occurred for Ruyan and Jianshi. A mythical realm of immortals wouldn't be much different from this. Alas, such a beautiful world had a crisis unknown to others, a potential existential eradication. They blinked and in the next second, they were back inside the ship while the immortal realm was nowhere to be seen. Fairy woke at this time. She slowly opened her unbelievably beautiful eyes to look at Wuxia. "Thank you." Wuxia withdrew his right hand and casually smiled. "It's no big deal, you will still have to take the final road alone." Fairy stood up from the coffin and said, "I must return now." Wuxia nodded, "I know. There isn't much time left since the disaster is inevitable. Perhaps this will be an entirely different era, a future contradiction to all expectations." Fairy didn't answer. She stared at him quietly as if she understood what he was referring to. Wuxia gently touched her hair and showed a rare gentle side. "I have prepared an ace for you, just in case. When that day comes, it will be useful." Fairy slightly tilted her head and stared at him in confusion. "What changed your mind?" Wuxia answered in a serious manner, "I don't know either. Maybe I'm too used to being evil and suddenly got the urge to do something good. Who can really understand people? It is human nature to be perplexing." "Human nature," she repeated while carefully savoring his meaningful words. Ruyan and Jianshi had grown accustomed to these confusing conversations from the two. Nevertheless, they still attentively listened. This is a term that makes more sense for Wuxia because of shorter lifespans. Death cultivation just means a meditation session until death, until they receive a great injury, or they reach the end of their lifespan before they manage to break through. Just a more serious session than regular isolated cultivation. Chapter 1403. After a while, Fairy regained her wits and softly said, "Thank you, you are the one that will bring hope to this world. No, I do not dare to claim your credit. Without you, there is no hope. What I have done is no big deal. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you at all in the tough future." He smiled and shook his head. She nodded and earnestly said, "I understand. Go. After another eon, it will come and perhaps closure shall be found." He eventually sighed. Fairy lifted the wooden coffin and went on her way. She didn't make it far before turning back to look at him. "Will we meet again?" Wuxia pondered for a moment before cheerfully answering, "I don't know. Perhaps. Maybe I'll even take one step ahead of you and die above the 9 skies." She mused his words before replying, "I know that place, but is it necessary to go there?" "Yes." Wuxia seriously nodded. "This has been my lifelong goal, my sole aspiration. Many bones already pave this path. Countless ancestors never gave up, numerous others have agreed to fight to the end, and I'm no exception. That place is where I belong, just like how you have your own place that you belong." "Where I belong," she murmured to herself and was lost in thought for a long time. Eventually, she stepped off the ship and casually tore apart the void to reveal a portal. The inside of the portal was full of immortal shimmers and mysterious floating laws. It looked like a portal to the immortal world. She entered it and disappeared right away. Next, the portal closed as if nothing had happened. Li Qiye only smiled without commenting. Jianshi quietly asked a bit later, "Young noble, why didn't you try and convince her to stay?" Li Qiye withdrew his gaze and reiterated, "Keep her here?" Ruyan chimed in, "Right, if you asked her, maybe she would have agreed to stay." Fairy's style was impeccable. Her pretty features were beyond the capabilities of the pen. Any man would want to make her stay. Moreover, she had a power comparable to immortal emperors. Given the opportunity, anyone would want to get her to stay and would even pay a great price for it. Why should I? She has her path while I have my own. Even if we go together, one day we shall go our separate ways. Someone like her won't give up because of me, and I won't stop for a woman either. He shook his head. What is she trying to do? This was the question ruminating in Jianshi's mind. What other things did Fairy want when she was already this invincible, even across the entire 9 worlds? Li Qiye went silent for a bit before answering, maybe one day, you two will have a chance to see what she must do. Really? The two sisters glanced at each other. His expression gave them an uneasy feeling. Li Qiye gently brushed Jianshi's slightly messy hair that was draping down and sighed, "I hope you two won't get to see that day. May it stay far away." The two blurted in unison, "Why?" He chose not to answer directly, because it won't be a good thing when that day comes. He couldn't change the inevitable. Like he said before, Fairy won't give up because of him and he won't stop his journey for her or Heaven Spirit. In the end, both Fairy and Heaven Spirit must rely on themselves. As for him, he must go far to the end of the world. He had no time to worry about Heaven Spirit. The ultimate war was his mission, for too many sacrifices have been made along the way. He would never give it up. Countless questions ran rampant in their minds, but both the girls couldn't ask when he stood there in silence. "Speak." He stared at the two of them and lightly smiled. With an indescribable melancholy, Jianshi had a hard time expressing herself. Ruyan, on the other hand, was feeling better. She chuckled and asked, "Sister and I have to go back to our sect, will you come along with us?" "No, I want to go to the God-Halt continent." Li Qiye gently shook his head, "After I'm done with that, it will be time for me to leave." He had agreed to meet Su Yonghuang at God-Halt so that he could help her retrieve an item. After that is done, he would return to the mortal emperor world. In fact, the two knew the answer without having to ask, but Ruyan still had to confirm it. There were 10,000 words to say, but the two didn't know what to say at this moment. He smiled and said, "You two should go back now. Your futures are very bright, so in just a few years, you will reach grand completion for your immortal physiques. At that time, the two of you will be the pride of void imperfection, making it even stronger. Being an enemy against an emperor or sea god wouldn't be an issue then." This was completely true. This would mean that the void imperfection schools would have 2 grand completion users. For a lineage to have 2 at the same time was even more worthy of pride than having an emperor. The two understood that what Li Qiye said made sense. This trip has greatly benefited them, so they really should return to meditate in a calm environment in order to ponder the Tao. Moreover, they have obtained the wind chase break and must bring it back to the school. This was the time for them to say goodbye. After a long time, Jianshi mustered her courage and stated, "We are willing to follow you." It wasn't easy for a reserved woman like her to say this. Li Qiye happily smiled in response, "I know, this is how it is for the Grand Tao. I had a good time with you two following me in the recent days. The truth is that if you want to follow me, I would be glad to take you along. However, that would be too selfish of me since I haven't left anything for your school." He shook his head and refused. This was not due to his unwillingness to accept them, he simply didn't want to break the serenity of the void imperfection schools and tie it to his war chariot. The two had more to say, but in the end, they could only sigh. It's not like there won't be chances in the future. Li Qiye turned soft after seeing their sad and disappointed demeanors. Wait until you two reach grand completion, then I'll take the two of you out of this world. But be ready, there is no beautiful world full of immortals or a peaceful paradise. What awaits us is a larger and crueler world. Okay, it's a deal then. The disappointed Ruyan smiled right away. Her smile was dazzling and beautiful like fireworks at night. Even Jianshi was smiling cheerfully. All right, it's time for you to go now. Wait, I should be the one leaving. He laughed and shook his head before standing up. He forgot that this ship belonged to the Void Imperfection schools. As a decisive person, he didn't linger around and left with haste. Young noble. Ruyan chased after him and called him back. What's the matter? He looked adoringly at her. Ruyan intensely stared at him before finally taking down her veil to expose her face. A fair complexion like a lotus flower and willow brows, this was the appropriate phrase to describe Ruyan's beauty. Her eyes were particularly charming and seductive like the limpid autumn water, causing hearts to beat faster. Chapter 1404, Li Qiye smiled and said after seeing Ruyan's beautiful appearance, a woman as beautiful as jade with an enchanting fragrance. A face for you alone to enjoy, isn't it time for you to show a little something as well? Ruyan's eyes rippled with a glimmer while she teased him. What does that mean? He laughed. Ruyan was very bold. She actively wrapped around his neck and kissed him on the lips. Though her actions seemed amateurish, she was still bold and persistent and let caution to the wind. Li Qiye simply smiled and held her face while gently sucking on her lips. Ruyan's lady soul nearly left her body as she felt a numbing sensation throughout her body. It was as if she was melting. She went even deeper into his embrace, her pair of eyes showing how intoxicated and charmed she was. This scene felt like the coming of spring. She pouted, "Young noble, you must be a veteran in love." This appearance of hers was incredibly seductive. Li Qiye softly played with her nose without saying anything. Ruyan was a cheerful woman. Even though the parting was coming, she maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Sister, he'll be leaving soon, shouldn't you give him a farewell kiss as well? We may never meet again in the future after all." After leaving his embrace, Ruyan winked at Jianshi. The elegant Jianshi was not as bold as the bewitching Ruyan. She blushed and felt her face burning after hearing this. However, she also mustered courage out of nowhere and shyly offered her sweet lips for a soft kiss. Her entire body trembled for she was at a loss for what to do. In a split second, her complexion looked like the sunset in the sky. This demure look would intoxicate others as well. Ruyan chuckled and whispered next to his ear, "Don't worry, young noble, leave big sis to me. When you return, just get ready to take her in." Li Qiye laughed after hearing this demoness and replied, "Take care, okay? If it is meant to be, we shall meet again." With that, he left the ship and casually reached forward to form a portal before disappearing inside. The two women watched the whole process. After he disappeared, they felt a strange sense of loss and had a hard time calming down. Li Qiye went to Bones Island and the palace situated there. Bones was still lying around lazily and basking in the sun when he spoke. "It looks like you got unexpectedly rich this time." Even though the small shuttle was greatly damaged, Bones wasn't sad at all. He excitedly said, "Of course not, of course not, this is all thanks to your excellency's blessing. I only picked up some leftover soup in the Bone Sea to live on, that's all." Li Qiye laughed and lied down on the chair to say, "Okay, I'm not here to take your stuff so there's no need to be a sycophant. The items there aren't ordinary and are more than enough for you to eat for several generations." Bones let out a fake laugh before handing Li Qiye some nice wine. He stood there respectfully as if ready to listen to a lesson. That brat Wuxia might be able to do it in this generation. Li Kai casually said while sipping the wine, "Do you still want to find him and teach him a good lesson?" Bones took his time musing this question. Eventually, he sighed and answered, "Your Excellency, so much time has passed that it allowed me to open my eyes. Back then, the truth is that the two of us knew that only one would make it out. Even though that brat tricked me, it didn't matter too much since I would have done the same given the situation." Bones always gritted his teeth and talked about how he wanted to peel Wuxia's skin. Alas, the reality was that they used to be close brothers. Since Wuxia was successful, the two of you may meet again. Li Qiye smiled and looked at the blue sky. In fact, despite their enmity, these were two existences that had lived for a long time. They were able to have different perspectives due to the changing of times. Bones eventually asked after a long silence, "Your Excellency, how much longer will it be?" Li Qiye looked at him and answered, "Soon. Even though I haven't been to the Divine Tree Ridge just yet, it won't be long according to my calculations. The Withered have been there for a long time, so I believe their experiment is very close to success." "Is it the same with the Bone Sea?" Bones felt a bit frightened. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile. "Given your background, you should know this already since you can feel its changes better than anyone else." Bones smiled wryly and shook his head, "That's only in the past. My connection with it grows weaker with every passing year. It isn't because I'm growing weaker but because the Bone Sea is becoming stronger to the point where I essentially can't sense anything. From this, we can assume that the Bone Sea is almost ready too." He became serious after stating this. In fact, he himself was an incredible being. Alas, even if he was stronger, he was nothing before the Bone Sea. Indeed. In my opinion, it's just a step away. Li Qiye slowly said, "When I seized the trident, the Bone Sea was still able to show restraint. There is a great saying, a little impatience spoils the great plan. Even losing the trident is considered a trivial and endurable matter. So what is it planning?" Bones was gripped by this speculation. He had spent a long time in the Bone Sea and many generations in this place. He understood the implications behind all of this. This won't just be a generation but an entire eon. Li Qiye took another sip, "When it actually comes. I don't know about others, but you will definitely be able to see that day. I can't have that much time left." Bones forced a smile. Li Qiye looked at him in response, "My personal guess is that it won't be this generation probably, but it will come in the next for sure. It must have had a breakthrough for the initiation, but who knows if it will be the Bone Sea, the Maelstrom, or the Divine Tree Ridge." Bones fell into deep thought. Regardless of his wish, that day was inevitable. However, to be able to see its arrival could either be good or bad for him. "What are you worried about?" Li Qiye smiled, "I don't even need to see your treasures to know how much you have harvested this time. To be a bit harsh, you better work harder with all of these things to get a chance to leave this place. That is when the sky will open its doors for you." "Maybe." Bones murmured and sighed, "Leaving here will definitely be nice. No, abandoning this damned place is better than anything else. There's no need to be anxious all day long. Do you want to leave?" Li Qiye smiled while looking at him. Bones chuckled this time, "Your Excellency, are you trying to recruit me? Am I suitable to run errands for you?" Li Qiye laughed and shook his head, "Forget it. Without taking into account whether you can leave or not, even if you could, you still wouldn't be able to drop everything. Am I right?" Bones turned silent. At his level, very few could talk to him on even footing. Li Qiye was naturally one of them. Bones wryly smiled, "Right, am I willing to leave? After being tricked by the brat, my biggest dream was to leave this hell hole. Alas, I have been here for so long that I don't know where else I can go. Even though this place has all sorts of annoyances, I still kinda like it. Perhaps it is because I was born here that I am destined to take root here. The place that gives me life and raised me." Li Qiye emotionally sighed as well, indeed, many people love this place with all their heart. Countless unfathomable characters knew that a disaster would come one day to Heaven's spirit, yet they still chose to take root here. This is a profound love for this world. Bones smiled and commented, "Maybe I will die in this damned place one day. Being born and buried in the same location isn't such a miserable fate." It looked like he has accepted his fate. Chapter 1405, Li Qiye disagreed with Bones' sentiment, "Don't drown in despair and be so pessimistic. There is still hope in this world due to the numerous wise sages that took root here. Both tree fathers and sea gods have yet to give up. They have tried their best, but since that day still hasn't come, the world has yet to see their efforts." "You mean," Bones' eyes flashed after hearing this. Li Qiye sentimentally added, "If you can see that day, you will understand. There are a few things that no one really wants, but they have no choice other than to make a decision. This is true for these great existences. Despite making concessions, they still tried regardless of success. Some of them didn't give up on this world and their children." Bones went silent for a bit before answering, "I'm afraid even sea gods and tree fathers might not be able to change anything. Hope alone is good enough. You have to start somewhere to build a castle from sand. This is not a bad start. If, one day, the world finally knows the truth, they might not sympathize with a few concessions. However, this is quite normal. After all, for generations, not anyone could go all out regardless of the cost. There are things in life that hold people back, forcing them to stop no matter what." He sighed at this point. "Yes, how many can persevere like you without stopping?" Bones became sentimental as well. Li Qiye chuckled and shook his head, "I'm not selfless like that. In fact, those who chose to compromise are even greater because they didn't do it for themselves. Everything was done for the sake of the future and their race. I never compromised because I am selfish. This is also the reason why some call me a murderous devil." Bones knew that for generations, those who blocked the path of the Dark Crow would be killed without mercy. Even humans weren't spared, let alone those from the other races. Savior and Guardian had been part of his description as well, but the title of being a devil or the dark hand behind the curtains was more widely accepted among those who knew him. Even though rivers of blood have run because of you, there is no denying your contribution to the 9 worlds, so you have, in fact, been its guardian. Bones spoke from the heart. Li Qiye freely said, "All of these titles are irrelevant. Walk your own path and ignore what others say." Bones smiled and said, quite open-minded, "Your Excellency." Li Qiye looked at him in response, "You don't have to flatter me. Let's be frank, what will you do in the future? Will you run and hide or stay and help Heaven's spirit?" Bones mused the question and wryly smiled, "Your Excellency, I'm only an ant that can be crushed to death instantly. What use am I? I just need to be smart and run as far away as possible." "An ant?" Li Qiye burst out in laughter. "Bones, where did this self-abasement come from? If you are an ant, then what about the rest of the cultivators? And the rest of the world? They aren't qualified to even be ants since you can kill all of them in an instant. Are you an ant compared to the rest of the living beings?" Bones answered, "Even tree fathers and sea gods can't do anything. What difference can I make? The times have changed." Li Qiye sipped his wine. "There is still hope. Although I might not be here when that day comes, I have left behind a treasure since I feel that this world is still worth saving. So you tell me, is there hope or not?" He smiled at Bones at this point. Bones was pleasantly surprised after hearing this and stared at Li Qiye with widened eyes. "Your Excellency, you are taking action to save it?" "No." Li Qiye gently shook his head, "I can't stay in this world for too long. Unless something comes up, I'll be leaving the 9 worlds, and at that point, it will have nothing to do with me. However, I will lend a hand by leaving behind an ace. The future will depend on the 3 races and their effort. Heaven Spirit's fate will be up to its own people and not my assistants. Bones was quite shaken with his emotions running rampant. Even though Wuxia said that it wasn't a big deal, he knew full well that any preparations made by Wuxia wouldn't be so simple. What now then? Wuxia smiled at Bones. I don't know. Bones wryly smiled as well. I am very strong compared to the rest of the world, but I know that if the Bone Sea wants to crush me, it won't be difficult at all. A casual flip of the hand would be all it takes. I'm not saying you should participate in the battle. I guess you will be free when that day comes, just do as you please then. Running errands or sending messages won't be bad either. Bones didn't answer. He knew just what kind of existences he would be facing at that point as well as his own regrettable outcome. Wuxia eventually said, "Of course, I won't force you. Everyone has their own life, path, and responsibilities. It will be your choice alone, I'm just here to tell you the news." With that, he stood up and left without saying anything else. Bones sat in his chair afterward and stared at the sky in a daze. After a long, long time, he murmured to himself, "What should I do when the disaster comes?" To leave or to stay, he was a bit lost at this moment. In his mind, anyone with the tiniest trace of sensibility would decide to run away as far as possible. However, some things couldn't be decided by reason. Was he willing to leave this land? It would be full of reluctance since he loved it. Wuxia didn't force him to do anything and simply told him the news. In the past, he really would run away given the opportunity, but now, he wavered with hesitation. After leaving Bones Island, Wuxia headed for the God-Halt continent in order to meet Su Yonghuang. Of course, this wasn't the only reason. He also needed to obtain something on that continent. As the largest continent, God-Halt could be said to be a miracle in Heaven Spirit. In this world, there were oceans everywhere and land was a rare sight, but God-Halt was different from the other places. Its full scope was still unknown to others. It had been said this continent alone could accommodate all existences in Heaven Spirit. It might be a little crowded, but the possibility was there. Land was worth as much as gold, so a place this large should have been lively and bustling with people everywhere. However, this was far from the truth. The population here was so scarce that it was pitiful. One could go for thousands of miles without seeing a single soul. Logically speaking, there should be countless mortals and cultivators. Alas, these people would rather stay on the sea or even at the seabed than to stay in God-Halt. Many weren't clear on why this was the case. Some said that there were devils living here. Others believed that this place shortened people's lives, and the life expectancy here was much shorter. Another belief was that this place was suppressed and not suitable for living beings. Perhaps there were other unknown reasons as well. Just like its name, even the gods stopped before this place, so who would want to live here? Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Some sects were still built on this continent. For example, the Undying Gate and the Spirit Abyss. Chapter 1406, Wuxia opened a portal and crossed the void into God-Halt. The moment he stepped inside, he suddenly felt a boundless atmosphere suppressing him. There were very few living beings in this place since neither mortals or cultivators wanted anything to do with it. However, it would be mistaken to think that this land was barren. In fact, it wasn't desolate or barren at all. On the contrary, this vast place had treasures everywhere. A reasonable yet grand statement would be that the majority of elixirs and treasure grasses in Heaven Spirit came from God-Halt. Moreover, there were many ores and mines here as well. One could see tall trees and eagles flying in the air while deer scavenged the earth. It was clear that this place was full of life. Who could imagine that people would rather stay in the sea than this place? A surge of boundless majestic life force could be felt in the air. It seemed that since the beginning of time, God-Halt had never experienced destruction or development before, it has stayed the same all this time. This was a feeling unique to this place. Other locations might have the same vast aura with dense worldly energy, but it was different from Godhalt's primordial sensation. It really is a good location. Wuxia murmured while walking through this continent. This place could nourish many things in this world, but it is abandoned for a variety of reasons. What a shame. Wuxia wasn't the only one who thought so. This was a common belief across Heaven Spirit, but even those who chose to take root here would have to leave eventually. Even immortal emperors wouldn't want to establish their sect here outside of one exception, Immortal Emperor Wuxia. There were certain acceptable explanations for why cultivators didn't want to stay here. A force of suppression existed. Anyone who came would be subjected to this. A paragon visiting Godhalt would be dropped down to Heavenly King or an even weaker cultivation. The suppression people felt varied on a case-by-case basis. Some actually never experienced this suppression. Of course, this group of people was fewer than few. This suppression was precisely why cultivating here was much slower than the other places. For example, in the Jade Sea, one could take 10 years to cultivate one level, but it would require several decades or even centuries to replicate this task on Godhalt. Because of this, without solving this problem, no cultivator would want to stay here despite how great of a place it was. In fact, the moment Wuxia set foot on the soil, a buzz could be heard. A faint light appeared around him alongside an unknown power that wished to pressure him. However, Wuxia's 13 palaces slightly pulsed and the light dissipated along with the pressure. For Wuxia, this continent had no effect on him. His 13 palaces could surpass everything. He took his time strolling through the continent. Along the way, one of his palaces reacted, so he opened it to release the group of immortal medicines. After the Yang Vine and Ginseng ancestor came out, they seemed extremely excited and jumped up in joy. The Yang Vine cheered, "What a nice place, immortal medicines like us would love to stay here." "That's right, I'm willing to take root here. If we can seize this place, it would be an amazing opportunity." The Ginseng ancestor agreed. Wuxia laughed and shook his head after hearing this. This is indeed a treasure ground, a great creation of the world. Unfortunately, it isn't your turn to have it. We can take a step back and say you all take root here. One day, after growing to an unmatched level, you will find that all of this would have only been benefiting someone else. This place already has a master. His eyes turned profound as he gazed into the vast continent and the forest full of life. Who can actually try to seize it? After everyone matures here, you will only act as supplements for this land. Really? The soldier tree didn't believe this. All of them quickly took root in the mud, their bodies lit up as they used their own techniques. Strange. The soldier tree said, "I can't move this particular vein. It looks like it's already rooted. Indeed, I'm unable to absorb the worldly energy in mass. It appears that this land is sealed." The young vine agreed. "What a bizarre place, it's different from all the others. My roots can't reach an end, this land is vast and fertile to an unimaginable extent. This doesn't look like soil and earth at all, it must be the remnants of something," the immortal injury peony chimed in. Shortly afterward, these medicines began debating with each other. If anyone could see such a large group of immortal medicines talking, their mouths would be wide open and their jaws would inadvertently drop to the ground. Even though these roots were all at the immortal level and were quite strong, they had no method against Godhalt. The young vine concluded, "Even a true immortal medicine is helpless before this place, let alone me. Unless we plan on staying here for a long time and take root for an entire eon, no one can really get this land." The other medicines busily nodded their heads in agreement. The ginseng ancestor couldn't help but ask, "Young noble, what is going on here?" Wuxia showed a carefree smile, "Nothing else can really happen because this land already has a master. Like I said earlier, growing here will only benefit someone else. Judging by the vastness of this place with veins that span tens of thousands of miles like dragons, even a true immortal medicine can't seize it all. The soldier tree measured the earth and was startled. Anyone who can control this place should be similar to us, a type of plant. Just how horrifying is this existence capable of controlling this earth? It has to be far above a true immortal medicine, but I have never heard of a plant like that before. It continued to speculate in a daze and felt quite frightened. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Wuxia chuckled, the world is vast and full of wonders. There are things far beyond your imagination. Having said that, he stared towards the horizon and slowly said, from the point of view plants or alchemy rather, true immortal medicines are considered the highest form of existence, the top of the pyramid. However, in a broader sense, this isn't quite right. There's something above even true immortal medicines? What is it then? The ginseng ancestor was quite curious. Wuxia smiled. With regards to both spirit medicines and plants, they do exist. True immortal medicines might be at the apex of the 9 worlds, but this isn't the case outside of these realms. The dragon silkworm soulgrass asked, and the existence here is one of them? The existence here isn't a spirit plant, it's only the ruler of this place. Wuxia said, it is extremely ancient and impossible to trace. With that, he stared into the distance. Godhalt's deepest location contained too many secrets unknown to the rest of the world. The ginseng ancestor reckoned, from our point of view, if such a powerful existence exists, if we could seize its creation, then we can actually reach immortality. Immortality is too difficult. Wuxia said, but if one could really obtain it, it would allow them to live for a very long time. Alas, it is impossible even for immortal emperors. Wuxia would have gone for the grand creations in this place long ago if it was possible. Chapter 1407. While Wuxia had just entered Godhalt, an explosive piece of news spread across Heaven Spirit. The Celestial Pavilion has entered the world with the Lunar Grasp Fairy coming out. This news hastily spread and the entire world couldn't react in time. Really? Many big shots were stunned and in disbelief. I think so, the pavilion itself sent this message. Someone quickly tried to confirm and received a credible response. People immediately went to visit the Celestial Pavilion. The Lunar Grasp Fairy has actually come into being. I saw it with my own eyes. A great character swore after returning. In fact, it wasn't just 1 or 2 great characters that confirmed this information. People swore the moment they visited the pavilion, they saw a woman standing beneath the full moon. She stood there as if she was on top of the world as an incredible immortal. Even though they couldn't see her appearance clearly, many were still shocked all the same. Some even said that god kings were bowing in the distance with great reverence. Lunar Grasp Fairy, many people were lost in a daze. Even some slumbering old monsters woke from fear. Heaven Spirit was full of incredible masters and this generation was destined to be a brilliant one. Some ancestors and even older monsters couldn't contain the temptation to come into being. However, after hearing the emergence of the fairy, these ancestors quivered along with the old monsters. They crawled back into their coffins and discarded all thoughts of coming out. Even Lunar Grasp is coming out. A dust-laden ancestor murmured in a daze with a long mental lapse. Cultivators in the present and even those from several generations ago don't understand the significance of the name Lunar Grasp. However, the ancestors that had shared this world with her understood full well. The reclusive fairy had come out to the dismay of the slumbering ancestors. Not good, something grand will happen in this generation. An ancestor didn't dare to think further after shuddering. He holed himself up instead of running out this time. What kind of generation is this? What is special about this one? The influential characters didn't understand why the fairy chose to come out. One of them said, first Meng Zhentian and now Lunar Grasp. Will more era evaders come out? It makes sense why Zhentian came out. He only appeared during Immortal Emperor Takong's era, so he wants the heavens will this time. It's different for the fairy though. I simply don't understand it. She has been away from the world for a long time but she came out without any prior signs. Someone was quite puzzled. The lunar grasp fairy isn't considered an era evader, she is just more reclusive in nature. If she was an evader, she would have come out long ago for the heavens will since no one would be able to stop her. So why this generation? I don't understand at all. An elderly ancestor with great knowledge was frustrated. Some of these sealed ancestors realized that there must be a reason, and it wasn't the heavens' will. The secret in this matter was completely unknown, others couldn't figure it out at all. How are young ones like us going to live? Jintian coming out has already left us in despair, but the lunar grasp fairy too? Should we just go kill ourselves? Young geniuses cried to the sky after hearing this news. If the fairy came out for the heavens' will, who will be unbeatable and become the next emperor? Jintian or the lunar grasp fairy? Some grew excited and began to speculate. He'll meet his match. It won't be easy for him at all with her around. I'm sure he won't be sleeping too soundly from now on. Others gloated about Jintian's misfortune. Of course, not everyone shared this thought, especially the ancestors who knew about the fairy's strength. They shook their heads and lamented, if lunar grasp is out for the throne, Jintian won't be able to do anything. Even emperor assailants aren't willing to oppose her. Her old rival was Empress Hongtian. The storm of her coming raged across heaven's spirit, resulting in an uproar with countless people discussing this matter. Even Jintian, who was in closed cultivation, turned silent after hearing this news. In the end, he came out early and ordered, prepare some gifts for a trip to God Halt. It is time for us to visit the spirit abyss. Despite all the commotion, Wuxia didn't hear the news. He was still walking through God Halt one step at a time as if he was enjoying the beauty of this continent. A long time later, he finally stopped and turned around, come out or I'll force you out myself. A shadow flashed and a person appeared not far from Wuxia. It was Sima Yujian, the famous assassin. She appeared out of nowhere and showed her bloodthirst. She was still as calm as ever with an aura that made others shudder uncontrollably in fear. He glanced at her and flatly said, "So? Still haven't given up? I spared your life last time for a reason, but I won't be so merciful this time around." She glared at him and coldly said, "I'm not here because of you. It is only a coincidence." This was indeed the case since she had another mission on God Halt. However, after arriving, she found Wuxia here. An assassin shouldn't have a curious mind, and she was indifferent to everything else besides killing. Alas, his sudden entrance piqued her interest so she couldn't help but follow and find out what he was up to. "After the failure last time, I thought you would be in closed cultivation. I didn't expect for you to run out again." Wuxia smiled. She retorted, "An assassin does not craft their art behind closed doors." She also didn't know why she chose to entertain him. Ever since embarking on this journey, she had never answered anyone. Nevertheless, she committed a taboo of the assassination doctrine. Not only did she track him for no reason, she also chose to answer him. In fact, there were some questions looming in her mind. However, due to her proud personality and occupation, she wouldn't ask Wuxia for advice. Wuxia nodded, "That's true. An assassin should accumulate experience from a baptism of blood and death in order to improve." With that, he looked at her and smiled, "Since you are here to train, who is your target if not me? Who is paying the high price?" No comment. She coldly refused to answer. Wuxia accepted this attitude since an assassin naturally wouldn't reveal such sensitive information. He smiled and said, "If I wanted to, I can find the answer even if you don't tell me. It all depends on my whim." Such words made Yujian raise her eyes. She didn't doubt Wuxia's abilities. In fact, she was fully aware of his superiority. The spirit abyss. In the end, she finally revealed her goal. She made it easier for both of them instead of making him investigate because she understood that he would be able to find the right answer and that might negatively affect her mission. It's not that I'm underestimating you. Li Qiye gently shook his head, but if you are aware of the gravity of the situation, you should know that this is not a wise move at all. Your Tao of assassination hasn't reached perfection just yet. If you were qualified to have the coiling dragon sword, then I'm sure you would succeed even if the target is inside the spirit abyss. But you right now? You are only going to meet your demise, there is zero chance of success. The abyss is not only strong, it also makes it so that you will have nowhere to hide. A single misstep and you will certainly end up dead. Chapter 1408. She didn't overreact to his analysis and coldly replied, "An assassin is never afraid of death." Li Qiye disagreed, "Wrong. What are the rules of an assassin? The first is to stay alive, the second is to complete the mission. Only by staying alive would you be able to complete your mission." He slowly continued, "Any assassin must make ample preparation before a mission. For example, knowing the target's identity, strength, habits, weaknesses, and so on and so forth. By knowing the enemy, you will emerge victorious 100 times in 100 battles. It is meaningless to sacrifice oneself to complete a mission. That would render you a puppet, a tool for murder. You would be unable to go further on the Tao of assassination." He turned dignified and said in a serious manner, "I won't comment on the other assassin groups, but in my eyes, this Tao is a type of cultivation, a study, or even a strategy. It is not only about killing the target regardless of the price. The most important aspect about this Tao is whether the user can carry out the overall strategy while evaluating whether it is worth doing. This is the rule of the god-slaying Knight Corps and the reason for its glorious exploits." Yu Jian's expression changed after hearing this. Not only was this person familiar with assassins, the scary part was him revealing her lineage. In Heaven Spirit, no one knew their name anymore. Li Qiye's knowledge has shaken her completely. How could he not be familiar with it? He was the one who created this organization. "I have made ample preparations." She was as cold as ice. A qualified assassin would never be stirred by others. "I don't care who you are trying to take down from the spirit abyss, but I can assure you that you don't understand it well enough. I don't know who is in charge of the Corps right now either, but your information regarding the abyss is lacking. Entering it means that you can easily expose your whereabouts. Assassinating their members in their home isn't wise either. This abyss holds unbelievable power in God Halt, outsiders simply can't understand this." Li Qiye well-meaningly advised her. She stared at him coldly and left without saying anything. Despite knowing how strong the abyss was, she has accepted this mission so she must complete it without hesitation even if it was impossible. Plus, not only did she not know him, he was also her previous target. How could she give up on the mission just because of him? "Take this drop of blood with you." He called her back and took out his own blood, then flatly said, "You can find me or communicate with me through it if you are in danger." Yu Jin maintained her indifferent attitude while staring at him. He didn't seem to mind and put the drop of blood into a small bottle before placing it in her hand. "Why?" she uttered emotionlessly, not knowing why this person was suddenly being so nice to her. Of course, she wouldn't think that it was out of infatuation. Li Qiye had no lack of women, and furthermore, who would like an assassin? Of course, she didn't think that he was seeking a favor either. An assassin was readily available as long as there was payment. He insipidly replied, "Because of the god-slaying Knight Corps, that's all." If others dared to assassinate him, he would have killed them long ago, not to mention lending them a hand. However, he was more lenient towards Yu Jin. She had inherited the skills of the Knight Corps and only lacked experience and polishing. If she could gain both, she would be able to utilize the Night Corps' skills to the fullest. In the past, this regiment gained many illustrious exploits for Wuxia while hiding in the shadows. The future generations didn't know that they had an indelible contribution in bringing light back to the Nine Worlds. They retired after the end of the ancient Ming era. They never asked for anything, and the members either retired to live a mortal life or died from old age. Some hid in the mountains to never appear in the world again. Thus, if the situation permits, he would help Eugen, who was a successor of the Night Corps. She emotionlessly looked at him one last time before leaving. However, she stopped and told him a piece of information. The lunar grasp fairy of the Celestial Pavilion has come into being. She will surely be a great opponent for you. She flew and left afterward. Eugen thought that these two would compete for the heaven's will. Anyone would be wary of a terrifying existence like lunar grasp. After receiving the message, Wuxia turned silent as his eyes glazed over while staring into the distance. He eventually murmured, "The inevitable will come, no one can escape." With that, he began his journey once more. His destination was the Divine Tree Ridge. However, his goal was not for treasures this time, he was only going to observe. Step by step, he walked towards the ridge as if he needed to walk across the entire continent first. Unfortunately for him, he didn't get far before becoming the victim of a robbery. In fact, this was a very strange event. In the cultivation world, robbery was quite rare. It was even more incredible when it took place near the Divine Tree Ridge. Everyone knew that the Godhalt continent was sparsely populated. Finding a fat sheep to rob along the way had a lower probability than randomly finding gold on the street. Only an idiot would carry out this operation at Godhalt. Alas, there was indeed such a stupid person in this world. Bang! In front of his path, a figure suddenly jumped down from a tree and blocked him. It was a tall treant with branches growing from its body. On the main trunk were two huge eyes that looked like they belonged on an ox. "I opened this road and planted the trees here. If you want to pass, you must pay the toll." The treant shouted with the cliché line of a common robber. After saying these lines, it looked at Wuxia and said, "Li, you, hand the fee over." Wuxia smiled and looked at the treant from top to bottom. "You, hurry up and leave your money behind." The treant shouted again since Wuxia didn't answer. He continued smiling as he said, "Okay little girl, don't try to trick me." "Little girl? What little girl?" The treant looked at him in a daze with a confused expression. "Little Yi Xiaoxiao, you may be hiding your true form, but it can't fool my eyes." Wuxia shook his head. "Humph, you're not fun at all." The treant snorted and shook its body to transform. It was the young lady from the Golden Isle, Yi Xiaoxiao. Wuxia didn't know what to say to this 14-year-old girl. "Hey, how did you see through me? It can't be a wild guess, right? I robbed some cultivators already and they couldn't recognize me." She was very unhappy with him, evident by her glare. Wuxia chuckled in response, "Nothing in this world can elude my eyes." Ugh, so narcissistic and shameless, always bragging. "In my opinion, you were definitely guessing, my concealment art is peerless in this world, no one can see through it." She had a disdainful look on her face. He leisurely smiled and said, "It's good that you are here, it will save me a lot of effort." In fact, he planned on bringing her to Godhalt eventually, but it wasn't a pressing matter. Therefore, her being here already couldn't be more convenient. Chapter 1409, What do you mean by that? Yi Xiaoxiao held her little waist and fiercely asked, "Don't tell me you're plotting something devious against me?" "Plotting?" Wuxia couldn't help but smile and leisurely answered, "Who was it that cried and begged to marry me? Like you said, I am your husband, so do you think I will plot against you? I can do whatever I want already." "Bah! Bah!" Xiaoxiao spoke with disdain, don't daydream so much, who would want to marry you? Please, I don't like you at all. I'm only doing this to make Jianshi and the others mad. Humph, trying to steal my man? Don't even think about it. Despite her tender age, this little girl had a fiery temper and would dare to back her words up in a lawless manner. That's good, that's good. I'm really lucky that we aren't married. Wuxia acted completely relieved while patting his chest. Would be incredibly miserable if you kept on crying and begging. Look at you, no figure at all and no hint of gentleness. As for the allure of a woman, where? If I marry such a deficient girl, the remaining half of my life would be very sad. Having said that, he intentionally looked her up and down before clicking his tongue as if saying that her figure wasn't worth a single coin. She was aware that he was deliberately teasing her, but her temper couldn't let this go. She rushed over and arched her slightly visible cleavage while glaring at him. Look, tell me, what's wrong with me? Please, I am the prettiest girl in the Jade Sea and loved by the people. Even flowers bloom at my sight, she was speaking while poking his chest. Her hot temperament was made clear as day from the first glance. The truth was that Yi Xiaoxiao was indeed very pretty. Even though calling her the #1 beauty in the Jade Sea might be an exaggeration, she still grew up quite well with a pair of clear, moist eyes and a flawless nose. Her young age didn't prevent a valley forming between her breasts. No matter how one looked at it, she was an incredible looker and enough to be praised as kingdom-toppling even if she wasn't going to be the most beautiful. Wuxia didn't mind her outburst and rubbed his chin while quipping, I'm a person who likes girls with big breasts. Of course, a gentle nature is a win as well. Freak. Pervert. Watch how I'll deal with you to rid the world of your evil. The livid girl turned red and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks at him. She detested hearing people talk about her modest chest the most. Okay, little girl, I'm just playing with you. Wuxia smiled and stopped her while shaking his head. Why did you come here? Why should I tell you? She gave him an annoyed side glance. Never mind, I don't want to know anyway. Wuxia shrugged with a smile. I'll make sure you know then. She wanted to go against him. I was on the way to the Dragon Demon Sea, but just a bunch of sea monsters aren't fun at all, so Godhalt seemed better. Sure enough, I found that there are many interesting things here. Wuxia joked, are you sure you didn't get lost and run to the wrong place? Her fair face suddenly revealed the truth as she angrily exclaimed, Bah! You're the one who's lost. Wuxia guessed correctly. Xiaoxiao heard that the Bone Sea was very lively, so she initially ran there to play. Alas, she didn't expect to enter the wrong coordinates into the portal, so she was directly teleported to Godhalt. She didn't seem to mind going to the wrong place and decided to have her fun on this continent by robbing people. Many cultivators fell victim to her, especially the disciples from the Spirit Abyss. She looked at him and asked, why are you here? Didn't you go show off at the Dragon Demon Sea? I heard you were being accompanied by beauties all day long. Why willingly run to Godhalt, a place where even birds don't want to lay eggs at? Oh? Jealous? He leisurely looked at her and grinned. She retorted with contempt, Bah! Stop being so narcissistic all the time, who would be jealous of you? Having grown accustomed to her fiery temper, he continued to smile. Out with it already, why are you here? Is a treasure about to appear at Godhalt? I heard there were some at the Bone Sea too, did you obtain any? She unleashed a barrage of questions. First of all, my name is not EY. Second of all, I don't know if treasures are coming out or not. She glared at him in response, if your name is not EY, what should I call you then? Wuxia laughed and replied, I suppose I don't mind you calling me husband since I've been dabbling in romance recently. Letting you have this honor is still acceptable. Bah, have you no shame? She stomped on his foot before changing her mood right away with a coquettish blink, I won't call you EY from now on. You will be ego king instead, since all you do is act all domineering and narcissistic. Li Qie chuckled. He didn't mind what Xiao addressed him with, since he only wanted to tease her. He looked into the distance and asked, "Is God halt fun?" "Of course, there's so much fun going on here." Her eyes twinkled as she spoke with some excitement and a hint of mystery. "It was lucky that I didn't go to the Bone Sea, I would have missed out on many interesting things." "You find it particularly fun because you aren't being suppressed," he commented with a smile after noticing her expressive demeanor. "How do you know?" She was shaken and looked at him in astonishment. "You found yourself just fine, so you chose to go crazy and rob people in order to have some fun. In your mind, you can even defeat a god king in God Halt. How does it feel being the king of bandits?" He amusingly stared at the startled girl. She looked at him up and down before skeptically asking, "You weren't spying on me, right?" In fact, she was very puzzled the moment she arrived here. Everyone said that outsiders would be suppressed on this continent, but she was completely untouched. Moreover, she was even able to summon extremely magical and powerful trees that she couldn't in the past. After discovering this secret, Xiao grew quite excited and stayed behind to be a robber, since she felt that no one here could be stronger than her. She could easily capture a god monarch alive before emptying them completely. Just like that, she became addicted to this lifestyle and didn't even spare the disciples from the spirit abyss. "Little girl, you are being too paranoid. Why would I need to spy on you?" Li Qie pinched her pink cheeks and smiled. "I could calculate a trivial matter like this with a single glance." "Calculate? This is something that relates to my bloodline and you know about it for sure, that's why you were able to figure this out." She gave him a nasty look. He smirked at the girl without answering. However, he agreed in his mind. This was indeed related to her bloodline that contained a great secret. She stared at him and fiercely demanded, "Come on, what is my bloodline?" In fact, her bloodline had always been a mystery. The Golden Isle had 2 tree fathers, so they understood their race very well. Alas, even the most knowledgeable ancestors failed to figure out her bloodline. Li Qie leisurely smiled and said, "You really want to know? Fine, follow me and be obedient, then you can find out." "Bah! You're trying to trick me, aren't you? I won't fall for it." She snorted and gave him the side eye. Li Qie swung his sleeve. "There's nothing I can do if you think that way, but if you believe me, I will bring you to a secret location at the Divine Tree Ridge. There, you might be able to comprehend the mysteries of your bloodline to its full extent." She remained skeptical. "Really?" He replied, "Do I need to lie to you? Remember, I could have taken you in back at the Golden Isle and your father would have been more than happy about the marriage." Chapter 14:10, Yi Xiao answered with derision, "Please, Ego King, stop thinking so highly of yourself all the time. I would rather marry a random dog or cat before you." He laughed and said, "Fine, go marry a dog then. You have a problem." She angrily gritted her teeth before stomping on his foot once more while fiercely glaring at him. Li Qie held her back with one hand and said, "Okay, little girl, play nice now. We'll go to the Divine Tree Ridge." "Let's go then, you think I'm afraid?" She hummed before escaping from his clutch. "Alright, let's go." He continued forward. "What are we going to do there?" She hurriedly followed him like an inquisitive child. He smiled and replied, a little observing. Her eyes lit up right away. "Is a treasure coming out?" "Ego King, there's no way you would go to the ridge for no reason." "Who says so? I can't go there to enjoy the sceneries." He smiled mysteriously. "Bah, I will never trust your lies." She snorted and seemed to glue herself to him. Wherever he went, she would be right behind him since she wished to see his goal for going to the ridge. He smiled and continued towards his destination with Xiao right behind him. The Divine Tree Ridge was one of the 12 burial grounds, one on the same level as the boned sea in Heaven Spirit. However, it wasn't as dangerous as its counterpart. Some even said that outside of the Buddhist funeral plateau, the ridge was the least dangerous location. In fact, all of these burial grounds were dangerous. The ridge might appear to be safe, but that was only a veil. It was dangerous just like any of the others. The duo quickly arrived and felt the air blowing into their faces change. Newcomers would come to find that the vast aura of Godhalt came from the Divine Tree Ridge. This aura was as boundless as an ocean. More importantly, an abundance of life force could be found here. People would feel as if they were bathing in its energy at any corner of the ridge, resulting in an indescribably pleasant sensation. Regardless of how tired, weak, or old one might be, everything would be different while standing on this land. Fatigue would be swept away, the weak would become stronger, and the old would feel younger. If people didn't know that this was a burial ground, who would actually think so after coming here? Xiao stood on a peak and took a deep, relaxing breath. Her body was immersed in this life force as if she was bathing in an ocean. It was comfortable and full of vitality. Wuxia simply smiled and looked over at the village below the peak. His eyes turned quite profound. If anyone could see the place these two were standing on, they would certainly be astonished. This was a huge mountain range with rolling peaks full of lush vegetation and life. Of course, a huge mountain range with many peaks would look ordinary even when it was on a great scale. Alas, it was different here at the Divine Tree Ridge because this large mountain range was not situated on the ground but rather pinned itself to the ground. Just imagine, a mountain range that stretched for thousands or even tens of thousands of miles was lying upside down. The peaks were inserted into the ground while the base aimed straight for the sky in an unimaginable fashion. Moreover, there was more than just one mountain range like this that spanned across the Divine Tree Ridge. With this perspective in mind, the mountain ranges here looked like branches from a great tree taking root in the earth. Such a spectacular scene was out of this world and could only be found at the Divine Tree Ridge. Any cultivator who comes here would be astounded by this sight. For millions of years, people have explored the reason for this geographical layout, but no one could come up with a concrete answer. Of course, there were numerous speculations. One stated that the ridge itself was created by the fusion of a gigantic tree and the earth which resulted in this magical scene. Some didn't agree with this belief. Their version was that in an untraceable era, there was a war between immortals. In the great firmament, an immortal uprooted one mountain range after another and used them as spears against his enemies. From then on, these peaks were pinned into this place. Either way, it was impossible to draw an exact conclusion since no one could give a definitive answer. In Heaven Spirit, people said that there were three great races: the charming spirits, Treants, and sea demons. However, some believe that there were four, the last one being the withered. Of course, not everyone agreed with this statement. They considered the withered to not be living existences, so they couldn't be a race. The withered was a race only found in the Divine Tree Ridge and also the only one that could inhabit this land. It was unthinkable that people were living in one of the burial grounds. Of course, that was why people also considered them to be corpses. The duo went to the village beneath the previous peak. It was a fair-sized village with only around 100 people. Smoke from cooking pots was flying with chickens and dogs making their noises, a life of simplicity. Such an ordinary village could be found everywhere in Heaven Spirit. If it wasn't inhabited by the withered, then the only distinguishing factor between this particular village and the other villages would be their architecture. All the buildings here had a rough feeling. They were all made with pragmatism in mind and lacked any sort of decoration. It harkened back to the prehistoric days. All kinds of creatures back in the distant era also did the same. It was as if the withered shared the same lifestyle. They didn't understand or appreciate art and beauty. Everything had to be practical in nature. What kind of race is the withered? Xiao became curious. He glanced at her and asked, "You have been here for so long but you haven't seen their transformation yet?" She asked with confusion, "What do you mean by transformation?" He smiled and replied, "That's a shame. Their transformation is a very interesting process. If we have a chance, we'll definitely go so you can see it." "What is this process? Just tell me already." She was unsatisfied and glared at him. Even though she has been here for a while, the majority of her time was spent on satiating her robbing addiction, so how could she care about other things? "I'll take you there when a chance presents itself." He smiled and continued to go down. Xiao wasn't happy, but there was nothing she could do other than to continue following him. They didn't get too far before they were stopped. It was a young cultivator and obviously a charming spirit. However, he emitted a faint radiance that differentiated him from ordinary charming spirits. It made him look somewhat saintly. "The two of you, stop!" He immediately shouted at them with an aggressive and arrogant tone. This darkened Xiao's expression. She was the golden daughter of the Isle. Normally, no one would dare to talk to her like this. Meanwhile, Wuxia grinned, the prey has come to his doorstep. Those who understood him would start quivering after seeing this smile, since it meant that someone was about to be really unlucky. Unfortunately, this charming spirit didn't have a clue and maintained his overbearing attitude. "Have the two of you seen a treant that looks like a monster? He is about this tall with a pair of ox eyes." He gestured to express the monster's appearance. Random dog or cat is the phrase. It also means random people or nobodies and carries contempt. The reason why I kept it in this form is so that the next sentence will make sense. Chapter 14:11. Xiao wanted to laugh at this charming spirit's description because it was her bandit appearance. Of course, she managed to restrain herself. She solemnly asked, "What about this treant?" The charming spirit immediately turned serious and coldly uttered, "You don't need to ask more. If you see it, report its location to our spirit abyss at once for a reward." His attitude made the whole thing sound very forceful and unlike a type of reward. This was understandable. Who was the strongest in God Halt? It was his lineage, the spirit abyss. More amazingly, the disciples from the spirit abyss were completely unsuppressed in God Halt. Thus, this was their world. As for the reason why they were spared from the suppression, this remained a secret even until now. The spirit abyss would never tell an outsider. One could only speculate that this might have something to do with their bloodline. There were many charming spirit lineages in Heaven Spirit. However, not too many people would dare to claim that they had the oldest bloodline other than the spirit abyss. They even believed that they were the origin of the entire race. Of course, the majority of the other charming spirit lineages rejected this notion. They would never agree that the spirit abyss was the source of their race. Alas, numerous charming spirits did accept that the abyss was the oldest lineage. Perhaps this was the reason why God Halt didn't suppress them and allowed their disciples to be unbridled across this land. No matter how strong one might be, there was no escaping the suppression, so they might require help from the abyss. The spirit abyss might have limited influence in the other parts of the world, but they were the tyrants in God Halt because of this. All the other sects and experts would have to give them some sensibility. Of course, Xiao didn't think so. As the favorite daughter of the Golden Isle, she simply couldn't lower her head to a disciple from the abyss. She was amused at the start, but after seeing the disciple's outrageous attitude, her expression dimmed as she coldly uttered, "Why must we report to your spirit abyss?" She had robbed a few disciples from the abyss, infuriating the entire sect. Who would dare to rob them in God Halt? If dragons were here, they must coil; if tigers arrived, they must lie down. But now, someone dared to loom over their heads like this? How could the abyss not be angered? From then on, the master of the abyss gave the order for all disciples outside to search for this treant. Moreover, any visiting cultivator upon finding the location of this person must report to the abyss as well for considerable rewards. Why? This disciple's expression turned fierce as he declared, "Those who do not report are accomplices and will be subjected to our punishment." This disciple didn't know Yi Xiaoxiao, but that wasn't important. They had grown used to being the boss at God Halt, so it didn't matter who was visiting. All of these newcomers must tuck their tails obediently at God Halt. Such a big tone. Xiaoxiao felt angry. This young lady has never been afraid of anyone, so she sneered, "Your abyss thinks it can punish whoever they want? You got it. In God Halt, we make the decisions. Whoever doesn't listen is our enemy." The disciple didn't give an inch and fiercely spoke with a cold glare, "It looks like the two of you must be that trent's accomplices. Will you submit or do I have to force you?" Yi Xiaoxiao found this astonishing. She had met many unreasonable people, but this disciple was simply outrageous. "Who says we are that trent's accomplices?" she retorted with an angry expression. The disciple acted imperiously and glared at her, "Little girl, this must be your first time at God Halt. Here, our abyss orders are unquestionable. If I say you are their accomplice, then it's a fact." How tyrannical. She snorted with rising rage. On the other hand, Wuxia was still nonchalant while standing there. He leisurely smiled and said, "Little girl, didn't you say you wanted to see how a wither transforms?" This disciple had been in God Halt for a long time, so he immediately understood the implications. With a greatly changed expression, he ruthlessly said, "You ignorant fool, you actually dare to run your mouth? I will enjoy teaching you two a lesson. Let's start by breaking your legs." Having said that, he grasped towards Wuxia. This disciple was full of contempt towards these two and treated them as if they were nothing. In his eyes, Wuxia couldn't be any more ordinary while Xiaoxiao was only a little girl that couldn't reach the apex. In fact, even if these two were strong, they would be under the suppression of God Halt, allowing the abyss disciples to slay them easily. However, time seemed to have skipped several seconds after this disciple attacked. He didn't even touch Wuxia's sleeve before being held by the neck in the air. He couldn't move at all and had trouble breathing as his face reddened. Wuxia insipidly said, "I was going to bring the brat to see a wizard's transformation, but this is perfect since you have come along." The disciple didn't expect to have kicked an iron wall. He became both angry and frightened, yet he still resoundingly spoke, If you two dare to touch a hair of mine, our spirit abyss will definitely not let this go. Don't even think about leaving God Halt alive." Crack. He had yet to finish his spiel before his neck was wrung by Wuxia, breathing his last breath. His eyes widened in disbelief. Not even in his dreams did he think that someone would actually dare to kill an abyss disciple on God Halt and oppose their sect. Spirit abyss? Wuxia chuckled, "It is better to start acting smart or prepare to take out your full arsenal to even stand a chance at fighting me." This disciple died a blind death. He simply didn't know the type of existence he had just provoked. "Okay, ready to watch the transformation?" Wuxia smiled. "Of course. How do they do it?" Xiaoxiao didn't mind offending the spirit abyss either. Due to the disciple's attitude, she would have taught him a lesson if Wuxia didn't. "This place is very close to the Wizard's village, so I'm sure there are seeds around." Wuxia looked around, then casually threw a corpse on the ground and smiled, "Wait and watch, something fun will come soon." He pulled Xiaoxiao to one side. The instant the body touched the ground, one could hear a strange noise. "It looks like there are a lot of seeds here." He waited with amusement while speaking to Xiaoxiao, "Watch carefully, especially the corpse's forehead." She held her breath and carefully observed the mentioned location. Pop! A very faint sound came about like a bean maturing with its shell cracked. A seed jumped out of the bean but made virtually no sound. One wouldn't be able to hear it if they weren't carefully waiting for it. This seed jumped straight into the spot between the eyebrows of the corpse. It was incredibly small, like a sesame seed, which was why a keen observation was necessary. In a split second, this seed drilled into the forehead and disappeared. After noticing the lack of change as time passed, Xiao asked, "This is it?" He whispered, "Shu, be patient." The body actually moved a bit after he spoke. In the beginning, the fingers were slightly twitching. Next, the entire body trembled like someone having an epileptic seizure. The twitching became even more violently, as if this was a grievously ill person. Xiao found this a bit difficult to believe. If it wasn't for her seeing Wuxia crush the person to death earlier, she would have thought that he was still savable at this moment. In the end, the body arched up high and shaped itself like a bow with the chest pointing upward. Chapter 14:12. Others would fear that this body would break its spine from the current arching posture. Crack. Next was a burst of cracking sounds. However, it wasn't the eerie breaking of bones, it sounded like they were loosening by the joints. After a wave of loosening clicks like the frying of beans, the body that was lying on the ground actually started crawling. Xiao almost screamed after seeing this dead body suddenly start to crawl. The more timid crowd would definitely be scared out of their minds. This wasn't a corpse monster but a type of resurrection. The dead disciple from the abyss actually came back to life. His eyes opened and looked just like a living person. Xiao admitted, "This is a little scary." Even though she had heard stories about the withered, this was her first time seeing the transformation process. Did it actually come back to life? She asked Wuxia next to her, not daring to believe this scene. "Look at his eyes." He answered, "This will tell you the answer. The eyes are the windows to the soul, a reflection of the mind." With this reminder, Xiao carefully looked at this withered's eyes. In the beginning, she failed to notice anything, but it was only a matter of time before the incongruent signs were made clear. Its pupils were different, a leafy green shade was combined with a dry yellow, resulting in a strange scene. More importantly, one would find that these eyes were like ashes with no signs of vitality, as if there was no hope or life. Is it still dead? Xiao felt that although this disciple had turned into a withered, it still didn't look like a living person. That would depend on how you define life and death. Wuxia smiled and elaborated, "For the disciple himself, he's definitely dead. However, the new withered is alive. Even though its eyes are void of any life, the longer it roots itself in this body, it will be able to light up the body's vitality and the eyes will be filled with life again." He added, "Look, don't you see a little bit of life and hope there right now?" Xiao glanced over again. Sure enough, behind the ashen eyes was a sliver of life. This spark of vitality seemed insignificant, like a small tree in the middle of a desert. However, it was able to light up the eyes and brought about hope. At this time, the withered was sitting on the ground and seemed to be both confused and curious. It looked around everywhere as if it had just come to this world. Wuxia told Xiao, "It's beginning to change." At this time, a sizzling voice came about. The withered's body began to turn into wood at certain body parts. Perhaps it was a process to grow. For example, bark seemed to be growing in several locations on its arms. At the same time, branches forked out of the muscles. It was quite bizarre to see a tree grow from a living being. Some would feel creeped out by this strange, parasitic process. Xiao had to ask, could it be that those who die at the Divine Tree Ridge turn into these withered? You can put it that way. If it isn't a very dangerous location, then one will only turn into withered after death. However, if it is indeed a dangerous place, then this might not necessarily be the case. For example, if you are slightly injured and your blood drips onto a seed, then this seed will begin a hunt as if it was your shadow. It could dig into your forehead at any moment and turn you into a withered. In the even more perilous places deeper in the ridge, these seeds could attempt to transform you even if your body is perfectly fine and quite strong. At a particular level, they could steal your body at any given time. He finished with a grin on his face. Forcibly drill into the forehead? She felt a tingling sensation on the back of her neck. He quipped, "Oh? Are you scared now? It's not too late to run back home if you are." "Humph, stop using your dog eyes to look down on others. Who says I'm afraid?" She immediately glared at him. "I'm not afraid of the heaven or the earth." Wuxia laughed. His appearance truly infuriated her, prompting a barrage of punches. She stopped a bit after and turned to look at the confused Withered. "Just what is this seed? Why does it take over people's bodies?" Wuxia explained, "There are many different theories about these seeds. Of course, the specifics aren't important. The crux of the issue is that it wishes to reproduce and survive from generation to generation." Reproduce? Isn't this incredibly simple? It can grow just like trees, doesn't that count too? Don't trees use seeds to pass on their progeny? He smiled and explained, "That's not the same. A tree is still only a tree in the end. In a stricter sense, it can't be considered a creature. At the very least, it can't have intelligence like us. These seeds want to have their own minds and become a race. They don't want to be mere plants scattered all over the world." She inquired again, "A race? Aren't trees capable of becoming a race as well? After cultivating, they could become different branches of the demon race." Wuxia shook his head, "That would still be different. Their origin doomed them from becoming something like the demon race, so they need to become a new race completely. Their start was only an experiment, a type of change. Yes, these seeds are all part of a single experiment. Just what the heck are they then? They couldn't come out of nowhere. What is their true source?" She was full of curiosity. He smiled and winked, "I'm afraid no one can answer this question. Of course, as for your origin, maybe I will take you to solve its mystery." She glared at him and asked with suspicion, "You're not plotting against me, are you?" Despite her words, she wasn't vigilant or cautious towards him since she didn't feel that he would harm her. "Why do you keep on thinking this? If I wanted to plot against you, I would have married you and, at that time, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want as your husband?" He revealed a sinister and implicating expression. "Pervert, go die." She gritted her teeth and shouted, "I'll cripple you completely." Wuxia laughed after seeing her fierce appearance. At this time, the Withered got up. He seemed that he still wasn't used to this body, so he staggered and fell to the ground. However, he crawled up again. He looked just like a toddler learning how to walk for the first time while tumbling about. However, he was learning very fast. It didn't take long before he adapted to their body. Even though his walking motion was still tilted and unnatural like a puppet, his pace gradually grew steady. The duo was following right after this Withered as he headed for the village at the base of the mountain. Xiaofan curiously asked, "Why is it going to that village?" Wuxia slowly explained, "What is necessary in order to become a race? In addition to breeding, it also needs a group with their own home and civilization just like us. Otherwise, how could they become an intelligent race? The lack of civilization makes them no different from beasts." While looking at the clumsy Withered, she asked, "Can they reproduce? It isn't that easy to become a race. What are they right now?" "Only the dead, really. Do you think the dead can become a real race? This is fundamentally impossible, but they still have a chance." Chapter 14:13, Yi Xiaoxiao asked, "What do you mean?" Wuxia slowly explained, "Strictly speaking, no one can create a race out of thin air. Not only is this something heaven-defying, the race will also suffer an ultimate suppression. However, things are different at the Divine Tree Ridge." "Why is that?" "The Withered might wish to start their own race, but they aren't appearing out of thin air. They require the seeds to capture the dead and use them as the base. By taking root in these corpses, they begin to create a life that belongs to them alone. Thus, these seeds can only be considered a side branch in the strictest sense. Part of their origin is related to regular trees. Because of this, they're not truly created from scratch. He paused for a bit, however, this is related to an entirely new experiment for a new race. For example, while on the verge of death, if you separate your limbs and add them to a different body and these limbs start anew and reproduce, this body can be considered a new copy of you and might use you as a reference in the future. She wondered, so in a sense, these withered are a type of puppets made from parts? One could still trace back and find their origin. Wuxia shook his head, yes and no. Even though these seeds have an origin, it didn't manipulate them. This was simply a test to see if they could live again and perhaps form a race and civilization. Their origin is only using them as a reference. As for how these withered got here in the first place, it's still highly debatable. Then will they become a race? This was the question to ask. A seed multiplying into a race was a wondrous matter. Will they be able to have their own home and civilization like the charming spirits, sea demons, and treants? Wuxia watched the withered walk around and slowly said, it's difficult to say. If they can become a race, then they must successfully pass down their offspring for 3 generations or else it can't be considered a success. At least, in theory. 3 generations? What do you mean? She didn't understand. He mused a bit before answering, the first generation is the beginning, like these withered ahead. The seeds enter the body and turn them into the withered. She asked, when about the second generation then? He slowly explained, the second generation is the offspring of 2 first-generation withered and requires a very long process. First, these withered must gestate life in their own bodies. Only then would they be able to have their own life and blood and pass them on to the next generation. However, it is extremely rare to find someone who has died and is willing to reignite their flame for a progeny. His eyes turned profound at this point. She asked, they can still use a living person though, is it not possible to just take over someone alive? It's not the same. Wuxia smiled and shook his head, what you are talking about is a parasitic development, they won't have their own bodies and bloodline. The seed in a living body would be resisted by the host. Even if a withered wants to reproduce, the host's bloodline and instincts will easily kill them. Because of this, even when they drill into a living being, they must kill them first in order to transform. For example, if this kind of takeover was easy, countless god kings and immortal emperors could live on. Each cultivator has a different true fate. Even if someone else replaces your true fate with theirs, your body would still resist them. A human has 3 souls and 7 spirits by nature, such a thing can't be taken over on a whim. Because of this, do you still think a seed can truly take over a body? They must kill the host. In plain words, they treat the corpse's body as a fertilizer so that they can grow up. These are the fundamentals. You still haven't talked about the second generation. Yi Xiaoxiao was still confused. Wuxia elaborated, this is a type of existence that is virtually impossible to see. The first generation might be able to ignite their own life force, but in the end, they still can't escape their shell that was initially a corpse. In a sense, they are still dead or someone on the verge of death. Such a status renders it nearly impossible to give birth to a new life. This probability is low enough to be ignored completely and, given the circumstances, the second generation won't be an intelligent being. From then on, they will be called tree corpses, a different type of existence. Tree corpse, she repeated the name and took a deep breath. Wuxia nodded, yes, tree corpses are the failed offspring of the withered. However, they are very powerful. Meeting them will put you in great peril. Remember, they do not have intelligence and are just moving corpses. So what if these tree corpses give birth? He solemnly said, if the second generation can do so successfully, they will produce an existence with flesh. It means that they will have their own soul. This is the biggest difference between them and their parents. The second generation is probably the first form of a race. Of course, all of the prerequisites must be met. Then is the third generation the successful final product? Wuxia replied, if a third generation can appear, then yes, they will be an entirely new race with their own unique characteristics. They will have escaped the constraints of the bloodline of the withered. Thus, they would be able to walk free and leave the divine tree ridge. You mean, the withered can only live at the ridge? She realized something. That's right, have you ever seen a withered anywhere else in the world? Of course not. Wuxia smilingly said, think about it, with just some seeds and corpses, how could they survive for thousands of years? They aren't just parasites in host bodies. To a large extent, they still rely on their origin. If they leave this place, they wouldn't be able to survive for long or pass down their offspring. He chuckled at this point and said, in order to become a new bloodline, one must escape the restraints of the previous. If they can't leave the ridge, they will never become a real race. She was slightly surprised and eventually asked, has any withered gotten out before? It is still unheard of for now. In fact, for millions of years, very few second-generation withered have shown up. Wuxia shook his head. She said, so they have no chance of being successful. Not necessarily. They can be improved until it is just right. New withered are being improved every successive generation. Wuxia's gaze turned profound. At this time, the withered had reached the village below. Many villagers came out right away. These villagers maintained the appearances of the hosts when they were still alive. The only aspect that was different were the parts that had turned into wood or the branches growing from their flesh. Xiaofan wondered, what are they doing? Wuxia slowly replied, welcoming the new member who will be admitted into the family. The new withered was a little lost and overwhelmed. However, his instinct drove him towards the villagers. A tall and mighty old man with a perfect body outside of a woodified spot between the eyebrows came out. It was difficult to tell how he was different from another person in the other locations. That person must be from the extreme Yang school, an elder-level character. Xiaofan took note of the uniform and waist ornaments. It seemed to be the village head as it led the rest to welcome the new withered. Be careful, they have merit laws. He smiled at her. They know how to cultivate? This took her by surprise. They have digested the traces of the host and inherited a few things from them. Wuxia explained, for example, the cultivation and memories of when they were still alive. Of course, not all of them can inherit these things, and even if they do, it would only be a fragment of the whole. The village head held the new withered's hands with a happy smile. It was difficult to imagine that these withered used to be corpses. They didn't look much different from the other races since they also had emotions. It was a bizarre and very frightening spectacle. Chapter 14:14, Wuxia walked up when this village head wanted to bring the withered into the village. The villagers were alarmed after seeing an outsider approach and didn't hide their hostility at all. He smiled and said, gentlemen, I am sorry to disturb your fun event, but I have to do something. My apologies. They maintained their unfriendly stares at Wuxia. Wuxia didn't mind at all and reached for the new withered. This withered naturally tried to dodge from instinct and actually used the stepping technique of the spirit abyss. However, the application was very clumsy and had 1,000 openings. How could it dodge Wuxia? It was captured right away. Roar! The village head shouted and attacked Wuxia with the wrath of a lion. Its speed was amazing and tore through the wind. This was a great technique from the extreme Yang school. I want to catch you too. He smiled and immediately suppressed the village head with a single palm. Despite the extraordinary move, it was still no match for Wuxia and was subdued. Roar! The rest of the villagers screamed and had furious expressions. All of them launched themselves at him. Wuxia didn't give them a second glance and casually pointed forward. In the blink of an eye, space quarantine emerged. They looked like they were very close to him, but their space was isolated and couldn't close the distance. Clank! In a split second, Wuxia used laws to pin both the new withered and the village head to a tree. He summoned the myriad heavenly cauldron and created a knife made out of fire that he then used to cut up the two withered. What are you doing? The dissection was so grotesque that Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't bear to watch any longer. This didn't mean that she was a coward. In fact, she had been trained in this regard before as a member of the Golden Isle. She definitely had no fear of death or murder, let alone the sight of blood. However, Wuxia's mastery of the knife left her in fear. Not only was each cut accurate, they were exquisite and refined. It looked like he had dissected living beings of other races before. With the knife in his hand, he gave off the sensation that he was a great butcher. His mastery of the knife was perfect and would instill chills in any spectator that were to watch, letting them catch a whiff of the carnage. In fact, Xiaoxiao's instinct was on point. Throughout the long years, Wuxia has indeed done things like this, especially on the ancient Ming. He experimented on the ancient Ming with the immortal skeleton inch by inch. He quickly opened their skulls with his perfect technique. He started slicing from the forehead, and when he reached the skull, no harm was done to the muscles. What was even more terrifying was that after a section of their skulls were cut off, they were still alive without showing any hint of pain. They were still blinking like before. Wuxia carefully looked at the insides. After a while, he smiled and told Xiaoxiao, "Do you see what is missing here?" Xiaoxiao didn't want to look at all. Even though blood didn't even come out from this dissection, its stench was still present in her mind. She had to take a look after being asked and resulted in her taking a deep breath. Both the village head and the new withered had something growing inside their skulls. It was a plant that looked like a ginseng with roots. The most bizarre part was that this ginseng had eyes just like a person. Such a creature was taking root inside the brain of these two as if its roots also grew to the joints of the body. What is this? She felt nauseous after seeing the ginseng. You can consider it the soul of a withered, something similar to our true fate. Wuxia chuckled, the body is only a physical entity, the most important aspect to us is the true fate. What's the difference between them? She didn't have a strong understanding of this particular subject. In fact, few people were privy to this knowledge. Wuxia only knew because he had always been paying attention to the withered. Each time he came here, he would dissect these withered for a bit. There is a big difference. In my eyes, a remarkable improvement has been made in the last 1 or 2 generations. Wuxia smiled and explained, look, the village head's soul clearly grew all the way to every part of the body from instinct. Meanwhile, this new withered is different. Even though it is still trying to grow to the rest of the body, it is mainly situated in the brain, very similar to our 3 souls and 7 spirits. Their souls are improving and can eventually become something like ours. After this explanation, Xiaoxiao finally saw the difference between the two. What's the significance behind this? She asked while looking at the ginsengs growing in their heads. It means that success is near. Wuxia spoke with certainty, if they can become like us with 3 souls and 7 spirits, a true fate, then it would be a perfect transformation. He gazed towards the distance and continued, I don't know whether they can be successful or not, and I might not be able to see it, but that day will surely come. What day? She was puzzled. He smiled in response, heaven spirit's disaster or blessing, hard to say. What kind of disaster? She grew curious as she never heard about this in the past. He shook his head, you don't need to know. You will follow me in the future, so you won't see it either. Bah, who wants to go with you? She grumpily glared at him. Wuxia leisurely smiled and created a fiery string from his cauldron in order to stitch up the open skulls. His actions so far have incited the wrath of the villagers. They howled and wanted to attack him, but Wuxia's space quarantine rendered them unable to do so. Even if he was only an inch away from them, their attacks could only hit thin air. After the stitching job was finished, not even a mark could be seen on the skulls. It was as if nothing had happened. "You deviant, don't tell me you do this quite often?" She couldn't help but ask after seeing his skillful method. "You're right, the number of those I have dissected might not reach 1 million, but it would be at least 800,000. He grinned. "Ugh." She made a disgusted face and exclaimed, "Stay away from me, I'm sure you must have a perverted mindset." Wuxia laughed and let go of the new withered and village head. "Sorry for the trouble, forgive me. I'll be taking my leave now." Xiaofan had no words for his current attitude. Being respectful after opening their skulls, this was simply too unreasonable. Wuxia coolly left before the withered could react. Even though Xiaofan told him to stay away, she quickly gave chase after him. The villagers were extremely excited to see that the duo was fine despite their vacant stares and quickly took them inside the village. Xiaofan and Wuxia walked on. Along the way, they saw many villages and even small towns. They were all created and occupied by the withered. Moreover, these beings more or less inherited some memories, instincts, and even merit laws from their hosts. Because of this, powerful withered presided over the positions of the village heads and town lords. As they moved forward, Xiaofan even saw an extremely powerful town lord with the power of a virtuous paragon. This was because the host used to be an amazing god monarch. After seeing this withered, she commented, "Many experts died in the Divine Tree Ridge. I heard even god kings died here. If all of them become withered and gather, wouldn't that be quite a frightening force? The strength of their former bodies isn't why they're scary. Them being able to rely on the ridge itself is the most powerful force." Wuxia flatly responded, "In fact, the withered aren't evil, they just want to survive. Even though they don't mingle with other creatures and even deny cultivators from integrating with them, they do not attack people under ordinary circumstances. The scary beings are the tree corpses. They are even stronger than the withered and have greater numbers as well." Tree corpses? Aren't they the offspring of the withered? How come this failed generation doesn't live together with their parents? She was a bit stunned. "No, they do not live together." Wuxia gently shook his head. "If a withered is a near dead, then the tree corpses are truly dead beings. The dead and the near dead won't live together, so the tree corpses stay together far away from the withered." She asked, "How come we haven't seen any yet?" "No rush, we'll see them soon." He chuckled, "At that point, you will see many, many tree corpses. If you go close to them, they will attack you first." Chapter 14-15, the duo continued their journey at a relaxed pace. Wuxia seemed to be measuring the area during the trip. What was even stranger was that he looked to be refining this place. Each of his steps aimed to leave behind an imprint. He also took his time observing every village and town that had the withered. After having to stop by each village and city, she eventually asked, "Ego King, why are you researching? What is your goal?" "What goal? I'm just researching." Wuxia casually smiled. "In fact, the withered are great references. From nothing to something, they are seeds that will give birth to a race. Even though they have all kinds of deficiencies and shortcomings, there is a lot of value in studying them." "And then?" She was still puzzled. In fact, most cultivators wouldn't care about this issue even if they knew that the withered started from seedlings. The majority of them would worry about how to obtain treasures or how to cultivate certain merit laws. Thus, who would care about this trivial matter of the withered and their origin? It's nothing. Li Qiye smiled, just an interesting and valuable reference for the start of a race. What experience they need, how to change, this information is all priceless. They start by borrowing a body, so there is a huge issue right away. However, after transforming and changing, they become something unimaginable. Such a shift requires millions of years that cannot be exchanged. He became solemn as he went on. Humans and Treants don't have the same strange origin as the withered. After all, the withered weren't blessed by the heavens like the other races, especially the charming spirits. The other races were born and relied on the world. In contrast, the withered are not protected by the world and not loved, so they have no choice but to be born with this strange method. Nevertheless, from birth to forming groups, a gradual process of becoming a race, this is all interesting and worth exploring. He sighed at this point. It sounds like you are trying to create a race. Her demeanor shifted while looking at him. Despite her tender age, she was still from a treefather's lineage and understood the significance of this unbelievable task. Like Li Qiye had said in the past, creating life is the business of the high heavens. If he could accomplish this task, it would be simply terrifying. Not even immortal emperors have accomplished this. Who says I want to create a race? Li Qiye gently shook his head. I only want to understand the world a bit more. As a frog at the bottom of a well, I want to understand what the damned heavens is thinking by exploring the creation of the withered. Such casual words would cause others to be astonished. Her knowledge far exceeded ordinary cultivators, so she realized something after hearing this. Understanding the thoughts of the damned heavens. Such a nonchalant remark was more than enough to shock others. Just think about it, how many cultivators would try to do so? This has exceeded their scope of comprehension. Only characters that have reached the emperor level would ponder about this issue. Trying to understand the heavens? What are you thinking, do you want to replace it? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Who says that I want to replace it? Li Qiye smiled. What's so good about being the villainous heavens? An ultimate state of indifference is nothing pleasant. However, some tasks need to be explored and accomplished in the end. No one could see through Li Qiye's unfathomable eyes at this time. There were many towns and villages along the way. However, they were antagonistic towards outsiders and refused to allow any integration. Of course, there were exceptions, such as the Divine Tree Citadel. This city accepted everyone, even outsiders. It permitted all-inclusive trading as well. At the same time, this was the largest establishment of the withered and one of the largest cities in all of Godhalt. It was built at the intersection of two mountain ranges. If one could see the city with their own eyes, they would definitely be shocked by the spectacle. This place had two mountains pierced into the earth and crossed each other all the way to the sky. The city itself was built in this intersection by the withered, so it was hanging spectacularly in the air. Yi Xiaoxiao grew excited at the sight of the city and cultivators coming and going, so the Divine Tree Citadel is built here. I had always thought that it would be on the ground. Li Qiye smiled and brought her to climb along the mountain range. There were a few withered heading for the city along the way as well. Xiaoxiao asked Li Qiye, why do the withered here interact with outsiders and even trade with them? Up until now, she had always asked Li Qiye whenever a question came up. She found that he knew much more than the ancestors of her sect. He smiled. This is a process that a race must go through to advance from a low to high-level civilization. Village to town to a great city. For these withered, the small villages are for recently transformed withered. Once they are independent, they can head to a town or even a big city like this one. How can one become a true race without trading and interacting with others? For example, even if they could stay independent like the charming spirit and human sects, they would still choose to communicate with others. This is a necessity in order to grow stronger. She nodded repeatedly while listening to Li Qiye. After all, she was still too young and, despite her vast knowledge, she couldn't grasp all of it and the topic he was commenting on. Eventually, they arrived outside of the city gates. There was a great tree protecting this citadel. It towered all the way into the sky with 4 extremely old roots supporting the base. Each root guarded one of the entrances. When looking upward, an old face could be seen on the tree. It looked very benevolent and had a long, gray beard. Its features were friendly just like a neighboring grandpa. At this moment, its eyes were closed as if sleeping. She felt inquisitive and asked, "What is that? Another withered?" Yes and no. It can be said to be a withered but also something else entirely. It is the city lord of this place as well as the divine guardian of the withered. He smiled. They have a divine guardian too? She was surprised by this revelation. It's unique. The other withered all transformed from corpses. Before becoming a divine guardian, it was already famous and was referred to by others as the Terminus Divine Ancestor. Its prestige once deterred the rest of the world. Terminus Divine Ancestor. Despite not knowing this withered ahead, she was all too familiar with the name Terminus after hearing it many times in the past. She asked with astonishment, "Isn't this one of the most powerful geniuses during the generation of the Golden Bamboo Ancestor?" She knew this name very well because Terminus used to be the strongest rival of her own ancestor, the Golden Bamboo Ancestor. Even though Terminus couldn't become a tree father in the end, their illustrious achievements still shone across the 9 worlds. Since she grew up in the Golden Isle, she had heard of the progenitors' tales, hence her familiarity with the name Terminus. Yes, that's the Terminus Divine Ancestor, your progenitor's rival. Wuxia smiled. After failing to become a tree father, he voluntarily merged with a seed here at the ridge. The most incredible part of this whole thing was that he stayed alive after fusing with one. Ultimately, he took root here and became the guardian of the withered and this city. Chapter 14:16. It has been a long time since someone has mentioned that name. The moment Wuxia finished speaking, the old face on the tree opened its eyes and smiled. Yi Xiaoxiao stared at this strangely fitting face on the tree and curiously asked, "What is the feeling of the seeds taking root inside you? Do you feel like a puppet?" "No, I'm not a puppet." He kindly smiled like a grandpa next door, "I'm only another experiment." As for the feeling? It feels pretty good, like leaves returning to the earth. People will have to die in the end, but as for where and how, the choice is different for each individual. So you chose to stay in this place? Xiaoxiao curiously perused the ancestor. For Treants, only the tree fathers would be able to take root in the earth. However, Terminus' current status was quite strange. He accomplished this magical task without being a tree father. Yes. Despite being a famous character, he was still talkative like an old man. There is nothing bad about this place. At the very least, it gives me the feeling of being at home. People will inevitably feel nostalgic. Wuxia only smiled after hearing this. Of course, the situation wasn't as simple as the ancestor made it out to be. There were other reasons for him to make this choice. "Young lass, you must be the descendant of the Golden Bamboo Ancestor. I didn't expect to see a friend's descendant after so many years." The ancestor carefully looked at Yi Xiaoxiao before smiling. "A friend's descendant?" Xiaoxiao blinked doubtfully and asked, "It should be a rival's descendant. You won't attack me because of this, right?" The ancestor loudly laughed in response, "Lass, there are some things that are different from how the descendants imagine them to be. Yes, your ancestor and I used to be rivals for the tree father's position. However, you juniors might not know that we were also good friends who were together all the time." He sentimentally sighed after saying this. Despite the passing of the years, he still remembered the world he had left as he continued to nearly forget about many things. When this topic was brought up today, he recalled his youthful passion in the past, his heroic and fiery demeanor that soared to the sky. Xiaoxiao charmingly smiled, "Really? I don't need to lie to you. Terminus spoke while staring at her before being astounded. Lass, your bloodline, what about my bloodline? She felt a bit happy after noticing that she might have found some clues and hurriedly asked, do you know my bloodline's origin? The ancestors from the Golden Isle had always been confused about the origin of her bloodline. They knew that it was very precious, but they couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. But now, Terminus was able to see some clues, making her quite elated. Perhaps he could dispel the mysteries of her blood. He looked at her for a while before slowly answering, your bloodline is extremely ancient. If your ancestors were still alive, they would be very excited. After hearing his insightful response, she quickly asked, what bloodline is it and how is it useful? He looked at her and pondered for a bit before replying, I'm not too certain of your bloodline since I have never seen such an ancient one, but I know there is a place like that indeed exists, but it depends on who brings her along. Wuxia leisurely spoke before Terminus could finish. This prompted the old tree to take another look at Wuxia with a glint of surprise in his eyes. Anyone else aware of Terminus' identity would be scared out of their mind if they had to meet this gaze. However, Wuxia was completely unperturbed and stood there with a smile on his face. After taking a good look at him, Terminus' eyes suddenly changed. He stopped looking and fell into silence. Yi Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, felt excited again and asked the ancestor, what place? Terminus awkwardly laughed, well, I have only heard about this legend. Alas, I am rooted here and cannot leave so I can't take you there. The young noble next to you, I'm sure that he can take you there instead. She couldn't help but glance at Wuxia then back at Terminus after hearing this strange response. She then showed a fiery glare while placing both hands on her slender waist and said, Ego King, did you do something bad again? Humph. You must have done something behind my back. Wuxia only leisurely responded, something bad? I didn't do anything suspicious at all. Humph, you're still denying it? Earlier, he clearly wanted to tell me about a place, but now he's all quiet. Who else but you could have caused the mischief? Tell the truth right now, what are you trying to do? She gave him an ugly stare. Despite her young age, she was far from being stupid and understood that there was a reason for the sudden change in Terminus' attitude. Wuxia nonchalantly smiled, whatever you think then, but just know that you are wrongfully accusing a good person. Who is the Terminus divine ancestor? He took root here and isn't afraid of anyone. Will he actually change his tone just because of a junior like me? I can't believe that you are suspecting a kind-hearted man like me. Is there no justice in this world? Although Xiaoxiao felt that Wuxia was up to no good, she carefully thought about it again and felt that her suspicion was without base. Terminus was the rival of her progenitor and couldn't possibly be afraid of a young junior like Wuxia. He noticed her hesitation and laughed while patting her shoulder. Okay, little girl, you are viewing my kindness as malice. If you think I have ulterior motives, then you can stay and talk to the ancestor. Sigh, my feelings are so hurt. Having said that, he turned around to leave. Alright, Ego King. I know I'm wrong, why are you in such a hurry to leave? She thought that she was wrongfully accusing him and quickly gave chase. He stopped and looked at her with a grin on his face before pinching her nose, changing after knowing that you are wrong, good kid. She gave him the side glance and a kick as well before assuming her usual powerful posture. Bah, don't take a mile after I give you an inch. Ego King, I'll follow you around, but you need to bring me to the place you mentioned earlier. She was talking about the place Terminus brought up. In fact, she had no clue as to where or what it was, but her intuition told her that it was very important to her. Wuxia chuckled, of course, why else would I be taking you to the ridge? However, we're not in a rush right now. I'll take you when the time is right. After gaining some ground, Xiaoxiao felt quite content and proud. She smugly raised her delicate chin towards Wuxia and said, that's more like it. Her arrogant demeanor amused him. We should go in now. Grandpa, see you later. Xiao waved towards Terminus. Despite her fiery temperament, she still had a cute side. Terminus revealed a kind smile and took down a green branch to give to Xiao. You can come to the Divine Tree Ridge and play whenever you want. Also, if there's any trouble, just let me know. Okay. She didn't think much of it and casually accepted the branch. She naturally didn't know of its importance. As the divine guardian of the withered and this city, his branch would allow for Xiao to travel unhindered. It guaranteed her safety in many locations in this burial ground. Wuxia only chuckled and brought her inside the city. Terminus couldn't help but ask before these two left, "Young noble, how long will you be staying here?" Wuxia leisurely responded, "Well, I haven't thought about that just yet. I'm here to see a person. I wonder if they are still in this world. If possible, I would like you to help me arrange a meeting. If I am satisfied, I will leave immediately." Terminus shut his mouth again after hearing this. Wuxia laughed and finally walked into the city with Xiao. Meanwhile, Terminus watched the two and murmured, "Such a magnificent bloodline, it looks like the Golden Geezer has his successor." He sighed with emotion after saying this. Chapter 14-17. Even though he wasn't completely sure of Yi Xiaoxiao's bloodline, he could still tell that it was absolutely marvelous. If it was any other occasion, he would definitely try to guide her. Alas, today wasn't his day because he understood that she had been chosen by someone else. Even if he was stronger, he still wouldn't dare to try and steal her away. Terminus was an existence untouchable by even immortal emperors since he was rooted at the Divine Tree Ridge. However, he was aware that the most terrifying existence in this world wasn't an immortal emperor. Their wrath didn't make all others tremble. He knew a bit about the darkness. This was a horrifying secret only privy to characters of his level. The more one was exposed to this type of secret, the more they understood about the inviolable taboo of this world. Because of this, despite knowing full well of her great bloodline, he still didn't dare to teach her. Terminus murmured, "I hope Heaven's spirit will be peaceful for a bit longer. A few people better start praying. Sigh, those who are blind might face a genocide." In fact, he hoped that a few things would end quickly. Although the Divine Tree Ridge was one of the 12 burial grounds, it wasn't a threat to everyone. A few people would consider these burial grounds to be a treasure trove. For example, the legendary Dark Hand. Xiao was full of curiosity from the novelty of visiting the citadel for the first time. She looked around constantly and found that this city hanging in the sky wasn't much different from the other cities in Heaven's spirit. Even though the buildings and mansions here weren't exquisite, they were much better than the rough structures back at the villages. Moreover, the numerous withered here weren't too different from the other races. They lived ordinary lives in this city. However, the withered here were actually very skilled at conducting business. One wouldn't be able to tell that they were a new race at all compared to the other races. The withered at the Divine Tree Citadel seem much smarter than the ones back at the villages. They can do anything. Xiao carefully observed them. Their speech was also excellent relative to the other races. The duo had been to many villages before, but the withered there simply didn't speak. Even if they could, only simple sentences came out. The ones here spoke in a very pleasant manner without any impediment. Wuxia answered, "It's pretty normal. The rebirth and transformation require some time for adaptation, and how long depends on the individual's talents. For example, when we are born, none of us could talk. The next development is a personal one based on the latent potential which could yield different results." They casually strolled through the many stores at the citadel. The owners were all withered, selling all types of goods. The most common commodities were spirit pills and grasses. Xiao noticed this and asked, "Why are alchemy ingredients the most popular here? Is it because the Divine Tree Ridge has them in abundance?" "That's one of the reasons." He smiled. "There is another one, the withered are gifted at finding these materials, quite an extraordinary talent indeed. Moreover, there are also many tree corpses here. What do the tree corpses have to do with this? She was puzzled. The tree corpses travel in packs and like to live near alchemy ingredients. Their numbers are often proportionate, so that's why there are corpse nests and lairs around here. He paused a moment before continuing. Despite the tree corpses being failed creations, the withered are still their parents, so they can easily find these tree corpses. From this, it is easy to understand why the withered can also find alchemy ingredients at the ridge better than anyone else. So that's the case. It dawned on Xiao right away after hearing the explanation. Of course, alchemy ingredients weren't the only items for trade at the citadel. Some withered even sold weapons, but they were in the minority. Can the withered cultivate? This question came up since Xiao saw some stores specialized in selling merit laws. It's hard to say. Wuxia understood why she thought so. In fact, each generation, these withered are improving themselves, so the question regarding cultivation is still quite mystifying. They transformed by borrowing someone else's corpse, so the seals and traces of their host are still there. For example, they can remember a few merit laws and techniques. He continued the explanation as they walked around the different shops. These merit laws are collected in different manners. Some are from old memories, so despite the quantity, most are imperfect and incomplete. They might be useful for the withered, but if cultivators try to train with them, it will inadvertently lead to chi deviation. Xiao was slightly dazzled by how big the citadel was. She found it much more interesting than the other places. In fact, Wuxia and Xiao weren't the only two cultivators present in the city, there were other cultivators around. Some came from the spirit abyss while others from all other the world. There was no lack of experts. Outside of coming to satiate their curiosity, they also wanted to buy some alchemy ingredients. As a burial ground, the ridge was full of medicines and grasses. Some even believed that this place had immortal medicines. Without a doubt, the market for alchemy was among the best across all of Heaven Spirit. Although the withered weren't especially powerful and lacked resources compared to imperial lineages and sea god inheritances, no one dared to cause trouble in the citadel. Everyone obeyed the rules for trading. After all, Terminus was the divine protector in this place. To cause trouble here was equivalent to courting death. It was such an unwise move that even the spirit abyss would behave despite being able to do whatever they wanted in the rest of Godhalt. Wuxia purposefully observed the city. Because of this, they didn't only wander around but also looked for a place to stay so that he could peruse the withered. In fact, across the long years, whenever he came to Heaven Spirit, he would visit the Divine Tree Ridge in order to make a comprehensive record of his analysis. He found them worth researching, unlike the other cultivators. Originally, creation was a matter left for the high heavens, but due to all sorts of reasons, the Divine Tree Ridge caused a new race to come into being. Even though this race had all kinds of flaws and wasn't protected by the heaven and earth like humans or charming spirits, they continued to live on and have survived for generations. So far, they still haven't fully developed a third generation withered and couldn't escape the constraints of their bloodline, thus being unable to leave the ridge. However, in each of his records, Wuxia found immense changes with an inclination towards improvement. With ample time, a third generation would eventually appear. On that monumental day, an entirely new race would be born. They would no longer be withered but something entirely new that wouldn't be inferior to the other races. It was completely unfathomable that something like this could happen without the involvement of the heavens. Therefore, these records of the withered would help Wuxia understand the mysteries of life. Moreover, he knew one more thing. If the third generation could successfully appear, a shift will occur within the ridge that shatters the balance of Heaven Spirit, helping it gain an advantage over the Maelstrom and the Bone Sea. Xiao noticed that he had been studying in the last few days, so she smiled and asked, "Don't tell me you want to capture a withered for research?" Chapter 14:18. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head towards Yi Xiaoxiao. There's not much value in capturing one for research right now. They are a gregarious race, so I must study them as a whole. She cried, why are you so interested in these withered? It's not like you can create a new race. And even if you could, it takes a long time for them to multiply. For instance, these withered took many generations, you simply can't wait until that day. Li Qiye only smiled without answering. She was too young to understand his purpose. Plus, there was no need for her to face this problem. They walked around for several more days while Li Qiye carried on his research of the withered instead of worrying about alchemy or treasures. Today, they stopped at a withered's restaurant to rest. There were a few cultivators from all over the world in groups of 3 or 5 chatting it up. Li Qiye sat by a window and had fun watching the waiters, bartenders, and manager being quite busy. In fact, there was nothing worth watching here. Such a common restaurant could be found anywhere in Heaven Spirit, nothing stood out in particular about this restaurant. In spite of this, he relished this observation session as if there was something going on in the background. A cultivator suddenly ran in and told the members at a table, let's go, first brother and the others found a corpse lair. These cultivators quickly paid and left. The other people here suddenly grew excited as well. A corpse lair? One of the excited cultivators blurted, there must be valuable alchemy ingredients there. We'll go too. He also paid and left with his crew. In just a short moment, the cultivators here left one after another. The majority of the visitors came for materials, so when someone finds a lair, it meant that there must be incredible spirit ingredients there. Xiaoxiao naturally felt excited and quickly asked Li Qiye, should we go take a look too? She had never seen a tree corpse or a lair before, so her inquisitive nature went into full play. Fine, let's go then. Li Qiye smiled and paid the bill. The lair was found in a valley not far from the citadel. It was quite deep with old vines and pillaring trees resulting in a verdant scene. No one had a panoramic view of the valley due to the abundance of vegetation blocking their sight. Many cultivators were already here when the duo arrived. They stood right at the entrance while gazing inside. Many groups of tree corpses were entering as well, coming from some unknown direction. They looked like different groups going to a party since it was clear that they didn't come from the same place. Tree corpses weren't that different from the first generation withered. The majority had human forms with some wooden parts. Of course, there was a clear distinction. A tree corpse's wooden parts were natural, unlike the withered that have undergone a change from flesh to wood. For example, a withered's wooden arm looked very stiff, as if it had been embedded and not something that was a part of its body. This wasn't the case for tree corpses. Their wooden arms looked just like growing branches, full of life and very natural. Xiaoxiao thought of a particular question and asked Li Qiye while watching the groups of corpses enter the valley, what are the differences between tree corpses and second-generation withered? Nothing in terms of appearance. Li Qiye answered, tree corpses might be dead, but from another perspective, they aren't really corpses. Their bodies still have a hint of life in them. Of course, it is easy to distinguish a second-generation withered and a tree corpse. Look at their eyes, the ones without life belong to the tree corpses. With his reminder, she carefully looked and found that the eyes of the tree corpses were different. They were hollow as if nothing was there, a pair of eyes engulfed by death energy. Logically speaking, only corpses would have this type of energy. She murmured while watching, they don't have a soul. She had never seen a second-generation withered before. After all, the probability of meeting one was exceeding low in the Divine Tree Ridge. Moreover, rumor has it that these second-generation withered were heavily protected, so outsiders couldn't see them. Yes, they don't have a soul. Li Qiye nodded. People say that the eyes are windows to the mind. One just needs to look at the eyes to see if a soul is present. For example, why is it that animated skeletons have red eyes? That's their soul flame. Tree corpses might have a body that isn't too different from the other races. The issue is that they do not have souls. Without souls, there is no need to talk about bloodlines and reproduction, they are only moving corpses. She had to ask, why are they born with a body but no soul? Wuxia smiled, they owe both success and failure to the first-generation withered. These first-generation withered are born from corpses due to the seeds taking root in the brain that eventually turns into a soul. Despite possessing this type of soul, they still can't be considered a complete form of life, they're merely a near-dead existence. Because of this, the odds of producing offspring with souls are negligible. She contemplated and had a better understanding of how the withered handle birth and transformations. It made it clear just how difficult it was to start a new race. The same phrase applies, life creation is the business of the heavens. It is impossible to create life just by creating a body. Like many cultivators, a body can be rebuilt, but if the true fate is destroyed, that will be certain death. One would have nothing without their true fate since it is impossible to rebuild because they're not the heavens. There is no way to reshape the true fate because this is something that belongs to the realm of life creation. Wuxia had a rare, solemn expression. Xiaofan quietly listened while nodding her head. It was a bit too early for her to think about this topic. Normally, only characters of the immortal emperor level would muse this question. Strange. Wuxia murmured while looking at the corpse groups entering the valley. Her wits returned from contemplation and she curiously asked, "What's the matter?" He stared at the valley and replied, "This place probably isn't a lair." Why? Don't tree corpses like to gather? There are many running here at the moment, so this should be their lair, right? Wuxia gently shook his head, no, tree corpses are different from the withered. They are the favorite children of the divine tree ridge and can take root anywhere here even without souls. They are infinitely connected to the ridge, so they can stay in their lair forever without coming out, unless someone attacks them. Once a lair is formed, the members could stay there until death. This is one of the reasons why lairs are so difficult to find. Under normal circumstances, tree corpses won't leave their lairs unless the lairs are destroyed or are under heavy attack. But now, this many are coming to this valley, this is indeed a bit strange. He began to speculate after seeing this. Chapter 14:19, maybe another lair was destroyed and the lucky survivors are moving to this one? Xiaofan speculated after hearing him. He smiled and shook his head, a corpse lair can't be found so easily. Plus, it is virtually impossible for one to be breached, let alone destroyed. Unless it is a powerful legion of an emperor, even an ordinary imperial lineage wouldn't be able to attack a large number of lairs in the divine tree ridge. With a flash in her eyes, she thought of another possibility and excitedly spoke, "Didn't you say corpses like to be around alchemy ingredients? Maybe there is an immortal medicine inside this valley." "You wish." He played with her little nose and said, "Even if the ridge has immortal medicines, they don't want to live with the corpses. Plus, even when it is a willing cohabitation, these medicines would be occupied by extremely powerful tree corpses, the others can't have any part in it. Then why are there so many running here?" She felt disappointed after Wuxia poured a bucket of cold water over her idea. "Wait and see. Look, people are attacking right now. Let's watch to see how they will die." He chuckled while looking at the valley. In fact, many cultivators that were waiting outside were very curious about the large number of tree corpses gathering here. Some had the same idea as Xiaofan and blurted, "There might be an immortal medicine in there that is attracting all of these corpses." Immortal medicine. Everyone became spirited after realizing this possibility. Next, their eyes lit up with unrestrainable excitement and even greed. Saliva was on the verge of dripping down. One cultivator swallowed and said, "There's a high chance for an immortal medicine to be here. Why else would all of these corpses come here?" If it really is an immortal medicine, then we're about to be rich. Kill our way in. A different group reacted faster and immediately took action to beat the others inside. Kill. The others saw that group take the initiative and didn't want to be outdone. They roared and rushed in as well. Kill them all. The ambushing cultivators outside of the valley chose a direct attack and issued battle cries. Everyone scrambled inside, unwilling to be the last one in. An immortal medicine was too tempting for any cultivator. They would be instantly rich and on the rise after obtaining one. Whoosh! 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 Long roots suddenly shot out from the ground like snakes. Some also flew out like arrows. The tree corps have finally attacked. These were formidable attacks with a power that shouldn't be underestimated. As Wuxia had said before, even though tree corpses were soulless, they were the favorite children at the divine tree ridge and had been granted protection. Despite the lack of cultivation, they were still instinctively powerful. Ah! A burst of screams resounded shortly after. Some cultivators were pierced by the vines and dragged into the ground with seeds entering their foreheads. Kill them. A few people noticed that their companions were being invaded by the seeds and were about to transform into withered. They shouted in horror and quickly destroyed the corpses. Ah! Many seeds the size of sesame seeds sprung out from the ground. Some cultivators' blood fell onto these seeds, causing them to immediately shoot for the forehead. The cultivators couldn't dodge in time and were immediately infected. One cultivator fell to the ground and convulsed as cracking sounds came from all over his body. At the same time, his scream before death echoed across the valley, instilling fear into all the shuddering listeners. This is horrible. Xiaofan was startled to see a living cultivator being infected then killed. Wuxia didn't find this surprising at all and insipidly explained, locations with a lot of tree corpses will have more seeds. These seeds will be much stronger and ferocious. On the other hand, the seeds near the locations of the withered won't attack people. They would wait until you are dead before drilling into your forehead. Whoosh! 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 The sizzling of fire came about. A tree corpse actually spewed out a blazing flame towards the cultivator. Some of them used fire while others preferred ice for an assault. Some cultivators were frozen completely. Xiaofan was a bit dumbfounded to see this and asked Wuxia, "Didn't you say the tree corpses don't cultivate? Aren't they using merit laws right now?" "No, this is just part of their nature." Wuxia shook his head, "They were born with these types of fire and ice." "How can that be?" She was stunned again. If a cultivator could be born with these natural gifts, wouldn't they be exceedingly powerful in the future? This is all thanks to their parents. Wuxia elaborated, the marks of the living cultivators still remain after the transformation process of the first generation. For example, when the corpse was alive, they might have cultivated an ice art. Because of this, when the first generation took over, they would pass on the mark of this cultivator to the second generation, allowing them to have this innate gift of ice. So it's like that. She murmured, "Doesn't that mean a successful second generation capable of cultivating would be immensely powerful?" He flatly responded, "Definitely, but it is also bad in a sense. All in all, the cons outweigh the pros. There's no need to be envious, such innate gifts aren't necessarily a good thing." "Why not?" She found this surprising. It is precisely because the first generation carries the mark of the host that the second generation can't be successful. He explained, even a successful second generation with a soul and natural gift of ice has a negative prospect. This is because these are marks that belong to a different race, not the withered. To a certain extent, it reduces the intelligence of these second generations. He paused for a bit before continuing, at the same time, due to these foreign marks, even if the second generation could cultivate, they would be alienated from the Tao. Their foundation at the start is too convoluted and needlessly complicated, making it easy for them to suffer qi deviation. Wuxia had studied the withered from one generation to another. He had absolute authority in this field. No one in the 9 worlds understood this race more than him. But there are the same as interracial marriages in heaven spirit. Yi Xiaoxiao asked, there are no problems there. Sometimes, the bloodlines would become even more powerful. For example, charming spirits and humans would allow for an easier reproduction of the spirit's bloodline. That's a different scenario. Wuxia shook his head. The marriage between those two races is a type of bloodline fusion. Meanwhile, the first generation relies on corpses to come into being. They can't fuse with marks from other races. Because of this, the remnant marks do not belong to them, so they can't integrate it into their own blood. Ah, I see. Her understanding of the withered grew deeper after this explanation. Ah! More screams echoed across the valley. At this time, the battle has come to an end. This group of cultivators overestimated their abilities and were wiped out before being able to penetrate the valley. All of them were turned into first-generation withered after death. Let's go inside now. Wuxia chuckled after seeing this scene and said, we'll take a look at what they are doing. In the blink of an eye, the duo went inside and was immediately met with aggression from the tree corpses. Xiaoxiao couldn't help but say, should I prepare or something? It would be bad if a seed drills into my forehead. She felt nauseous after recalling the scene of a living person turning into a withered. Wuxia laughed and replied, don't worry, even the most powerful seed wouldn't dare to touch you since you have the supreme bloodline. You are completely untouchable at the divine tree ridge. Your blood will absolutely crush them. Chapter 1420, Xiaoxiao stared at him and demanded, what is my bloodline? You surely know the answer, just tell me already. Wuxia only responded with a smile, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but the time isn't ripe. After a couple more days, I'll take you to a place. At that time, you will find out your bloodline even if I don't say anything. A few things can't be expressed with words, you will need to feel it. Having said that, he pointed at his heart. Only with that will you be able to know what your bloodline is as well as its true mysteries. Otherwise, you won't be able to understand what your bloodline is carrying even if I speak 1,000 or 10,000 phrases. It is all useless. He spoke with sincerity and didn't lie to her at all. Humph, whatever. She glared at him and stepped on his foot again. Wuxia cheerfully spoke, okay, little girl, get ready, we're going in. With that, he grabbed her tiny hand and rushed into the valley with incredible speed. The soaring immortal physique had no equal in terms of speed. Even Xiaoxiao couldn't react in time. Whoosh! Buzz! His intrusion was met with attacks from all the tree corpses. Some roots flew like arrows while others used their signature fire and ice elements. However, Wuxia's speed was countless times faster than them as he invaded the valley. Not to mention harming him, they couldn't even touch his sleeve. In one moment, Xiaoxiao could still see herself standing outside of the valley, but in the next, the scene changed completely. It only took the blink of an eye due to a speed that surpassed time and everything else. Deep in the valley was a small flat ground with a boulder in the middle surrounded by many tree corpses. The ones that were able to sit here were clearly older than the other corpses and much more powerful as well. There were more than 10 of them sitting near this seemingly common stone that looked like a table in this flat area. Perhaps the tree corpses didn't know what a table was and used this boulder as one by chance. It was quite strange. They weren't protecting any alchemy ingredients at all. Judging by their expressions, this seemed to be a debate. This was quite an unbelievable scene because they didn't have souls or intelligence and only relied on their instinct the majority of the time. Moreover, this looked like a high-level meeting as well. Even Wuxia found this surprising. While looking at the dozen corpses, Xiao curiously asked, "What are they doing?" He looked as well and murmured, "Until now, I have only been researching with a great emphasis on the withered while overlooking the tree corpses. Along the years, they have undergone changes as well and have obtained a certain level of intelligence." This scene made one thing clear: the tree corpses weren't soulless creatures like before. Regardless of what this meeting was about, they have evolved as well. Until now, Wuxia thought that only the withered had a chance to become a new race. His research was lacking for the tree corpses because of their inferior characteristics. A soulless creature had no chance to develop intelligence. In terms of turning into a new race, the withered were 100 times more likely compared to these corpses. According to his study, if the second generation withered can't successfully produce a third generation, they wouldn't be able to become a new race. If that was the case, it was simply impossible for these corpses. The dead can't become a new race. Thus, this scene took him by surprise. He didn't expect for some corpses to have a little intelligence. Although it looked quite limited, this was still a good start. The corpses stood up and stared at the intruding duo. Wuxia noticed and smiled, "A bit interesting, do you want to fight?" They were far stronger than the ones outside. Moreover, the rest of the corpses surrounded this area completely and seemed to be ready to pounce at any moment. Anyone else would be scared out of their minds under this perilous situation. However, Wuxia was still calm and could speak normally. In a short amount of time, countless gazes were on them. Xiao felt a bit frightened from all the unwanted attention. This wasn't due to her being timid, it was because this scene was too bizarre and creepy. It was one thing to be stared at by the living, but staring at her were countless eyes from the dead. It was a completely different sensation. Their hollow eyes carried a ghastly energy. There was nothing but death. Whoosh! 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 Right when Xiao thought that these corpses were about to attack them, they dug into the ground and disappeared from sight. What's wrong with them? She found this astonishing and didn't know why they didn't attack. They fled. He chuckled and walked towards the boulder that they were sitting around. Fled? This took her by surprise. Why did they flee? Are they afraid of us? However, she felt that this wasn't plausible since they attacked all the other cultivators that entered the valley. Soulless they might be, their instincts are quite keen. They know who they can and can't mess with. Wuxia understood what she was thinking and smiled. He was suddenly attracted by something on the boulder and carefully observed it as if it was a supreme artifact. What is it? She found it strange to see his focus and quickly looked over as well. There was nothing on the boulder outside of a few shallow traces. These traces had been carved by a small stone. Moreover, they were quite new, so it was apparent that the corpses from earlier drew them. It was completely indiscernible and abstract. They weren't Dao runes or magical runes and were very few in number, as if the corpses just drew them randomly. Xiao failed to understand them while Wuxia relished this moment as if it was an earth-shattering mystery. He circled around the boulder, seemingly turning a deaf ear to Xiao. She found his current expression incredible. These faint marks were nothing, a drawing from a child would be much more interesting in comparison. Just what is it? After a good while, she couldn't help but ask again while Wuxia was still immersed in his observation. He eventually regained his wits. However, he didn't turn his gaze away from the marks as he replied, "They're writings." Writings? The corpse's writings? She was a bit startled to hear this. You can put it that way. He continued to study them carefully. In fact, it is still a bit early to call them text. However, in addition to instinctive expressions, these corpses have another way of communicating. These words are still very simplistic. This is only the inception and it still hasn't fully formed yet, but maybe a real system will come out from this. The withered also had writings. However, their system came from the other races in the 9 worlds. They studied and used the common texts like the others. Alas, it was different for the tree corpses. They started from scratch, and so did this particular writing system. These shallow markings on the rock were the corpses trying to express something. What is written here? She simply couldn't decipher the intent. Wuxia gently shook his head. I don't know. This type of text is still in its early stages, it's not even finished yet. I'm afraid no one can truly understand what they are trying to say. Chapter 14:21. She wondered, isn't it just scribbles then? Maybe it doesn't have any meaning? Wuxia grinned and replied, no, at the very least, it shows that the tree corpses are evolving and beginning to gain intelligence. In addition to this text, they also have another method to express themselves. Otherwise, not many corpses would gather here to negotiate. She felt puzzled. Then what method did they use to arrange this meeting? He replied, it must be another type of innate skill that allows them to call the other members to gather. No matter what, they are evolving and showing great improvements outside of their innate skills, such as this type of text. It looks like the stronger ones have a better chance of changing. I might have been neglecting them all along. What were they deliberating then? The dead actually discussing something? It must be earth-shattering. Xiaofan was now very interested in the tree corpses as well. In the last few days of following Wuxia and watching the withered then the tree corpses, she felt as if she was watching the birth of a race. I don't know, but you are right. If creatures like this have gathered for a meeting, it means that something big has happened in their own world. Wuxia gently shook his head. Then let's go and see. Her curiosity was piqued. This was even more enjoyable to her than finding treasures. Yes, they'll keep gathering. We just need to find more layers, then we'll see them again and maybe we can even figure out what they are talking about. Wuxia agreed with her idea. He had other things he wanted to do at the Divine Tree Ridge, but this matter of the tree corpses happened unexpectedly and garnered his attention. Thus, he put everything else to the side and decided to focus on this first. How do we find the other layers? She was very eager and wanted nothing more than to continue their search. With me around, do you think we won't be able to find them? Wuxia smiled and held her tiny hand before disappearing in a flash. In the next few days, the duo went to several large lairs. They were extremely secretive and well concealed. The entrances were dangerous, so even if one knew about the locations, they wouldn't necessarily be able to enter. However, this didn't trouble Wuxia. He intruded these places with ease and stealth. He opened his cryptic space and hid inside with Xiaofan, not allowing any corpses to detect them. Not to mention these creatures, even a character like a sea god would have problems detecting them. His main purpose was to find what they wanted to do, so stealth was necessary. After entering the last few layers, he finally found something. The strongest tree corpses could always be found together in a meeting. Although they didn't have a language for communication, they could use their innate instincts to talk to each other. Sometimes, they would draw some signs on the ground. This was the beginning of their own system of writing. All of this contributed to his eventual understanding of their goal. What do they want? Xiaofan was also watching, but she didn't know their intentions. He finally arrived at a reliable conclusion and slowly replied, a group of them will relocate. Relocate? To where? And why do they want to move? This girl was like a curious baby and kept on asking questions. You'll know soon enough. Wuxia smiled and left with her. They went to an extremely deep valley. Not only was the entrance secretive, it was also full of peril. When cultivators came here, seeds would crazily attack and try to drill into their foreheads even before the sight of blood. They went in deeper and found that a large number of corpses have gathered here. Moreover, these ones were considerably mightier than before. After careful observation, Xiaofan noticed that she had seen some of them in the previous meetings. There was no doubt that the corpses eligible for this meeting were among the strongest of the world of tree corpses. At this time, these corpses were walking deeper into the valley. She found this scene quite strange. They were carrying weird items. One had a chair made from 2 tree trunks, another had branches woven together to barely form a bed, and one more was holding a chiseled rock that resembled a chair. The weirdest part was a cumbersome item carried by more than 10 of them. It looked like a small room made from trees put together. All of these things were simple and rough like the work of some little children. Surely, the tree corpses were the ones who made these items. They know how to make items now. She found this quite amusing. Despite the simplistic and rugged nature of these items, they were still the culmination of the tree corpses' effort. Their transformation is exceedingly slow, but maybe they still have a chance. Wuxia spoke with a tinge of emotion after witnessing this scene. She wondered, what are they going to do with these things? Will they be using them? However, she rejected this notion because they didn't need these items inside their lairs. Wuxia went silent for a moment before slowly answering, "A new life is about to be born." He was aware of the events that were about to transpire after learning the contents of the previous meetings. A new life? What kind of life? Another generation of tree corpses? Can they actually reproduce? Xiaofan was startled. Everyone knew that the withered could give birth. However, this remained a mystery for the tree corpses since they were only failed products. Maybe. Wuxia pondered a bit. This world has too many unimaginable things, even the villainous heavens can't expect everything. Maybe this is the earth-shattering event that they were alluding to. After all, a new life is about to be born. What kind of life will the next generation of tree corpses be? How does it compare to the withered? She took a deep breath and murmured, "Didn't you say the dead can't reproduce? The withered are already near dead and can barely produce life. Moreover, their second generations are mostly failures. Even the villainous heavens can miscalculate sometimes. The world is just full of surprises. If the dead can actually reproduce." Wuxia turned quiet again. This whole event reminded him of a particular race with all sorts of unfounded rumors. Even after this much time passed, these tales went on about how this race was produced by the dead. Therefore, if a completely new life can come from the tree corpses, it would be a monumental change and an unfathomable development. The corpses brought along all kinds of items to the deepest region of the valley where there was nothing other than a cliff. Strangely enough, they didn't stop before the cliff and continued forward. Any spectator would think that they were going to collide with the cliff, but in reality, they all disappeared inside. Xiaofan asked, "Where did they go?" "A different world." He slowly explained, "A world inside the divine tree ridge unknown to others. In principle, only these moving corpses can enter this particular world. A world where only the dead can enter?" Xiaofan was surprised. "Then why don't they just stay there if there is such a world?" "It's not as simple as you think. You can't just stay there on your whim, it is an inner world." He shook his head in response. Chapter 1422, she asked, "An inner world? What do you mean?" He smiled and answered, "That's why the ridge is so magical. You can say that is where the real ridge is located since it contains all of its essences. Can we go there?" She turned excited and wanted to enter the cliff as well. He replied, "You can definitely go there as long as you follow me. Moreover, I'll even take you to a place where you alone can grasp its mysteries." "Is it related to my bloodline?" She was very keen this time and understood his implication instantly. "Yes, it's because of your bloodline." He nodded and said, "The time is about right to trace back to your origin. You will even be able to understand its profundities. After doing so, you may be able to understand your tree father's origin as well." She couldn't wait any longer and blurted, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in right now." "Not here." He shook his head, "We can't go inside this location. There is only one entrance for us, the only place that is temporarily available for outsiders to enter the inner world." She looked at the cliff and asked, "How come these tree corpses can enter but not us?" "Because they are already dead. Like I said before, the divine tree ridge adores them and grants them protection. Because of this, they can enter many locations here, but we can't. The inner world rejects outsiders unless we can find the real entrance." "That's fine too, let us go there then." "Which direction?" She gave up for now. He cheerfully replied, "The Undying Gate." "The Undying Gate?" She was caught off guard. This sect has already declined, do they still have any power? He gazed towards the distance and eventually explained, "This is why the Undying Gate is so amazing and unique. If you could understand this sect, then you would understand why immortal Emperor Wuxia chose to build it here at Godhalt." "Humph, you sure know how to build up the suspense." She was very dissatisfied with his answer and stomped his foot again while gritting her teeth. He was still all smiles. "You don't need to know everything except for the mysteries of your bloodline. Even a little bit would be more than enough for a lifetime of benefits." "Well, let's go then." She helplessly glared at him. The two left the divine tree ridge for the Undying Gate. The gate could be said to be one of the two sects situated in Godhalt despite its vast territory. The other one was the Spirit Abyss. It would be inconceivable for this to happen on any other continent. They hadn't yet reached the gate before meeting a certain person. In the blink of an eye, this person fell down from the sky and landed right in front of Wuxia. "Who?" Xiaofan was startled and shouted. It was Sima Yujian, who was completely pale. Normally, her expression would be cold and emotionless like ice itself. However, the paleness this time was due to her injuries and a considerable loss of blood, making her unstable condition clear. She must have sacrificed some longevity blood. She was also covered in blood. Who knows if it was her own or her enemy's? Nevertheless, she still looked quite aloof with an emotionless gaze. After seeing Wuxia, her mouth slightly opened as if wanting to say something, but no words came out. She wanted to walk away, but her steady pace nearly made her fall to the ground. He immediately helped her and pressed his palm to her head to pour an endless amount of blood energy into her. This finally made her breathe easy. "Where are you hiding?" In the next moment, a group arrived from the sky and immediately surrounded the three without leaving an inch for escape. This group wore the same uniform and exuded a mighty blood energy and aura. Moreover, they didn't try to hide their power at all and let their blood energy soar to the sky in an overbearing manner. They looked as if they could do whatever they wanted with wanton regard for others. Their leader was an old man with an even more terrifying blood energy. He also exuded a holy light and had a thunderous voice. Just a glance alone was enough to know that he was a mighty paragon. The gazes from the blockading experts were quite unfriendly. They even looked ready to attack at any moment without caring about who Wuxia was. Just the slightest sign of disobedience would prompt them to kill him. "Where are you going to run to now?" The leading old man stared at Sima Yujian and sneered. She was still aloof at the moment while being supported by Wuxia and felt no need to respond. The old man turned towards Wuxia and Xiaofan and coldly ordered, "The two of you better be smart and not meddle with other people's business. Hand her over right now." Wuxia chuckled to see this arrogant demeanor from him. Not to mention the fact that he wouldn't let anything happen to Yujian, even if he didn't know her, he would meddle anyway just because of the old man's attitude. After recognizing the group based on their clothing, Xiaofan told Wuxia, "They're from the Spirit Abyss." "That's right, I am an elder of the Spirit Abyss." The old man arrogantly declared, "This woman is a notorious assassin, so don't meddle in this and leave immediately. We won't make things difficult for you." Sima Yujian had failed and couldn't kill her target while simultaneously exposing her whereabouts, so the experts from the abyss managed to trap her. It wasn't due to her lack of strength since she could easily assassinate a god monarch without any problems. She had prepared sufficiently this time around. Even though her cultivation had been suppressed, she thought that success was still within reach. Alas, she underestimated the abyss. Like Li Qie had mentioned before, there was no stealth play in that location. Even the escaping art she was most proud of had lost its power. The encirclement was a harrowing event. Nevertheless, she was still a fierce assassin. With her plethora of techniques and traps, she managed to kill her way out. However, there was no way of running out of Godhalt due to her grievous injuries. In this helpless situation, she thought about Li Qie and used the blood he left behind in order to find him. Li Qie smirked at this imperious elder and leisurely spoke, "I have a particularly bad habit. When others don't want me to meddle in their business, it only makes me want to do so even more." "Is that so?" The elder squinted and smiled before coldly uttering, "Then you can fix this bad habit today. It is no longer up to you at Godhalt. I'll let you think about meddling in other people's business once I break your legs and make you kneel on the ground." "Break my legs?" Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. "The ones who can break my legs haven't been born in your spirit abyss just yet, not even in all of the 9 worlds." One of the disciples gravely shouted, "What a naive fool. Those who oppose the spirit abyss will be killed without mercy." In Godhalt, their abyss was the supreme existence and their words were laws. There was no sparing dissenters. Quite bold. The elder sneered, "You must be a big shot at Heaven Spirit, right? It's too bad that this isn't any other location in Heaven Spirit. I don't care who you are. At Godhalt, even dragons have to coil before us and tigers must lie down obediently or else we'll break their tendons and take their marrow." This elder was domineering to an outrageous extent. In fact, his sect indeed had the power to act in this manner. Any lineage or genius would be suppressed at Godhalt and would want to ask their sect for help. They had an absolute advantage at Godhalt since they were already strong enough on top of not suffering the suppression. Outsiders were only fish on a chopping block, ready for their taking. Under such favorable circumstances, how could the spirit abyss not be aggressive and overbearing while acting as the master of this continent? There was no need for reason. Their words were the truth and guiding principles. Chapter 1423, Xiao was quite amused by the posturing elder. She glanced over at Li Qie and then back at the elder before revealing a cute smile. "Do you know who he is?" "This is a famous great character, Li Qie." "Li Qie?" After hearing this, the elder laughed in response, "Your reputation precedes you. The younger generation will surpass us in time." His attitude bore no semblance of admiration. He was clearly mocking him in a dismissive fashion. "However, this place is Godhalt." His smile disappeared, only the arrogance remained. "I don't care if you are Li Qie or Li Bei, tuck your tail between your legs before our spirit abyss for your own sake. Even if you are stronger, a dragon crossing the river, opposing us on our turf will only result in us severing your tendons and breaking your spine until you submit." In the present, very few of those who knew Li Qie's deeds would dare to show such an arrogant attitude and utter these overbearing words. However, this elder dared to do so. In his eyes, it didn't matter who the hell came to Godhalt, they better start acting sensibly and obey the rules even if they were the most incredible genius. Even a character like Meng Zhentian would have to send tributes and act politely to them while visiting Godhalt. Because of this, he showed no apprehension towards Li Qie. The abyss was an uncrowned king in Godhalt, the greatest existence. They wouldn't be afraid of anyone unless an immortal emperor personally came. How fearless! Xiao was astonished at the elder's confidence. Watch it or it will bring about sect destruction. She wasn't trying to flatter Li Qie since she believed that he was strong enough to carry it out. Sect destruction? The elder's expression turned cold as he uttered, "Who cares if he is an amazing genius? Before becoming emperor, he is nothing but a dog before our abyss." This retort was powerful enough. It was the same as pointing straight at Wuxia and criticizing him. "With your comment just now, I will consider destroying your spirit abyss." Wuxia couldn't help but smile. In the blink of an eye, a great hand reached for the elder. "Come, show me just how much strength you have left." The elder shouted and released his energy without a care before attacking Wuxia with a monstrous pressure. In his mind, Wuxia was being suppressed by God Halt right now, so he shouldn't be that strong. He believed that he alone could kill Wuxia. Boom! Wuxia's hand only slightly moved, but it could destroy everything with the hell-suppressing fist. The elder's attack was simply not worth mentioning. Bah! He easily clasped the elder's neck. The elder was aghast due to this sudden development. Another disciple shouted, "Junior, don't be presumptuous, release him right now." Despite the call for a ceasefire, they attacked without holding anything back. Mere ants. Wuxia laughed and reached out with one finger. Pluff! 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 All of the disciples' attacks were penetrated. They fell face up with horrifying holes on their foreheads where blood continued to seep out. "You're not being suppressed." The elder was shocked since he realized something at this critical moment. "Correct, but there is no prize." Wuxia responded with a grin. The elder's expression turned extremely ugly right away. Not even in his wildest dreams would he expect for something like this to happen. It was simply impossible. Without the abyss help, everyone would be suppressed by God Halt. Immortal emperors were exceptions, of course. However, Wuxia definitely didn't get any help from the spirit abyss, yet he was doing just fine, simply inconceivable. "So what if you're not suppressed?" The elder regained his composure and coldly uttered, "We are not afraid of anyone at God Halt. Be smart and hand over the assassin now, or you will regret it sooner or later. At that time, it will be too late to beg for forgiveness." His rampant arrogance was still undeterred despite falling into Wuxia's hands. He had absolute confidence in his sect, and if Wuxia dared to oppose them, he would be killed soon enough should he choose to stay on this continent. Wuxia stared at the arrogant elder and revealed a smile. "You know, the spirit abyss you are so proud of is nothing more than a nest of ants in my eyes. Even if the ancestor in the deepest location of your sect comes out, he will kneel and wipe my shoes before licking my feet. Actually, your coven of bastards isn't even qualified to do so. You." The elder nearly vomited blood from anger as his face turned red. He thought he was arrogant enough, but Wuxia viewed them as mere ants or something even inferior to ants. Like Wuxia said, he wouldn't want their ancestor to wipe his shoes since he felt that he was unqualified to do so. Good, Li, I'll see just how long you can be arrogant for. Our spirit abyss will make you regret this." The elder's fury turned into a crazed laughter. Crack! Wuxia crushed his Dao foundation before he could finish. With his foundation crushed, the elder's blood energy dissipated. He withered away with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. The unreachable elder has fallen. Now, he was as feeble as a candle flickering in the wind. The elder screamed, "What have you done?" He was extremely afraid and his wits still hadn't returned. Cultivators weren't afraid of death, but having a destroyed foundation was a life worse than death. This was doubly true for this ancestor. Normally, he would act haughtily towards the great characters that visit God Halt since they had no choice but to be humble before him. He had grown accustomed to this lifestyle of flattery. But now, with his Dao foundation crushed, he was only a cripple inferior to even ordinary mortals, completely defenseless. Falling down from the pedestal to the ground was a contrast too grim to imagine. He simply couldn't accept this reality. Li Qiye threw him away like trash and flatly said, I'm sparing your dog life so that you can send a message to the abyss. Tell them to be smart or I'll destroy all of them. You're only a bunch of bastards, do not prance around in front of me. The elder returned from despair and screamed at Li Qiye, Li, kill me if you dare. If not, you're merely a coward. Li Qiye chuckled at the desperate old man, I won't kill you. If you are brave enough, go find a place to hang yourself. Li, you cowardly trash, kill me if you dare. The elder continued to scream while grabbing onto Li Qiye's legs with the intention to die. Li Qiye casually kicked him away and replied, Aren't the people from the abyss always arrogant? Like I said earlier, even your oldest ancestor is nothing before me, he's only worthy of disdain. Having said that, he ignored the elder and supported Sima Yujian then left. Yi Xiaoxiao kept up with them right away. The elder desperately screamed while watching the group depart, You little bastard, you goddamn animal. You don't dare to kill your grandfather? I'm your grandfather, come kill me if you dare. He wanted nothing more than for Li Qiye to give him the sweet relief of death. Li Qiye simply ignored him. It was too easy for him to trample on the elder's pride. Should we kill him? Yi Xiaoxiao looked back. She was too young and couldn't bear to watch. He's only an ant, don't worry about him. Li Qiye gently stroked her hair, the world is always cruel like this. Their imperious abyss has no consideration for others, so let them taste despair. They're only a bunch of monsters that crawled up from the ground, yet they actually think they are the progenitors of the charming spirits, the darlings of the heavens. Xiaoxiao didn't say anything back. She naturally understood how vicious this world was. An enemy would never show mercy to their opponent. Qiye equals 7 knights, Bei equals 8 knights. A common retort scheme. This insult probably makes more sense in Chinese, but I'm sure readers are used to it by now. Chapter 1424, The group left together, but they didn't directly go to the Undying Gate. Instead, Li Qiye found a secret place to hide Sima Yujian in order to heal her. Despite her heavy injuries, Li Qiye had the Heaven Restoration Ointment, so this was not a problem at all. After applying the medicine, she was quite shocked since she could feel her wounds recover at a rapid pace. Shortly afterward, both her internal and external injuries were cured without leaving the tiniest scar. She was moved by this from understanding just how precious this incredible medicine was, yet Li Qiye still gave it to her. Next, Li Qiye took out the myriad heavenly cauldron and controlled its flames. This fire actually liquefied and turned into a scintillating amber fluid. Fire changing into water was an inconceivable endeavor. This cauldron fire control has reached the apex of mastery. When this water emitted a wondrous light, Li Qiye ordered, Take off your clothes and get in. She immediately glared at him. Although her eyes no longer had a murderous intent, they were still as cold as ice. Hey, since when did you change from ego king to a big pervert? She glared at him as well after noticing that Yujian was fine and indignantly said, You are using this opportunity to take advantage of a young lady. Damn pervert, I'll teach you a lesson. Having said that, she stomped on his foot as usual. Li Qiye flicked his finger and pushed her outside while flatly saying, It would be too easy for me to take advantage of her, there's no need to come up with an excuse. Yujian coldly said, My wounds are healed. I know. Li Qiye leisurely replied, I'm not healing but rather expelling something for you instead. Otherwise, don't think about going to the spirit abyss since you won't be able to hide there. She turned silent from not understanding his intention. Humph, you are too weak. You can't even master the coiling dragon sword yet you still dare to go to the abyss. He flatly said, You still don't know what lies at the bottom of the abyss. What is it? Yujian still asked despite her emotionless demeanor. In fact, she had done her research on the abyss before attempting the assassination. They aren't things you can provoke. He replied, you will light up like a candle once you step inside the abyss. With the way you are now, you simply can't utilize your stealth there. Under its light, they would be able to see you clearly like their reflection in a mirror. She had indeed failed this time. In fact, the whole event was still puzzling her. In terms of strength, even with the suppression at work, her god-slaying Dao and other assassination techniques along with traps and treasures should have been enough to kill the target. Recalling the whole incident, it was indeed quite strange. At the climax of the hunt, the enemy seemed to know where she was coming from and laid out a great trap for her. She didn't understand why they were aware of her location when she was the only one who knew about the assassination. Get in already. Wuxia didn't want to waste words and ordered again. When Wuxia turned serious, even Xiaofan, who was spoiled by him, didn't dare to say anything. Yujian hesitated for a moment but chose to take off her clothes in a very stiff and unnatural manner. Despite being a ruthless killer, she still felt bashful at times. Keep in mind that she was completely pure. Not to mention taking off her clothes in front of a man, she had never experienced any intimate contact with others before. Thus, stripping before Wuxia was extremely embarrassing for an innocent girl like her. Nevertheless, she still took them off despite having trouble adapting. The entire place lit up with her splendor. Anyone would marvel this scene and be lost in admiration. The bare beauty ahead was too beautiful. Her fair skin was no different from white jade. Her slender waist, naturally ample breasts, and her round and plump buttocks left no room for criticism. The most captivating things were the two red dots before her breasts. They looked like two blossoming flowers. There was a sense of incomparable tenderness as well as the shyness of a maiden. Such a sexy scene was too difficult to describe since the only thing people could hear would be the sound of their beating heart. A figure as brilliant as the color of ice, this was not an exaggeration to describe Yujian's beauty. Her creamy skin gave a cool feeling as if she was an ice sculpture. All would be stirred by this painting. Her name was very apt and in accordance with her beauty. So pretty, so big, Xiaofan praised and smiled coquettishly, let me touch them a little bit. She reached for Sima Yujian but the naked woman dodged right away from embarrassment. Being an assassin didn't completely override certain feminine characteristics. Wuxia looked at her wonderful figure and insipidly said, go in, don't delay this for too long. For him, her soft body was marvelous indeed. However, he had seen more than enough in the past, some even more beautiful and seductive than Yujian. Thus, she was only average in his eyes. Yujian didn't say anything and quietly sank into the cauldron to be immersed in the fiery liquid. She was puzzled as well. As an assassin, she never paid attention to her own appearance. However, she felt a sense of loss, a sense of defeat after being stared at by Wuxia. Despite not caring, she was still a supreme beauty after all and could definitely be placed among the top 10 in heaven spirit. However, he only gave her a nonchalant glance when she was standing naked before him as if she was no different from all the other existences in the world, as if she was another trifling and common spectacle. In any case, she felt a bit frustrated. It was more difficult to calm down from this compared to the failed assassination earlier. At this time, under Wuxia's control, the fiery liquid began to flow as if it was washing her or helping her expel something. After a while, strands of light rose from the water. To be more exact, these strands seemed to be crumbling. They had been hiding in her body, and the cauldron's fire finally expelled them. He resoundingly commanded, get ready. Protect your Tao heart and steady your vitality, do not be shaken. She took a deep breath and followed his order. Pluff! The fiery water suddenly turned into lines as thin as silk. These little lines shot into her body as if wanting to penetrate her completely. She couldn't help but quiver from the pain. At this time, these meticulous lines dragged out an item from her body. This was a tiny Dao rune that was locked by the fiery lines so it couldn't move at all. What is this? Xiao was taken by surprise. Yujian was even more astounded. She had been struck by someone's Dao rune without noticing at all. Li Qiye explained, the moment you set foot in the spirit abyss, its holy light enveloped you. Without the abyss permission, this light left an indelible mark on you. Because of this, you can't hide there. It didn't matter what kind of techniques you employed, they could see you clearly. Her mind slightly trembled. She didn't think that the abyss had such a mystery and finally understood why her assassination had failed completely. He said, "Come out now." She stood up like an elegant lotus rising on the surface of the water. The radiance of spring filled the room. The water beads dripping down from her white breasts were too temptatious. She really is pretty. Contrary to Li Qiye's nonchalant attitude, Xiao relished this sight despite being a girl. Yujian was inevitably shy for her first time leaving water in plain sight of a man. She hurriedly put on her clothes. Poof! The fire suddenly erupted like a volcano and burned the lights and the Dao rune to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Yujian means jade sword. Chapter 1425. She stood there coldly after getting dressed in silence. She wanted to say thanks, but the words wouldn't come out. This was her nature, and the path of an assassin had only amplified it. The words, "thank you," were too difficult to say since self-reliance was her way of life. He gestured for her, "Come." She hesitated for a moment but still walked in front of him. He placed his right hand on her breast, causing her feminine mind to tremble. This sudden move from Li Qiye made her take a step back. After all, an innocent girl like her had never experienced something like this before. "I've seen everything already." Li Qiye looked at her and flatly said, "If I wanted to take advantage of you, would I need to wait until now?" Recently, she had been heartless as if she was transforming into an ice sculpture. Her emotions rarely swayed due to being an assassin. However, after hearing this, she felt an urge to beat Li Qiye up. It could be said that this man was really asking for it by saying such words. In the end, she took a deep breath and took one step forward to stand in front of him again. His right hand met her chest again and the same shudder ran through her mind. She could feel his strong palm full of calluses through the thin clothing. It was rough yet powerful, giving her a sense of security. A feeling of pins and needles spread from her chest to the rest of her body. This was a strange feeling she never had before. Whoosh! His hand lit up like a lamp and her body followed suit. Clank! A metallic noise came about as laws intertwined around his palm. Space seemed to have been dislocated since it lit up around Sima Yujian. She saw these chain-like laws locking her space and suppressing her. At this time, the laws entered her body and lit up the space within. With this, everything became sealed both inside and out. Clank! The sound of a lock unlocking came about. The laws that entered this space seemed to be unlocking one shackle after another. After these mysterious shackles were unlocked, the mysterious laws in this space retreated like spirit snakes and vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, her entire body trembled. She felt the lock press down on her body disappearing. A loud blast ensued as her vitality majestically erupted and returned like a soaring dragon. She was quite startled and finally understood that he had removed the suppression from God Halt from her body. Her regular cultivation was back at last. After seeing this, Xiao asked him, "You can actually undo the oppression of God Halt?" Li Qiye looked at her and flatly said, "Nothing strange about it. At God Halt, there are secrets and rules to follow. Why is it that so many people come to the abyss for help after arriving here? It is because they can undo this suppression. However, unlike me, they rely on treasures to do so." Even the aloof Yujian had to ask, "And what about you?" Li Qie chuckled in response, as long as I follow the rules, everything can be undone. God Halt has obscured some mysteries, so as long as you understand them, you can undo the suppression. Of course, it wasn't easy to ponder these mysteries. Just this alone required Li Qie, as the Dark Crow, to spend a long time and many trips to this place before achieving success. Yujian reverted to her frosty and silent demeanor. It gave a piercing feeling and made others not want to go near her. Li Qie looked at her and said, "Even though I won't accept a disciple, from today on, you will follow me so that I can teach you the God-slaying Tao." This prompted her to stare at him intensely. As a woman of few words, she actually wanted to question him to dispel her skepticism. She didn't believe that he could guide her on this path. After all, an outsider couldn't possibly teach her the God-slaying Tao. "I can cultivate it myself." She coldly refused him. Li Qie gave her the side-eye in response, "By yourself? Too slow. You think I want to bring an unwanted stepchild everywhere? Your Tao is only at this level, yet you dare to come to the abyss for a mission? Don't smear the reputation of the God-slaying Night Corps. To let someone as weak as you inherit the Corps' ultimate techniques is an affront to its prestige." She was livid after hearing this despite being an emotionless assassin and glared at him. "You don't need to angrily stare at me in disagreement." Li Qie smiled and said, "If you have truly grasped the essences of the God-slaying Tao, you wouldn't have failed today. Moreover, the coiling dragon sword would be in your possession. Even though you were selected as the successor, you are not at the level to wield the sword, the weapon that represents the supreme prestige of the God-slaying Tao." She had no response to his claim. Despite feeling some anger, he indeed pointed out her insufficiencies correctly. He commanded again, "Come, let me have a look at your sea of memories." She immediately retreated after hearing this. For any cultivator, this wasn't something they could show to anyone, not even the closest confidants. He noticed her guard and lightly said, "You think there's a point to being cautious of me? If I wanted to see your memories, there is no escaping since you can't resist me. Besides, if I want the merit laws and secrets of the Night Corps, I wouldn't need to use you either since your knowledge is too limited. As long as I give the command, your masters would tell me everything." Yujian didn't lower her vigilance and stood there motionlessly. "Come here." Li Qie glared at her and spread out his mighty aura. When he turned serious, others would be nervous and fearful. He had become a supreme existence that hands out orders. Yujian was shaken and felt a primal fear. This wasn't because she wasn't strong enough. For some unknown reasons, she couldn't refuse him and walked forward as if possessed. His dignified demeanor left no room for resistance. She felt as if he was the king of the night, the ruler of darkness. He possessed a charisma that she had no answer for. In fact, she was strong enough to resist even a god-king. Unfortunately for her, she had met Li Qie. He could be considered the creator of the God-slaying Tao, the unquestionable lord of the God-slaying Night Corps, its real master. Thus, he left an unerasable mark on this Tao. In the past, he had ruled over the entire Corps, so how could she resist him, the king of the night? Even Xiao was greatly affected by Li Qie's temperament. When he became dignified, she was startled and found it difficult to refuse him. Anyone would feel the urge to obey. Regardless of how strong one might be, the moment this supreme tyrant becomes angry, they would quickly prostrate before him. Yujian was now standing inches from Li Qie. He raised her icy face and profoundly stared into her. She felt no choice but to obediently raise her head to meet his gaze. Whoosh! His eyes illuminated her sea of memories as well as the deepest depths of her soul. However, an even more incredible thing happened. The sealed location in her mind suddenly unlocked completely with a click. Keep in mind that every lineage had their own methods. After each disciple learns a particular merit law, certain parts of their memories would be sealed so that outsiders couldn't forcefully open it lest they risk their minds blowing up. This type of sealing domain was mainly used to prevent their disciples' memories from being forcefully read by the hands of masters. It rendered stealing entirely impossible. Chapter 1426. Her soul fluttered as Wuxia entered her mind, but she had an indiscernible yet wonderful feeling. She felt naked as Wuxia opened her seal. It felt as if he could see through her completely. Not to mention an assassin, even an ordinary cultivator knew just how taboo it was to let someone else read your memories. She wanted to resist, but Wuxia's charisma possessed her like a moth running to a flame. This sense of willingness couldn't be described with words. She did feel slightly embarrassed due to this intrusion because everything about her was lying bare before him. Finally, he let go of her. Her wits returned as well as an incredible sense of astonishment. She took several steps back in fear and stared at him as if he was a ghost. You know some demonic arts." In her mind, this was simply inconceivable. Because of her steady mind and Tao heart along with her powerful cultivation, she wouldn't be awed so easily. However, she was captivated by his charisma and was seemingly possessed to the point where she was unable to resist him. He was actually able to open her sealed domain. This was simply impossible. Her sea of memories should have exploded into nothingness. Alas, he opened it so easily that it made it seem as if her domain didn't resist him. What made her feel even more scared was that deep inside, she might be enjoying this feeling. Him opening the sealed domain was the same to opening her god-slaying Tao's palace entrance. It was as if he could go there and hand her the keys to its secrets. In this instant, she felt as if she was willingly letting go of all resistance towards him so that he could grant her everything. He was the light on her path towards the grand Tao, illuminating her life. While basking in this warm and splendid radiance, she could see her future. Wuxia plainly said, "Welcome back. This is the real god-slaying Tao. Your previous perception of assassins was misguided. They are not just killing machines without emotions or feelings. It looks like the person who taught you the Tao had a slanted understanding of it. Your comprehension of this Tao was stopped at a relatively shallow level." She looked at him in fear. After hearing his statement, she suddenly realized something. A light flashed in her eyes and gave her a warm feeling. Countless feelings raged in her heart as if she had returned to the past. Her sealed heart had its layers unwrapped one by one. Sima Yujian and Bai Jianzhen were different. Jianzhen started on the ultimate heartless sword Tao at a young age. Because of this, her coldness was a murderous sword Tao formed in a natural manner. As for Sima Yujian, she didn't used to be so emotionless back then. Arrogance and pride were present, but she wasn't this cold and heartless. However, after losing to the swift Tao god in the competition for the sect master's position, her fate changed as she embarked on the path of the god-slaying Tao. This changed her from a pampered daughter to an assassin. During her training, she was as cold as ice like the sword in her hand. She became a weapon destined to kill. However, she felt a return to the olden days. Her heart was jumping as if she was no longer an assassin. Wuxia noticed her expression. He was too familiar with this process and gently shook his head. This is something everyone needs to experience. In the beginning, many will think that the god-slaying Tao is an art of subterfuge, a ruthless weapon for killing. However, even a tool for killing doesn't need to be cold and emotionless. An assassin is primarily himself and then a weapon. If you aren't even a person, how can you achieve a grand Tao? She wanted to speak, but silence was the better answer. "I know what you want to say." He read her like an open book. That's right, an assassin has no need for a wavering heart, especially during the hunt. They need to be emotionless. However, this created some erroneous interpretations for many people. "Do you know where the problem lies?" He continued in a serious tone. it is not about removing emotional fluctuations completely. Think of it as cultivation. Is your Tao heart so easily shaken? With a strong Tao heart, your will be as firm as a rock. However, this doesn't mean that you are an emotionless weapon. She listened attentively to his preaching. Wuxia noticed this and slowly continued, the God-slaying Tao and the night core. As an assassin, you can consider yourself a monarch drifting through the night. However, just because you lurk in the shadows doesn't mean you are darkness. You are searching for your own light in the darkness, or perhaps even the light of this world. After a while, she asked, what is light? We won't talk about anything grand such as defending the 9 worlds or saving everyone, this type of moralistic beliefs and righteousness. He smiled and replied, we'll focus on ourselves, or you in particular. As the successor of the God-slaying Tao, what is your light? Is it only to kill? Wuxia couldn't formulate an answer. Wuxia continued, or perhaps is your light being able to surpass your junior brother, the swift Tao God? This question from him spoke directly to her heart. In the beginning, she chose this path in order to reach the apex and overtake her brother. She wanted to prove that she could be stronger than him. However, the further she went, the more confused she became because the God-slaying Tao seemed to be different from her pursuit. They were 2 completely different paths. I can only say that the whole thing is absurd. Wuxia shook his head, if it is only to kill or to surpass your brother, picking the God-slaying Tao is a complete mistake. If you don't think this through, you will never be able to surpass this inner demon and will never be able to control the coiling dragon sword. Countless words ran through her mind, yet she didn't know where to start and became even less articulate. It looks like your master has tried his best in teaching you cultivation but failed to enlighten your perspective in life. He shook his head once more, he only taught you merit laws and techniques but didn't help you comprehend the Tao. I can only say that he is a responsible master, not a good one. Wuxia immediately retorted with a cold tone, I won't let you say so. She had the utmost respect for her master because when her life hit rock bottom, he was the one who pulled her back up. I am simply telling you the truth. Wuxia flatly said, the God-slaying Tao is not a merit law or an assassination art. It is a grand Tao at heart, and a supreme one at that. Otherwise, why would Tao be part of its name? Might as well name it 3,860 killing techniques then. This was something he rarely did, carefully imparting his knowledge to her. Wuxia explained, the most important thing to start the path towards a grand Tao is to have a Tao heart, and an inquisitive one at that. A Tao heart is essential before obtaining a grand Tao. If you consider yourself a weapon of murder, an emotionless sword, then you won't even have a heart, let alone being able to seek the Tao. When people say that the grand Tao is heartless, it doesn't mean that the seekers should be heartless as well, that's just the nature of the grand Tao itself. On the God-slaying path, both murdering people and hunting beasts, traps and skills, all of this for the God-slaying Tao is only a means towards sharpening oneself so that the user can go further and further before reaching the apex. In fact, becoming an assassin is no different from cultivation. As you grow stronger, you can kill those even stronger than you, or you can use your assassination arts to achieve your objectives. This is simply a process for you to become a supreme expert and not something as superficial as a weapon. It's like practicing an ice technique. Once successful, you can freeze the 8 directions and imprison myriad realms. Then does that mean the goal of this particular path is to become an ice woman? No, that's not the case. It is so that the user can become an immortal emperor or another expert standing at the pinnacle. This is a true grand Tao. If this isn't your aspiration in your training, then it would just be learning techniques and tricks, and those alone will never allow you to reach the peak. He wholeheartedly preached about the grand Tao. He had no thoughts about taking in a disciple. However, Wuxia was indeed gifted in this particular aspect while he had always worried about the God-slaying night core. Thus, his patience today was to repay the Night Core and to fulfill one of his own wishes. Wuxia finished with a serious expression. Thus, if you want to surpass yourself and reach the peak of the God-slaying Tao, you first need to stop being an emotionless weapon. Second, you're not on this path only to surpass your junior brother. You need to treat it as a supreme grand Tao, something worth pondering. This is how you will cultivate yourself to the apex. Chapter 1427. After such a long session, Yujian was dazed and couldn't regain her wits for a long time. Before she knew it, Wuxia had opened a new door for her, an unprecedented one that would reach all the way to the Grand Tao. In fact, Xiaofan enjoyed this preaching as well. She stood there with one hand on her chin, completely immersed and fascinated by his words. She calmed down at the same time as Yujian and ran over to tap on Wuxia's shoulder. Ego King, were you an assassin in the past? Wuxia laughed at this inquiry. Who says I'm an assassin? Are you saying that one can't understand something without experiencing it firsthand? Please, I don't believe your nonsense at all. She glared at him. It looks like you are lying. Humph, you must have been a big assassin before, maybe even a perverted one. She laughed after making this claim. It was not unreasonable for her to think this way. Even Yujian was suspecting that Wuxia might be from the Night Core or a supreme assassin that they secretly groomed. Your imagination is too rich. Wuxia saw her expression and understood what she was thinking, then shook his head. I am not an assassin secretly groomed by the god-slaying Night Core, and definitely not an assassin. I am me, Wuxia, that's all. Her face turned slightly red after being read by him, but she assumed her stoic manner again right after. After being an assassin for so long, she had a hard time adapting to these feminine expressions. He stood up and told Yi Xiaoxiao, all right, we'll go to the Undying Gate. Let's go. Xiaoxiao was ecstatic. She had been wanting to enter the Divine Tree Ridge's inner world. Sima Yujian, on the other hand, was hesitant. For her, there was no need to follow Wuxia. Not to mention that he used to be her target. More importantly, the two of them didn't know each other and he wasn't part of the Night Core. Following him would mean exposing everything about her. After noticing the girl's hesitation, Wuxia turned around and flatly asked, what now, you still think that I'm plotting against you? She couldn't answer right away. Keep up. Wuxia didn't waste time and lowered his tone. With his serious demeanor, she felt a jolt and couldn't help but follow him as if starstruck. Her legs wouldn't listen to her any longer due to Wuxia's infinite charisma. She could only follow him. The three ran to the Undying Gate. However, it looked like only Wuxia and Xiaoxiao were present. In fact, Yujian was right behind them with her amazing stealth techniques from being the successor of the Night Core. The weaker people simply couldn't detect her. They arrived at the gate very quickly. The moment it came in sight, Xiaoxiao excitedly said, we're here. Wuxia only smiled after seeing it. The Undying Gate was created by immortal Emperor Wuxia, once famous and deterring for a generation, especially during his era. Despite its vast size, there were only two lineages at God Halt, the Spirit Abyss and the Undying Gate. Today, the gate had fallen and was inferior to the Abyss. However, during the Emperor's era, the gate was very prestigious while the Abyss was the underdog. It was a time when experts coming to God Halt would also visit the Undying Gate to show their respect instead of just the Abyss. Alas, this was no longer the case. Anyone would be suppressed at God Halt. This in addition to old rumors about a slow cultivation speed. No one wanted to stay at this vast continent outside of the Undying Gate and the Spirit Abyss. Strangely enough, both of their disciples weren't affected by God Halt, and their cultivation speed remained the same without slowing down because of the land. There were certain credible sources for why the Abyss was unaffected. Some Supremes believed that the Abyss had some incredible treasures on top of their bloodline. Because they claimed to have the oldest bloodline of the charming spirits, they were unhindered by God halt. However, it was a different story for the Undying Gate. No one knew why this particular sect was fine. The two powers were different from each other. The Abyss had been built on God halt during an ancient era. The gate came later from immortal Emperor Wuxia. This lineage was a miracle of this land. Even the guests who came to stay in this sect were freed from the suppression. Because of this, the same belief of an amazing treasure being at work applied for the Undying Gate as well. As for why their disciples were untouched in the other locations of God halt, this remains a mystery. The Abyss had an ancient bloodline, but it wasn't the same for the Undying Gate, an all-embracing sect. At its greatest height, they had countless disciples from all the races including humans, sea demons, and charming spirits. Thus, the answer didn't lie in their bloodlines. Eventually, there was an even bolder hypothesis. It stated that the reason for their freedom was because of the merit law created by immortal Emperor Wuxia, the secret for his immortality. There had been many legends about this particular secret, and the miracle of the Undying Gate only fueled its validity. Because of this, countless experts and great characters came to the sect in search of this art of immortality after its decline. This resulted in a catastrophe for the Undying Gate, a disaster that nearly drove it to the point of destruction. However, it managed to weather the storm. Nevertheless, it failed later on and became an insignificant sect with few disciples. While standing at the entrance to look at the entire sect, both Xiaofan and Wuxia marveled at its spectacular appearance. Its location was extremely dangerous and shrouded in fog and clouds, so it looked quite surreal. Its mountain ranges were fairly magical as well. Each of the ranges produced unbelievably steep cliffs as if they were hanging in the air. Some were intertwined in a very intricate and complex manner. Many would be in awe of this magnificent geography. There were rivers and waterfalls 3,000 feet in the air pouring down among the aerial mountain ranges. So magnificent, such strange physical features. Xiaofan commented with admiration. Wuxia smiled and said, "There's a reason for this. The Undying Gate is not only located in God halt, it is also closest to the Divine Tree Ridge. In fact, the ridge begins here with its source." "This is the source of the ridge?" Xiaofan was skeptical after hearing this, but people don't go here first when they visit the ridge. Not everyone can see it. Wuxia smiled and shook his head, "This is indeed the root of the ridge." The emperor back then realized this, that is why he built the Undying Gate here. At God halt, there are two supreme places to establish sects, both taken by the Abyss and the Gate. These locations are supreme treasure lands. This is why the emperor was so great. He struggled for a long time in order to find many secrets of the ridge and established his sect here. Of course, there was something Wuxia didn't mention. A big reason why the emperor was able to figure out some of these secrets was due to his origin. While the three were standing outside the entrance, an old man with 3 disciples came to greet them. The old man cupped his fist and introduced himself. "This humble old man is the Undying Gate Master. My last name is Huang, given name Ningxuan." The raw saying for this is a modified version of a common phrase: "You can't say that just because you haven't eaten pigs means that you have never seen one run." The meaning is that you don't have to actually do something to understand or comment on it. For example, spectators can comment on sports without being a professional athlete. A more modern yet childish and fitting line would be, "Just because I'm a virgin doesn't mean I haven't seen a girl before." A more formal version would be, "I'm not a complete neophyte." Chapter 1428, Wuxia chuckled at the old man's introduction and replied, "I am Wuxia, an idler." After hearing the name Wuxia, Huang Ningxuan's expression changed. He subconsciously took one step back as if he had just stepped on a snake. "It looks like my reputation isn't very good." Wuxia noticed all the changes to the gate master's demeanor and smiled. The gate master immediately smiled back, "No, no, of course not. Young noble Li, it is just a misunderstanding. Your reputation precedes you and I am lost in admiration. I can't believe you are actually gracing us with your presence today. What an honor for our sect and this lowly one." Despite his smile, he was lamenting inside. Although their sect was far removed from the Dragon Demon Sea, some cultivators from there had visited Godhalt, so he had heard of Li Qia's notoriety. The Gate Master was very afraid of this monster who had a penchant for race annihilation. Even if the guy didn't come to the Undying Gate to cause trouble, he had enemies everywhere in the world. Therefore, Li Qia's presence might turn their sect into a battlefield. Their fallen clan could no longer be compared to the past and wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. Turning into a battlefield might result in them turning into smoke. Is that so? Li Qia showed a mirthless smile in response. The Gate Master was alarmed and immediately answered, "Of course, of course. Young noble Li is the pride and glory of our human race. All humans in heaven's spirit are proud of you, who is vying for the imperial throne and prestige. All humans will celebrate when that day comes." Even though his flattery slightly betrayed his true thoughts, the last sentence came from his heart. The Gate Master was afraid of being implicated by Li Qia's presence, but he was still a member of the human race and desired for Li Qia to be the next emperor. If the humans could have won this generation, its people could finally walk with their heads held high and no longer have to rely on others like they are now. Li Qia laughed after hearing this and asked, "If that's the case, are you not going to invite me in?" The Gate Master calmed down and coughed, "Young noble Li and young miss, please come in." He bowed and welcomed them in. In fact, Yujian was also next to Li Qia, but since she was in stealth, the Gate Master couldn't see her. They found the entire Undying Gate to be quite vast with magnificent mountains and rivers, a showing of the uncanny workmanship of its creators. Countless mountain ranges ran above the steep cliffs in the sky. This magical scene was enveloped in mist and fog just like a realm of immortals. If one could stand on a sufficiently high elevation overlooking Godhalt, they would find that the Divine Tree Ridge occupied a vast amount of land on this continent in spite of its gargantuan size. It could be said to be the center of everything. There were many mountain ranges outside of the ridge, but they all originated from this place. With the same vantage point, one could also see that the Divine Tree Ridge looked like an immeasurable and towering tree that fell on top of Godhalt. With this imagery in mind, the Undying Gate would be situated right at its root. These mountain ranges hanging in the sky were formed from its unbelievably thick and long branches. Alas, after being led inside by the Gate Master, the group was met with a melancholic atmosphere. Despite its majestic appearance, the gate itself was in a state of disrepair. Many mountains were broken as if people had excavated this land to pieces. Many temples and pavilions had collapsed as well. Even the mountain ranges and buildings left intact were declining from many years of neglect while showing signs of collapse, evident by the weeds everywhere. One could only imagine how prosperous this place used to be despite its current feeble appearance. Back at its peak, this sect might have had 10,000 temples with hundreds of thousands of disciples. The land was still majestic, but the sect was unfortunately far from it. The prosperity of old never came back. Among the valleys and mountains were the places where disciples searched for the Tao. Bridges used to connect these great mountain ranges. Back then, male and female disciples would meet each other above these heavenly bridges and partake in romance beneath the moonlight. Today, there were only several hundred disciples all living in a single corner. The majority of them traveled to the four oceans as well, so this vast sect looked even more desolate. The Gate Master led them into the main hall and served some tea. This was the central area of the Undying Gate, only ancestors could stay here in the past. Alas, the lower population made it so that even disciples could stay at this ancestral ground now. After exchanging some cordial formalities, the Gate Master respectfully said, "May I ask why you are visiting our sect, young noble?" If we can be of use, you only need to say the word. The gate master had already prepared for the worst with Li Qiye's arrival. Compliance was his creed in dealing with fierce. After all, going head-on against this man was suicidal. He didn't want the gate to end by his hands. You're too nervous. Li Qiye smiled after seeing his expression. I might be fierce, but not to the level where I would swallow your undying gate. Ah, the gate master forced a smile. Young noble Li is unparalleled and matchless. Our undying gate is only a shrimp in the vast ocean. Of course we wouldn't get into the sight of a true dragon such as yourself. Li Qiye chuckled from knowing what the gate master was thinking about. He smirked and revealed, don't worry, I'm only here to take a look for a few days. Only a few days? The gate master was surprised. In fact, he was ready to give Li Qiye whatever he wanted as the worst-case scenario. What, am I not welcome here? Li Qiye looked at the master in disbelief and chuckled. The gate master regained his wits and quickly said, no, we definitely welcome you. This is our honor, this lowly one's honor. Rest assured, I know the rules of the undying gate. I won't stay for nothing since I'll be renting your crane beak peak for a few days. Li Qiye casually threw a small black pouch with refined jades inside onto the table. The master was caught off guard once again and didn't dare to check to see how many jades were in the pouch. He quickly gave it back to Li Qiye and said, young noble Li, you and the princess visiting us is our honor. How could we take payment from our guests? After its decline, many people had ideas about the undying gate. Many powerful lineages had attacked them in the past. The sect fought back, but they only managed to repel the enemies. The decline never faltered. The gate eventually became helpless as outsiders still tried to enter since everyone believed a supreme treasure was hidden here. Later on, the undying gate sent out a message and opened the majority of its territory. Those who were interested in the gate could rent a peak or mountain inside. The sect wouldn't care what they were going to do, even if it meant excavating every inch of the land. Of course, the so-called rent was only an attempt at saving face. If some powerful cultivators and sects didn't wish to pay, the undying gate couldn't do anything about it. However, the truly powerful wouldn't mind paying such a little amount of money. After all, they were all people with great statuses and could afford the meager sum of some refined jades. Li Qiye smiled and had no intention of taking back the black pouch. The gate master saw Li Qiye's demeanor and understood. He busily cupped his fists in response. Deference is no substitute for obedience. This lowly one will take the payment then. He put away the black pouch afterward. He told Li Qiye, to be honest, young noble, the crane beak peak has been abandoned for a long time. I will tell some disciples to go clean it up. I hope you don't mind staying here for now. He didn't know why Li Qiye wanted to go to that place, but he didn't dare to ask too much lest he incites a sect-destroying disaster. Chapter 1429, Li Qiye smiled and suggested, then let's take a walk to enjoy the views of the undying gate. The gate master didn't dare to show any slight and quickly volunteered as the guide. In fact, this was not Li Qiye's first time here. He was familiar with every mountain and river of this sect, so he didn't need a tour guide. It was a casual stroll for him. On the contrary, Xiao was curious about everything, especially the mountain ranges hanging in the sky with bridges connecting them. Many of these peaks towered to the clouds as well as very deep valleys and ravines. Both of these places had many buildings and temples. Despite being deserted at the moment, one could still see just how grand they used to be. It looks like your sect has many heavenly grottos. Xiao spoke during her sightseeing escapade. The master replied, according to our records, we had over 1 million disciples at our peak. They traveled around the 9 worlds to see all the races. As for the sect itself, we had 80,000 temples and more than 100,000 disciples present at that time. He became a bit excited after recalling the past glory of the Undying Gate. After all, they were once extremely prestigious in heaven spirit. This was especially true during Immortal Emperor Wuxia's era. The 9 worlds and the other races all paid their tributes. Just how prosperous and glorious was this? Unfortunately, the past was gone and everything has turned into smoke. He eventually sighed at the current state of the sect. The group saw many broken mountains and buildings. It must have been done by others who came in the past to search for the legendary treasures. Rumor has it that your sect was completely excavated back then. It is really a miracle for it to survive until now. Xiao was a talkative girl with no qualms about her words. It is thanks to the ancestors' protection. The gate master coughed awkwardly in response. Wuxia smiled and added, "That's an imperial lineage for you. If the Undying Gate doesn't provoke a truly powerful enemy, it won't be that easy for it to be destroyed completely. After all, it still has some secret powers left, so experts will find it difficult to obliterate it in full. Even a monstrous God King wouldn't be so idle as to do something like destroying the Undying Gate." Xiao found some truth in this response. After all, this place was still protected and once blessed by an immortal emperor. Ordinary experts wouldn't be able to flatten it completely. As for the God Kings who had the abilities to do so, they wouldn't destroy an imperial lineage unless there was an unforgivable feud. Ultimately, they could destroy an imperial lineage right now, but if there was a single cinder that could reignite, the revitalized sect could destroy them in retaliation. Thus, without a substantial vengeance, no one would try to destroy the fallen Undying Gate. Plus, it was located in the distant Godhalt continent. The only thing valuable here was the art of immortality. That's true, an ordinary God King wouldn't be able to shake an immortal emperor's foundation. Xiao nodded. She curiously stared at the gate master and cutely smiled. "Everyone comes here to search for the artifact of immortality or the technique for eternal life, is this true?" "Of course not, there is absolutely no such thing." The gate master's expression greatly shifted as he hurriedly replied, "These are only baseless assertions. How could we have an artifact or technique like that?" These words scared him quite a bit. This was an earth-shattering matter, so if more rumors about them were to be spread, it would bring about great trouble to their sect again. "Really?" Xiao looked at the gate master with skepticism. "Absolutely true." The master instantly swore. "For millions of years, countless tree fathers and sea gods have visited the Undying Gate, and even immortal emperors have come before. If we had an artifact that relates to immortality, it would have been taken away long ago." Xiao agreed with these words as well. After all, how could this sect hide anything from those powerful existences, especially the emperors? She inquisitively asked, "What about techniques and merit laws?" The gate master smiled wryly and replied, "Another fake rumor, these don't exist for sure. Back then, Immortal Emperor Wu Go had checked all of our secrets and guaranteed that we do not have an art of immortality. I did hear something about Immortal Emperor Wu Go's guarantee." She pondered for a bit before smiling. Back then, the news about the Undying Gate's immortality art spread across all of heaven spirit. Many desired this mythical art, and some wouldn't mind destroying the gate for it. However, that was the era when Immortal Emperor Wu Go ruled the 9 worlds. During this perilous time, the Undying Gate invited the Emperor to preside over the situation. In the end, he publicly presented a message to the world. They gave every single merit law and ancient scroll to the Emperor in order to prove the lack of a technique for immortality. After the Emperor went through every single one, he truly didn't find anything of the sort. In fact, the sect didn't try to hide it at all, not to mention that it would be useless trying to trick an emperor in the first place. Because of his guarantee, these rumors quieted down for a good while. Despite some still believing that this sect had an immortality technique, no one could prove otherwise. The gate master hurriedly added, "Not just Immortal Emperor Wu Go, later on, several other emperors took a look too. We really don't have an art of immortality. Alas, it was a very sad thing for an imperial lineage to show other people their merit laws. Fortunately, invincible existences like emperors wouldn't steal their techniques, for they would look down on such despicable actions. Xiao spoke with a smile. That's not necessarily true. People keep saying that your sect does have such an art, so either Immortal Emperor Wuxia didn't pass it down or you have lost the inheritance. No one would doubt Immortal Emperor Wu Go's words. Even though some secretly believed that the sect had such a method or was once in possession of it, one thing was certain at the very least: the world indeed had a supreme technique for immortality. It was not unreasonable to maintain this train of thought. Immortal Emperor Wuxia had died time and time again, but he was still able to revive. This was the best evidence. However, after the emperor, no one else from the Undying Gate had been able to replicate this deed. Because of this, some people speculated that the emperor never passed down this art, or the gate might have lost it. From then on, this technique was no more. Well, I don't know about that. The gate master cheerfully laughed. Descendants like us have no way of knowing whether our ancestors had this art of immortality or not. The truth was that he didn't want his sect to have anything to do with this art at all. Such a thing was tempting, but it could bring about a total catastrophe. Regardless of the gate master's responses, Xiao was still full of interest about the Undying Gate. She looked at the mountain ranges crossing the sky and said, "Even if your sect doesn't have this art, it isn't being suppressed by God Halt." This was the second thing from the gate that was so desirable by others. Only the abyss and the gate were spared from this fate. The abyss case was a bit more clear-cut, while the gate's reason remained a secret. A few believed that it was due to their art of immortality, but the most common speculation was that they had a treasure just like the abyss. However, no one has been able to find it. The master smiled awkwardly before having no choice but to say something. "Well, Princess Yi, you might not be aware, but it isn't the same as before. In the distant past, we were indeed freed from the suppression, but there are limitations now. Inside the Undying Gate, we are completely fine, but our disciples will be suppressed in the other parts of God Halt." Really? She was skeptical. The gate master sincerely answered, "It's completely true. A lot of people have tested this, and we don't need to lie about it. In addition to this, although we might not be suppressed in our sect, our cultivation speed is much slower compared to the past. We really don't have any treasures since it would have been taken by the emperors already." He didn't want anyone to misunderstand. It was one thing for the little sects to think this way, but a behemoth might destroy the sect completely if they thought there were treasures here. Then why was your sect not suppressed at all in the past? Why is it slowly starting to be suppressed now? Xiao was unrelenting with her questions. Chapter 1430. The gate master wryly smiled and shook his head at this question. "I'm not sure about this. A long time ago, our disciples were indeed fine in all of God Halt. Later on, the suppression gradually affected us. Nowadays, we are fine in our ancestral ground but not anywhere else. Moreover, our cultivation speed has slowed down. Who knows the specific cause? You're not being very honest right now." Wuxia, who had been gazing into the distance, turned back and chuckled. "I can understand that you don't know why your ancestral ground is untouched. However, if you say you don't know why the suppression has begun for the rest of the continent, it would be too much of a lie. Young noble Li, I really don't know." The gate master quickly defended himself. "As the gate master, I also want for my disciples to not be suppressed by God Halt and for them to cultivate faster. Unfortunately, I am powerless." Not knowing and being powerless are two different things. Wuxia chuckled. "You are powerless, but that doesn't mean you don't know." "Ah," the gate master awkwardly replied, "I am also eager to know, but this matter completely eludes me. Since there are no outsiders here, I'll comment on it for a bit. Li Qiye glanced at the mountain ranges in the sky and smiled. The gate master respectfully said, "Please enlighten us, young noble. This lowly one is ready to learn. There is a very simple reason why your ancestral ground is untouched, the topography. This place is extraordinary because it is the beginning of the divine tree ridge." He withdrew his gaze and continued, "How is it special? Your progenitor has understood some mysteries of the ridge and made some transactions before establishing a grand plan with a supreme imperial foundation. This is why this ancestral ground is unaffected and why the Undying Gate has yet to be destroyed. Even if the other sects took over this area, their cultivation would slow down because they're not the descendants of the Undying Gate." He glanced at the gate master at this point and laughed. "As for why the disciples are now suppressed in the other locations of Godhalt? There is only one reason for this. Moreover, you know this reason very well. There is a special worldly energy in this place, or at least there was in the past. Your emperor had gone inside and changed the earth vein in the inner world. He used a heaven-defying method to imprint his own lineage into this earth vein. This allowed for the disciples to gain access to a different worldly energy than everyone else. This is why the members of your sect aren't suppressed in Godhalt." The gate master was aghast after listening until this point. "Unfortunately, a few things happened to your sect, so this extraordinary energy became increasingly thin, hence the slower cultivation speed as well as being suppressed in the other locations. It's a pity that your descendants don't have the same heaven-defying means as your emperor and can't change it again." The gate master turned pale and immediately took several steps backward upon this revelation. "Gate master, am I right?" Li Qiye grinned while staring at him. The old man was scared speechless and remained shocked for a long time. He could feel chills and sweat running down his back. "This secret has never been recorded in your sect and is something only passed down by word of mouth." Li Qiye smiled leisurely. "In each successive generation, at least one person from your sect would know this secret." The gate master was completely shaken. Li Qiye was right, this secret was passed down for generations, and he was the only one who knew it in the present. However, an outsider like Li Qiye actually knew this heaven-shattering secret. He swore that this secret couldn't be leaked, at least not by the previous generation, so how could Li Qiye be privy to this information? Li Qiye continued in a contemplative manner, "Who could predict the rise and fall of a lineage? Although immortal Emperor Wuxia had created a supreme imperial foundation, later on, your sect still tried to send disciples to build up more bases on the edges of the world. Alas, your sect is on the verge of death today." This conversation had satiated Xiaoxiao's inquisitive mind. In fact, Yujian also listened with relish. Xiaoxiao found this quite intriguing and asked, "If one won't be suppressed after establishing a lineage here, how come the previous emperors, sea gods, and tree fathers don't do so?" Li Qiye replied with a smile, "There are many things in life that happen because of the word fate. This is the interesting part about immortal Emperor Wuxia. Any other emperor wouldn't have this fate with the area. As for sea gods and tree fathers, there is even less of a chance. Not to mention that they can't build a lineage in this place, very few sea gods and tree fathers, without factoring in the trident and ancestral weapons, could actually stand as equals with emperors. Without heaven-defying abilities, trying to change the divine tree ridge is virtually impossible." Li Qiye shook his head at this point. Not necessarily. Tree fathers and sea gods have stood shoulder to shoulder with emperors throughout the generations. Moreover, tree fathers return to the earth after death. Even emperors can't do anything to them, so how can you say that they are inferior? Xiaoxiao was very unhappy with Li Qiye's statement. She was a treant and her golden isle had produced 2 tree fathers, so she naturally found his words irritating. Li Qiye couldn't help but chuckle after seeing her dissatisfied look. "Little girl, there's no need to be angry, I am simply stating the truth. Emperors have the heaven's will, this isn't something sea gods and tree fathers can compare to." Even with the trident and ancestral weapons, they can only keep the same pace as an emperor and do not have the ability to defeat them. She defiantly claimed, our treefathers aren't weaker even without ancestral weapons. Each treefather had their own ancestral weapon. However, after their death, these ancestral weapons would crumble and return to the earth. Rumor has it that these weapons could borrow the supreme strength of the forefathers, allowing their master to become extremely powerful and capable of suppressing myriad realms. Li Qie shook his head. You can't argue against the truth. Without the trident, there aren't many sea gods that are at an emperor's level. The prime sea god can be considered one of them. He was truly unfathomable. During his era, his fame even exceeded immortal Emperor Wuxia's. Prime was the progenitor of the seven martial pavilion. By the virtue of the seven styles, he fought all over the world without equals. After becoming a sea god, he deterred all the 9 worlds. For the sea demons, Prime was the strongest sea god of their race and was praised as a supreme overlord. As for immortal Emperor Wuxia, future generations knew very little about him. Despite being an emperor, his tales were too mysterious and difficult to research. Some even said that the emperor had never performed any earth-shattering deeds his whole life. The reason why he was often mentioned was because of immortal Emperor Yan Shi, since the latter was the descendant of immortal Emperor Wuxia. The empress had immortal Emperor Wuxia's bloodline coursing through her veins. Yi Xiaoxiao found it difficult to refute because Li Qie had been stating facts. Without a doubt, treefathers and sea gods wouldn't be able to contend without their respective weapons. However, there was no way of passing on these artifacts to future generations, hence a common belief that these artifacts didn't belong to them. Okay, we'll go to the Crane Beak Peak now. Li Qie chuckled while looking at the dazed gate master. The shaken gate master calmed down and quickly said, "This lowly one will lead the way for young noble Li and Princess Yi." The Crane Beak Peak was a strange peak, but there were too many of them in the Undying Gate, so it didn't seem out of place. True to its name, it was long like a crane's beak and arched into the clouds. There was a pavilion built near a cliff with a bottomless abyss. While inside, one could see the beautiful sceneries of this place. It had been abandoned long ago by the Undying Gate. Even though the building was still here, there were weeds and grasses overgrowing everywhere. However, the gate master didn't dare to be careless when Li Qie was staying here, so he had ordered for disciples to clean it up. When the group finally arrived, the peak was changed beyond recognition. The pavilion was cleaned completely and had proper arrangements. After settling the 2 guests in, the gate master respectfully told Li Qie, "Young noble Li, we have disciples stationed at the base of the peak. If you have any needs, just let them know. No need, let them leave." Li Qie gently waved his hand. The gate master obeyed without daring to say anything. In fact, he was all too curious about why Li Qie picked this particular peak. He didn't believe that Li Qie was only here to look at the sceneries. Chapter 1431. After deciding to stay at the Crane Beak Peak, Li Qie told Sima Yujian to stay here for cultivation. Xiaoxiao asked Li Qie, "Why are we staying here?" Li Qie responded with a faint smile, "Because we want to find the entrance that is located right here." "Really?" Xiaoxiao became spirited right away. "Where?" "Let's go right now." She looked around, wanting to find the entrance. She had been wanting to enter the other world of the Divine Tree Ridge since she wasn't aware of it before. If one could find it using the naked eye, then it wouldn't be your turn right now. Many people would have entered long ago. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. "It isn't that easy to enter. If it was before, I would need to spend a lot of effort and use many methods to do so. But now, it's not the same. Just 1 or 2 days will be enough." He had visited that place in the past despite the difficulty. Even though he was the ruler of the 9 worlds with a vast amount of resources, it still took everything he had. But now, it was much easier for him despite still needing some time for preparation. Okay, we'll wait a bit then. Xiao felt a bit dejected. You're already being fed with a golden spoon, what more do you want? Li Qie pinched her cheek and smiled. On the second day, he began by digging one large pit after another as if he wanted to plant some things. Xiao woke up early and curiously asked after seeing the busy Li Qie, Ego King, what are you planting? Li Qie laughed in response, I'm planting some beauties. This is a good season for them. Plant one today and tomorrow I can harvest a nice beauty tree. Bah, pervert. She voiced her disdain. He continued to dig the pits. Of course, he wasn't planting seeds of beauties but rather some matchless runes. Each pit was also refined by him. Xiao watched for a long time by his side but still couldn't see anything. Coming from the Golden Isle, she was well educated throughout her youth. However, judging by these pits, she could only tell that this was part of a grand formation, its purpose eluded her. In the end, she got bored and yawned, okay, you keep digging then, I'll go look at other places in the Undying Gate. She ran off after saying this. In the next few days, he continued digging and filling in these pits. Moreover, he did it by himself in a very serious manner. Even if someone wanted to help him, they wouldn't be able to. This looked like a simple excavation, but there was a great mystery that relates to the grand momentum of the Divine Tree Ridge. He was fastidious about the location of each pit, not allowing for the slightest mistake. Even the three great beings in heaven spirit wouldn't necessarily be able to enter the inner world. There were too many things involved. Meanwhile, Xiao ran around the Undying Gate to play. She also wanted to see if she could find heaven-defying treasures here. On the other hand, Sima Yujian was working hard after obtaining Li Qie's guidance. Not only was she meticulous, she also extremely strict with herself to an overly severe level. Her talents were clear even if a bit inferior to her junior brother. However, they were countless times greater than the other geniuses. Nevertheless, she never showed the slightest sign of carelessness and worked harder than anyone else. This resulted in her present achievements. While Li Qie was busy digging and Yujian focused on training, Godhalt became lively again. Although people, especially cultivators and alchemists, have always visited this continent due to its abundance of alchemy ingredients, it was a bit different in recent times. Many cultivators and even powerful lineages appeared continuously. The most deterring of them all was Meng Zhentian. Meng Zhentian has arrived at Godhalt and is visiting the Spirit Abyss. This news quickly spread to the other locations in Heaven Spirit. People found this visit quite surprising. They didn't know why he wanted to visit the Abyss. For example, if he wanted to expand his own power, he could try to persuade one of Gu Chun's 4 branches. Strong as it might be, the Abyss could only act unhindered at Godhalt. The Spirit Abyss Ancient Prince of Darkness personally came out to greet him. The two are discussing the Tao right now. Another piece of news came out while everyone was still confused. This particular news was intentionally transmitted all over Heaven Spirit. The Prince of Darkness came into being. Many big characters took deep breaths and sighed, the times are always changing. The prince has been slumbering for so many years, yet he suddenly came out in this generation? A big shot knew the intricacies of this story and startlingly blurted, Meng Zhentian's reputation is quite something, he actually managed to move the prince. Someone who knew Meng Zhentian's background said, their family, it's not at all surprising that the Prince of Darkness came out. The Abyss claimed to have the oldest bloodline among the charming spirits while many lineages denied this. The reason was very simple, the majority of these lineages didn't come from the Abyss. However, the Dream Empyrean was an exception. Legend states that its progenitor, Shen Mengtian, came from the Abyss. After reaching the top, he left the Abyss and created his own sect and named it the Dream Empyrean. The Prince of Darkness is a very ancient existence. Rumor has it that he has a very pure bloodline coursing through his veins. An ancestor who knew of the prince's background spoke with some horror. It wasn't surprising to many big characters that the prince would come out. After all, the Empyrean and the Abyss were on the same side. Meng Zhentian wished to become emperor, so the prince might have come out to assist him. These experts understood that Zhentian didn't ask the Abyss for help in the past, but now, he personally came to visit and the Dark Prince came out. This was very interesting since he now considers Wuxia to be his most powerful enemy. An ancestor murmured, Wuxia is too heaven-defying. Even an existence like Zhentian, who can call an emperor a brother, has to look for help. Zhentian's arrival made Godhalt quite lively. Another piece of news came about right after. The Roaring Conch has also come to Godhalt. The Sea Shield Prince personally brought many ancestors along to the Spirit Abyss. After hearing this news, people wondered, does the Conch want to team up with Zhentian too? Not necessarily. Someone else thought differently. Anyone would visit the Abyss and ask for help to eliminate the suppression of the continent. There were even rumors about Wuxia being present at Godhalt. This news alone stirred the entire continent as if a storm was approaching. For the last several days, Wuxia had been digging holes during the day and teaching Yujian cultivation at night. She didn't disappoint him either. Not only was she fast, she was also extremely perceptive. Just a little pointer from him was enough for her to comprehend the rest. He was very satisfied with her situation since it proved that he read people correctly. She was indeed a good seed and suitable for the god-slaying Tao. Yujian was horrified during the training sessions because Wuxia's understanding of the god-slaying Tao far exceeded that of her master. He actually knew a few secret arts that her master didn't. It was simply inconceivable. If she wasn't certain that her sect didn't have someone as famous as him, she would wonder if he was actually an invincible ancestor. Of course, she didn't know that he was the creator of her Tao as well as the Night Core. Who could be more well-versed in this Tao than him? After reading her Sea of Memories, Wuxia had regained his own memory of the god-slaying Tao. Thus, it was no problem for him to teach her. On this day, Wuxia finally finished his digging. The Undying Gate Master came to visit again with good wine and fine dishes. Please excuse this lowly one for not showing my full hospitality, young noble Li. The Gate Master personally poured a full cup for Wuxia and apologized, I brought some simple dishes and wine here to show our goodwill. Wuxia only smiled and finished the cup without saying anything after seeing the Gate Master's enthusiasm. Chapter 1432. During their meal, the Gate Master repeatedly toasted for Wuxia in a very respectful and polite manner. Courtesy costs nothing. Today, in terms of status and position, the Gate Master was not qualified to sit together with Wuxia. However, he had lowered himself completely so others couldn't criticize him for this. Wuxia took a small sip of wine and flatly said, Gate Master, speak what's on your mind. The Gate Master wryly smiled and rubbed his palms together while looking quite awkward. Eventually, he let it out, please don't laugh, young noble. If I pretend that there is no business, it would be too much of a farce. The truth is that I do have something to ask of you. Go ahead. Wuxia didn't mind and chuckled since the Gate Master's intentions didn't elude his eyes. The master mused for a bit before respectfully saying with caution, this lowly one wishes to ask you about what we have to do to change our current situation. He felt relieved after saying this because he had been thinking about it for the last several days and couldn't sleep. Nevertheless, he still had to try no matter what for the sake of the Undying Gate. Wuxia amusingly shook his head in response, Gate Master, you are asking the wrong person. I am only an outsider, you should be talking to the elders about this matter instead. Of course I know that this is very abrupt and rude. He sincerely said, I don't wish for this to sound like flattery, but it seems that there is nothing you don't know. With the bearing of a celestial, young noble is an incredible person, so I wish to ask you about a strategy for revitalization. A strategy for revitalization? Li Qiye smiled while shaking his head. There are countless strategists and heroes in this world. I might look down on the 9 worlds, but the truth is that I rarely think about matters such as sect building. If you wish to revive your sect, you should try to find someone else. I'm afraid wisdom alone can't solve this issue. The Gate Master forced a smile. The overarching policy of the sect could be consulted with a strategist, but our lost items aren't things they can deal with. Even the most insightful strategist can't reverse the tide. In my opinion, you are capable of showing us the right path. There are no outsiders here, so I'll be frank. No one else knows our sect's secrets except you. This means that you were sent by the heavens to be our benefactor. Please point us in the right direction and we shall forever support you. Having said that, the Gate Master prostrated on the ground with great reverence. There was no doubt that he came with the utmost sincerity in asking Li Qiye. He had always wanted to revive the sect. However, this was easier said than done. In fact, many Gate Masters have tried across the generations, but they couldn't reverse the impossible situation. For them, it wasn't only a problem of resources. More importantly, they had lost their root. It was just like Li Qiye had said, without the special worldly essence, revitalization was only wishful thinking. However, this was someone who revealed their sect's biggest secret that had been hidden for many, many years. This made the Gate Master see a chance. Perhaps Li Qiye would have the answer for them to rise again. After thinking it through several times, the Gate Master finally decided to go and ask Li Qiye. Li Qiye took another sip of wine while staring at the prostrating master before insipidly saying, "Rise, perhaps your undying gate still has a chance. Please enlighten us, young noble." The Gate Master was ecstatic and solemnly bowed his head 9 times without the slightest pretense. Afterward, he sat down respectfully and readied himself to listen to Li Qiye's golden advice. Li Qiye began, "There is indeed a strategy for revitalization. Below this land is a supreme imperial foundation laid out by immortal Emperor Wuxia. Even if your sect has fallen, just by using the old source and this foundation will allow it to survive. In the past, immortal Emperor Wuxia had performed an incredible technique in this place and refined an imperial foundation at the earth vein below the Undying Gate, fusing the two into one. This required painstaking efforts for him since he wanted a long-term strategy. Perhaps the Undying Gate would usher his reborn self. This was precisely the reason why future enemies found it prohibitively difficult to completely annihilate the Undying Gate. The Master replied, "The problem is that we don't have that worldly energy anymore. There is a solution to this." Li Qiye shook his head. "Your emperor has branded the entire lineage in this place. Even though the descendants have messed it up, it is possible to start over to regain the special worldly energy. What must we do?" The Gate Master didn't mind learning. Li Qiye explained, "It is a step-by-step process to build such a basic foundation. In order to have the same worldly energy, you must reconnect to the entire earth vein with the foundation in order to create a new pathway for gestation. That isn't something we can do." The Master revealed a wry smile. It wasn't so easy to reconnect the entire earth vein. This was done by their progenitor. Not to mention their lack of power, even if they were strong enough, the mysteries left behind by their progenitor weren't something juniors like them could understand. "This is something I can actually guide you towards." Li Qiye chuckled, "Go find a skeletal horse, one that gallops as fast as flight. It will be able to change the direction of your sect. Perhaps it will not only revitalize but even allow your sect to soar to the 9 heavens and be as prosperous as the past." Really? The Master was ecstatic. A skeletal horse really has such a magical effect? Sort of. Li Qiye smiled, "However, success is still to be determined. This all depends on the fortune of your sect. We will have to see if your progenitor's remnant blessing can still help all of you. This was the same as pouring cold water over the master's head. His earlier excitement has died down a little. Nevertheless, he now had a sliver of hope. Wuxia has shown them the way. Thank you for your advice, the Undying Gate will never forget your kindness. Ultimately, hope was still rekindled, so the gate master prostrated again and paid his respects once more. Wuxia faintly smiled at the master's sincere demeanor and said, "The whole skeletal horse thing is a long shot, there is still one more path." The master hurriedly asked, "May I ask what it is?" Wuxia was in a good mood as he replied, "There is a place worth venturing to. Outside of the Bone Sea is Bones Island. Go there and look for their lord." The Undying Gate master murmured, "Bones Island? The Lord of Bones Island?" He had heard of the island, but this lord was completely new to him. He smiled and pointed out the other path. "Yes, go find someone called Old Man Zhu and tell him that you want to see their lord. As for whether an audience will be granted and if the lord is willing to help you or not, that will depend on your own fortune." The master couldn't help but ask, "This Bones Lord can actually solve our problem?" Wuxia flatly replied, "It's possible. If we're talking about who is the most suitable in this world to revitalize your sect, one would be your progenitor and the other, Lord Bones. Lord Bones and immortal Emperor Wuxia shared the same origin. They once overcame trials and tribulations together, and certainly, Bones was the one who understood immortal Emperor Wuxia the most. However, you need to be mentally prepared." Wuxia grinned, "Either you will be able to earn his favor and bring about revitalization to your sect so that it can return to its past glory, or it will be a fatal disaster. If Bones doesn't like you, he will crush you to death with one hand. At that time, don't blame me for not reminding you right now. You need to go while being mentally prepared to die. Don't die indignantly and then blame it all on me." Wuxia drank some more wine and smiled. "My personal well-being is no reason for regret as long as it can bring about hope to the Undying Gate. In order to revive the sect, I can jump into boiling water and scorching fire without hesitation." The gate master kowtowed again respectfully, "Thank you again, young noble. I am moved to tears from gratitude." Wuxia nodded and accepted his grand gesture before lightly speaking, "Go now." The gate master bowed again and quietly left, not daring to disturb him any longer. Wuxia commented with a tinge of emotion, "Heaven Spirit. There are so many problems, yet so many people still love this land and aren't willing to leave and give up despite the peril." Chapter 1433, Wuxia finally finished digging up all of his pits and smiled towards Xiaofan. "Playing around for the last several days should be enough, it's time to go." "Really, is it ready?" Xiaofan was instantly filled with energy. She had grown impatient, so how could she not be excited after hearing this news? "Okay, let's go." Wuxia couldn't help but smile while looking at her face glowing red from excitement. He told Sima Yujian, "Stay here for now and wait for us. It is not that I don't want to bring you along, but a place like this isn't suitable for you." Yujian quietly nodded in agreement. In fact, she wouldn't bother Wuxia just because he didn't want to bring her along. Finally, Wuxia stood by the edge of the cliff of Crane Beak and told Xiaofan, "Let's begin." The excited girl stood next to him and could barely contain herself. At this time, Wuxia released the myriad age tree and a newfound vitality oozed out like the source of life. Anyone standing next to the tree would feel as if they were dozens or even hundreds of years younger. In the past, this tree was on the verge of death, but it was now full of life as if it could stay lush for an eternity. Those unaware would still know that this tree was incredible after sensing this boundless vitality. Only this type of divine tree would be able to possess this life force. The tree lowered its green branches. Each branch looked just like swimming spirit snakes. They drilled into the ground as if they wished to reach the deepest part of the earth. Peeling noises came about. The pits with Dao runes made by Wuxia had little shoots coming out. These were new lives that grew at an unbelievable speed. They turned into long vines that looked quite happy, like baby elves full of curiosity towards this world. Lights emerged from these pits with floating runes. They intertwined to form little maelstrom. This scene was extremely magnificent. These little maelstrom came together to form a supreme formation, majestic and full of mysteries. It seemed that this formation connected to another world. However, it wasn't the entrance. It was granting the vines endless power and boundless life. It was as if under its empowerment, these vines could grow and blot out the sky in an instant. However, they chose not to do so and instead simply swam to the cliff by crane beak and continued to weave in the sky. In this manner, they weaved into a vast Tao chapter that suddenly ignited upon completion. They burned until they turned into ashes and only left behind scars of extreme temperature in the sky. Clank! Something seemed to be alerting the mysterious Grand Tao. The scars in the sky suddenly lit up and turned into flashing golden laws as if they were made from gold. A hymn to the 9 heavens. A grand and incomparable Tao chapter appeared before Wuxia. It was esoteric and impossible to grasp. In this split second, the chapter began to rotate at an increasing pace. In the end, it turned into a maelstrom and sucked in the tiny maelstrom from the formation. Whoosh! In the end, this maelstrom disappeared and all the golden lights dissipated. Only a great Tao portal was left behind in the sky, seemingly capable of connecting to any location in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Wuxia faintly smiled after seeing the portal and slowly said, "Finally, success." Not bad at all. It was no easy feat to enter the inner world of the Divine Tree Ridge, not even emperors could do so as they please. In the past, Wuxia required a vast amount of resources and preparation in order to support this endeavor, even though he had grasped the ridge's mysteries. However, it was now different. With the myriad-age tree, everything became simpler for him. He told Xiaofan, "Okay, let's go in." "Sounds good." The girl jumped in exultation since she had been waiting for this moment for too long. The two of them entered the portal and disappeared right away. This portal also disappeared with the wind as if nothing had happened. Yujian was staying back at Crane Beak. She silently guarded the premises in full stealth. Even if someone climbed to the peak, they would find it empty, they would be unable to see her standing there. The duo had finally stepped into the other world of the Divine Tree Ridge. A silvery light poured down from the sky and engulfed everything. Xiaofan quickly looked up and saw that there were many silver rings hanging in the sky that looked like galaxies. These silver rings were spread out and arranged themselves into a mighty and stirring array. The lights came from them and touched every single corner of the world. Everyone was being basked in this light. What are those things? She was full of curiosity while looking at this scene. In her world, the sky either had a sun or a moon, but now, this world had these silver rings. She had never seen or heard of something like this before. Wuxia flatly replied after looking up, "Those are the wheels of time." Wheels of time? She had never heard of this name before. What are they? Treasures? Is it that hard to pluck them? Having said that, her eyes flashed with a glimmer. That depends on how strong you are. It would be quite amazing if you can pluck them. Wuxia couldn't help but laugh. In other words, the wheels of time are a measure of age. One ring is one era. One ring is one era. She was startled and started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, okay, stop. There are 351 rings. Wuxia gently knocked on her forehead. How do you know? She was surprised. I calculated with my fingers, that's all. Such a simple number, do you actually need to count? Wuxia chuckled. Of course he didn't calculate with his fingers just now since he had been here before. How could he not know how many rings there were? Please, I don't believe you at all. Let me count, you are probably making it up. Xiao was unconvinced and hoped that this number wasn't right in order to embarrass him. After finishing, she found that he was right, 351 rings. She couldn't believe it and did a recount only to find the same result. Looks like you were lucky. She unwillingly admitted before pondering, 351 rings, what is the meaning behind this number? In a certain sense, there is no meaning. It lives that long and then dies. However, after reaching the number 365, it will be meaningful. 365? What is the significance behind this? Xiao was curious. He paused for a bit before answering, the number of an epoch. This was something few people talked about. Only apex existences in the 9 heavens would be able to talk about it. What? This was the first time for her to hear about this epic number. It wasn't surprising at all since even god-kings weren't qualified to talk about this issue. One had to be at the level of an immortal emperor to have such a discussion. Chapter 1434, Well, you don't need to know. Wuxia laughed at the inquisitive girl. Humph, whatever then, I don't want to listen anyway even if you want to tell me. She glared at him with dissatisfaction. Wuxia was amused at her duplicitous response. Suddenly, his gaze shifted. The very next second, he pressed his palm on the ground and seemed to be one with the world. He was standing right there, but it looked like he had disappeared from sight. He stood up again the next moment and pulled Xiao's arm, let's go. In the blink of an eye, his speed erupted in an incomparable manner. Even time couldn't compare to this swiftness. Where? She was alarmed by this sudden movement and his rare dignified demeanor. Even though Wuxia didn't answer, she knew that something big has happened. Unfortunately, she didn't know the exact details. He crossed this world so fast that Xiao couldn't see the surrounding scenes at all. The sight before her rapidly changed and became a shifting image, so she had no idea what kind of world she was in. Wuxia seemed to be very familiar with each mountain and river in this area, allowing him to maneuver without the slightest mistake. He eventually stopped, allowing Xiao to get a better look of her surrounding at last. She found herself to be in the middle of a large heavenly grotto. She had no clue as to where this was. The ceiling was quite high with rocks as hard as metal everywhere. They were standing at the entrance of this cave. In front of them was a giant valley below a steep precipice. When she got a good look at the valley, she was quite startled due to the sheer amount of tree corpses below. Not only that, she had seen all of them before. These were the ones that wished to relocate back at the Divine Tree Ridge. She didn't expect to see them again today. Moreover, the little planks and wooden huts were moved to a corner of the valley here as well. They seemed to be building a fence for a courtyard inside. They stood in a group of several layers around a dried-up tree. It had fallen to the ground and looked just like a large bed. There was actually the body of a tree corpse lying on this old tree. They were called corpses, but they belonged to the living corpses category. Life was present, only the soul was missing. However, the body on the tree was a real corpse. It was completely dead without a sliver of life. Judging from its characteristics, this was a female corpse. There was a protrusion on its belly that was big and round. Moreover, it was undulating as if something was inside. This is, Xiao almost screamed, but she quickly covered her mouth. She took a deep breath and eventually calmed down. Is it about to give birth? Yes. Wuxia nodded with a serious demeanor. This is really a miracle. I thought tree corpses could only live for one generation, but this doesn't seem to be the case anymore. They also have a chance to give birth to a completely new life. What happened here? Many tree corpses had fallen around the dead female. Without a doubt, they had died tragically here. Keep watching and you'll see. Li Qiye continued to stare at the big belly. He didn't dare to think about the birth of this particular race. Was this heralding something ominous? What would be the effect of this on the world? Will the tree corpses surpass the withered in terms of reproduction? Even an expert like him wasn't certain. The only thing he knew was that the future would be full of the unexpected. At this time, several powerful tree corpses gestured at each other with signs only they understood. Eventually, 4 tree corpses walked out and slowly went towards the female corpse on the tree. What are they going to do? Xiao was worried that these 4 beings might do something to the new life. Just watch. Li Qiye pressed her down to prevent her from acting rashly. Crackle. A burst of thunder resounded right when the 4 tree corpses got close. The huge belly shot out thick rays of lightning that instantly struck these 4. They shuddered after this hit. Despite being powerful, they couldn't withstand such a horrifying attack. Nevertheless, they persevered while shouting something. Meanwhile, 3 more tree corpses from the crowd instantly rushed out. They clearly made a plan beforehand as these 3 leaped for the bell. They were using these other 4 to divert that lightning. Boom! However, the belly shot out a terrifying flame this time and ignited the 3. They miserably screamed and were burnt to ashes. At the same time, the other 4 finally fell straight to the ground with green smoke billowing from their bodies. 7 powerful tree corpses had been killed in an instant. The crowd turned chaotic after seeing this. Even though they wanted to come closer to the new life, there was nothing they could do. Xiao murmured, just what are they trying to do? They want to forcefully take that new life from the womb? No, they're trying to save it. Li Qiye gently shook his head while watching without blinking. Save it? She didn't expect this answer. How? Li Qiye slowly explained, by helping it come into being. This is a unique life form, a miracle. Its life began from the heaven and earth. If it could actually come out, this might be the start of an entirely new race. He took a deep breath and continued, since it is a gift from this world, it must accept the heaven and earth. When its mother was alive, she acted as the medium, allowing it to connect with the world. Alas, she is now dead, so it is trapped inside its mother's body and severed from the world. If this continues, it will die for sure. But if all the tree corpses here are trying to save it, why is it attacking them? She was quite puzzled. Because it is just a baby with zero knowledge of the world, it's completely ignorant. Li Qiye said, in its mind, outside of its mother's body, all other existences that come close are potential threats. Without its mother's protection, it is a frightened little beast that will attack anyone who comes close. What should we do then? These corpses can't get close and can't help it come out. She felt worried. Li Qiye didn't say anything while watching this situation. Hey, Ego King, you are omnipotent and omniscient. Xiao immediately swung his arm back and forth, nothing is difficult for you, so maybe you should save this little life. Li Qiye glanced at her and chuckled, you need to know that the coming of this new life is full of the unknown. Its birth might be the will of the heaven and earth, but so is its death. What is this about the heaven and earth? She wasn't satisfied with this answer and pouted, are you going to watch this little baby die without doing anything? Li Qiye smiled in response, you don't understand. Letting it come out is not hard, but you don't know what it will bring to the world, especially for treants like you. It can result in an unimaginable consequence. If you understand the implications within, from a selfish standpoint, I wouldn't want this life form to be born in this world if I were you. Well, leave that for later. She unhappily said, save it first. It is only a baby, who knows if it will be good or bad. Maybe it will even become the savior of the world. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.